Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Hey, everyone. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Everyone doing well out there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is everything good? Yeah, it looks like it's working. Okay. Hi, guys. Hello. Hello. I decided to start a little bit early today because we have a lot to talk about. And we, in a few moments here, not in a few moments, in maybe like 20, 30 minutes, maybe even a little longer that maybe in about an hour, I don't know. And a little bit, a little later in our educational segment, my father will be coming on to talk to you guys about World War One because he used to teach this stuff just like I did, but he likes teaching this stuff. So I asked him if he would want to teach the causes and stuff of World War One, and he said yes. So he'll be down here to talk to you guys about the causes of World War One, and then before that, I'm going to teach you about some other stuff leading up to World War One before he talks about the causes of it. Okay. So, so yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're actually starting with the education. It is, bruh moment. It's because it's early today. That's why there's not many people over on YouTube. But so we're going to start with the education segment today, and then we will do the news after it because my father has somewhere to go later, so we need to do it before he goes, if that makes sense. Okay, so let's see who we have here. Let's see who we have here. Who do we have here? We have Jay Williams. Hello, Jay Williams. How are you doing, Jay Williams? So glad you're here. Jay Williams, I'm so glad that your interview went well, Jay Williams. If everyone heard, Jay Williams' interview went well. And we're not surprised at all. Looked very snazzy in that suit there, Jay Williams, or in that with that shirt and tie, okay? Jay Williams is an artist, has really good art. I recommend everyone join our Discord. It's pinned at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. If you go to the Discord, find J. William Art's profile, open it up. You can find links to see his art, and he takes commissions. Highly recommended. I'm gonna get one eventually. Okay. Hello, AMA. How are you doing, AMA? So glad you're here. As always, AMA, you've been around for fucking ages. I swear to God. Look, I'm already cursing. You were around when there were pterodactyls flying around and shit. Okay. Anyway, how are you doing, AMA Gaming? Hello, LaQuabois. Yes, I am streaming. So glad you're here, LaQuabois. So glad you're here. As always, we love LaQuabois. As always. Um, the first song was called, I believe the first song was called Erase. The first song was called Erase. Erase by Low Mileage was the name of that artist, okay? Um, hello, real life cat DJ. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Probably something gay. Well, I get it does kind of sound gay. Erase by Low Mileage does sound kind of gay, doesn't it? Okay. That does sound very gay. Anyway, how are you doing, real life cat DJ? As always, so glad you're here. So glad you're here as always. Hello, Outer Signal. So glad Outer Signal's here. Everyone check out Outer Signal's channel on YouTube. Outer Signal Media is the name of Outer Signal's channel. Outer Signal is a political economist, knows a great deal about economics, politics, things like that. Highly recommend you go check it out. He has a different expertise than I do. So he has a different perspective on things. Not that we disagree. I'm just saying like he has a better he has a better, more nuanced perspective on some things than I do because he has more expertise in those things. So I highly recommend you go check out that channel. Okay, go check out his channel, Outer Signal Media. Okay, so glad you're here, Outer Signal, of course. Hello, Elevator Lady. How are you doing, Elevator Lady? As always, Elevator Lady. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Elevator Lady. As always, Elevator Lady. Of course, you know that. Okay, you know that. Hello, Mellow Munchies. Mellow Munchies also had a great interview. Got called back for a second interview, didn't you, Elevator Mellow Munchies? So glad you're here, as always. Okay, and I'm glad that you got with the second interview. Let us know how it goes. I'm excited for you, but so glad you're here, Mellow Munchies. Okay, hello, Alyssa. How are you doing, Alyssa? I'm so glad you're here, Alyssa. I know you've been busy and shit, summer, etc., but I'm so glad you're here, Alyssa. Okay. As always, one of the originals. Hello, Virtual Violence. Hello, Virtual Violence, the greatest troll in the community. Always trolling it up, aren't you, Virtual Violence? No, I mean that as a compliment. I love you, Virtual Violence. So glad you're here, as always. Okay, love having you here, Virtual Violence. Yes, the Quad Dad will be with us. Chairman Bart. Hello, Chairman Bart. How are you doing, Chairman Bart? Another classic. Happy Tuesday. Yes, we're gonna yuck it up, aren't we, Chairman Bart? So glad you're here. You haven't slept, Virtual Violence? I'm so sorry. Virtual Violence says, hello, Jester. Insomnia kicked my ass and I haven't slept. I apologize. Okay, I very much apologize for that. Really. Okay. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. Another one of the originals. How are you doing, Louise? So glad you're here. As always, we love having Louise around. Without Louise, I feel abandoned and alone. Okay. Hello, Louise. Um, Louise was crying yesterday for Lindsey Graham and shit. What was her name? Um, the lady, the woman, if you want to use that word, who was killed yesterday. Louise, everyone be nice to Louise today. She's still kind of emotionally fragile after all the losses she experienced yesterday. Anyway, okay. Anne, what is it? Anne, I'm gonna lose my mind till I remember her name. Anne Whitcomb. Anne Whitcomb. Okay. Anyway, that's a joke, by the way. Louise is not suffering from that. It's not. That's a joke. Okay. Um. Okay. Oh, that's so hilarious. Oops, it's Luna. You're really fucking funny. Okay, because you're clearly a bot trying to sell me something. So no. Okay. Anyway, I've gotten a lot of you loonies come in here. Okay, a lot of you bots. Okay. Anyway, so da, 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 da. If you're probably a bot, so you probably can't even hear me. Okay, let's see here. Hello, bro moment. So glad you're here, bro moment. So glad you're here, bro moment. Of course, stream seems a tad bit empty today, but it's early. Yes, it is. It's early still, but so glad you're here, bro moment. Um. Oh, thank you, LaQuabois. I should have just done it. I was too busy going through names, but thank you, LaQuabois, for banning that person. Okay. Hello, Richard P. How are you doing, Richard P? How are you doing, Richard P? Um. So glad you're here, as always. Richard P., great backgrounder. So glad you're here. Alyssa, 2 of my kids have dentist appointments today, so I'm scared of what it's going to cost. Oh, I don't blame you, Alyssa. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I hate dental stuff. You guys know, dental is my ongoing struggle. Okay. Um, my daughters are perfect, thankfully, but my son still has the broken one from rough housing with his cousin. Oh my God. Jesus. Okay, I'm sorry, Alyssa, you're going through that. Uh, Let's see here. Hello, Portland. How are you doing, Portland? So glad you're here. Fuck Trump, fuck MAGA, 100%. And by the way, also fuck Israel. Okay. It's Chairman Bart. Will we be talking about Trump and Bibi's plan to dismantle the ICC? I didn't hear about that. I mean, I heard that they're planning to dismantle the ICC. I haven't read the details of it. They never cared about the ICC to begin with, so it's kind of like, eh. But yeah, I know what you mean. Sure, we can look into it. I could look into it. They're monsters. Of course, they want to get rid of the ICC. Okay. All right, let's see here. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone? Outer Signal, Mellow Munchies, Alyssa, Louise, uh, Elevator Lady, Matt Psy Guy, Chairman Bart, James Nord. Hello, James Nordhoff. So glad you're here, James Nordhoff, as always. Okay, guys. All right. Hello, politics. Okay, guys. So we're gonna go immediately into the educational segment. My father will be talking about World War One here in a few minutes, but we're gonna talk about some other stuff first. Hello, Dan. Um, so please bear with me while I go through the other stuff. My dad will be here. It looks like he'll be here for like the opening stuff, but he will be focused more heavily later on in the lesson. But so we will start with let's start with some stuff. So yesterday, guys, we started talking about Bism. We talked about what was the name of the guy who I don't want to say single-handedly, but had a big impact and was one of the main reasons actors in the unification of Germany. What was his name? Do we remember? What was the name of the guy we talked a lot about yesterday? Okay. Hmm. Correct. Otto von Bismarck. Correct. And what if you look at geography, just like geography generally of Germany, northern Germany, what kind of geography does it have? And northern Germany has what kind of geography, and southern Germany has what kind of geography? And we're doing some basics here. Okay. Tell me. Northern Germany is more what? Has more of a yes, yeah, flat. Correct, LaQuaff. The north is flat, the south is mountainous. Okay, north is flat, south is mountainous. We also have what's the religion of the North Germany, generally, guys? Generally speaking, Northern Germany is more what? And Southern Germany is more what? Both are Christian, but like, what is the, yes, North is more Protestants, South is more Catholic. Okay, so those are some of the big regional differences there. What was the name of the kingdom that ended up uniting Germany? The kingdom within Germany that ended up uniting Germany into an empire. Okay, who led, which was Otto von Bismarck's big project. He was Prussia, correct, Sir Bart. And Prussia was very militaristic and things like that. And what was the country that Germany waged its last war against in order to get unification? Bismarck kind of um, created a war with this country in order to to kind of finish German unification. You're close, Sir Bart. It was France. Austria, yes, was the second one, but that was another really important one because Austria was the other big competitor. Okay, so there were three wars that Germany waged in order to gain unification. That was the Danish Prussian War, the Austro Prussian War, and the Franco Prussian War. Right, and then in 1871, Germany finally achieved unification. Okay, under Otto von Bismarck. Okay, um, etc. No, real life cat DJ. So that is where we are now. Okay, we also talked about Germany had some interesting things historically. Hello, Gray. How are you doing? Okay. And what we're gonna add a little bit more to that. Okay. So even though historically we're talking about Bismarck and we just got German unification, 1871, where now it's unified under Prussia. Okay. I wanted to talk about kind of unique aspect of German nationalism called Völkisch nationalism. All right. And we've talked before about some of the ideological origins of fascism. Ultranationalism is a very big component of this. We also talked about social Darwinism, idealism, things like that being parts of fascism, and these things also contributed to Nazism. But German nationalism, the kind of nationalism that the Nazis bought into, was was called Völkisch nationalism, which is a kind of ultranationalism. All right, that is mixed heavily in with social Darwinism. So, what I'm going to explain to you is sort of the origins, a few thinkers that Hitler was really into, that the Nazis based their worldview off of, and understand that these ideas around the time of Bismarck, around the time of World War I, were seeping into Germany, and there were organizations and people already starting to think in folkish nationalist terms inside of Germany. They were fringe; these were fringe beliefs largely, but it was already starting to seep into Germany at this time. And while I'm talking about these sort of beliefs that were seeping into Germany, I want you to think about um, how is it that what does this have to do with class and class struggle? And what does this have to do with social control and distraction and things like that? Okay. So the first, let's talk about some of these thinkers that were kind of established in this way. Okay, or kind of started thinking in this way. Um, so the first one here is remember these guys. Okay, first of all, remember Darwin had come about and had come up with this theory of evolution that turned out to be 100% true. And so some of these thinkers kind of were inspired by Darwin, but it's not really Darwinism, okay? There was kind of a distortion of Darwinism that they used to reinforce their beliefs. So the first of these guys was a French guy named Arthur de Gobineau, okay? And he was around from 1816 to 1882. He wrote a famous essay, um, okay, like essay on the inequality of the human race. Okay. By the way, before we talk about these are very disgusting people, and I had to read all their fucking shit, and it was like some of the worst shit I've ever had to read, so I do not recommend you read their stuff. It's really dark. It's like some of the worst, most, what's the term, cursed writing you could ever read in your life. I'm not even joking, it's pretty awful. Um, it's really disgusting how these guys talked and the things they believed, and I'm being serious, like, they're all of the writings of these quote unquote "scientific racists" is almost worse than reading some Nazi writings, from my personal experience, okay? So he wrote this essay called "An Essay on the Inequality of the Human Race," and to understand his sort of beliefs that he said in this essay, he was a noble. He was a noble, okay? He was a French noble. During this time period, guys, industrialization was happening in France. The nobles had lost power under Napoleon, and these scientific ideas of Darwinism were seeping into France. And some nobles, in an effort to maintain their power and to justify their dominance over the population, because of the Enlightenment, their dominance over the population was being questioned and was no longer accepted. Some of them started using Darwinist language to defend their position in society. And he was one of these, okay? He was a massive elitist and a noble. He argued that the aristocrats, the nobility of Europe, possessed more superior genetic traits. He called that were linked to the Aryans. Okay, and the reason they had superior genetic traits was because they didn't breed. They had bred less with inferior races. Okay, so he was one of the early thinkers of this way. The idea that the nobility of Europe, and because the divine right of kings and the nobility had disappeared, they needed to come up with a new ideology to support their position. What? Say it again.
Based on science.
Yeah, science. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what they thought. Exactly. Yes. Okay. So he kind of came up with that idea, and then other folks took off with it. Um, so that brings us to the next guy who Jesus, reading his shit was Gobanu wasn't that bad to read. He just kind of sounded like an arrogant aristocrat, piece of shit, racist. But this guy, oof. That brings us to, and look at the time period, by the way, Gobanu was around. Okay. It was 1816 to 1882. Um, Georges Vacher de Lepeu, okay, who's just great guy, Lepouge, was from 1854. I like calling him Lepeu. Okay. 1854 to 1936. He wrote a book called Aryan, His Social Role. And in this, he argued that classes are set in stone because of race, that people of a higher class are racially superior, and he kind of based this off Gobanu. He also, and they were more closely related to Aryans, which I'll explain what that means. He started doing what he invented a field. It's not even a field; it's just bullshit. Called anthroposociology, which is where essentially you start measuring people's skull shapes and determining based off the shape of their skull what racial category they belong in. By the way, this was proven absolutely false by an American named Franz Boas later. But this was complete bullshit. He started going around measuring people's skulls and things like that, and determined that there's certain skull shapes that show superiority and things like that that are okay. And he believed that and again, remember what I said. I want you to think about how class conflict, working class and bourgeoisie, like the industrial class and the nobility, how this conflict inspired this stuff, okay? He said that the way to prevent class conflict, so to prevent the workers from then the socialists from taking over and fighting against the bourgeois, was to have a fixed racial hierarchy where we need to stop thinking about classes as things that are mobile and can change. We need to have a caste system where you have workers who are racially inferior and these upper caste nobles and bourgeois who are racially superior. Okay. And he thought that the only competitor, racially to Aryans, which are white Germanic peoples, generally, okay, were the Jews. Okay, he, in a weird way, actually didn't think that the Jews were inferior, like later thinkers would. He thought that they were the biggest competitor to the Aryans. And that because they were such a I know feel gross even talking about this shit. They were a vital competitor to the Aryans, okay? And he firmly maintained that heredity and genetics and things like that, okay, were the only biological forces that affected the human race. So once you were born, your biology, your genetics, your heredity you were basically set in stone. Okay. Oh, he did Lacroix. He absolutely was still an anti-Semite, and I want to be clear about that. I'm just saying he viewed them more as competitors than inferiors, and that's why he didn't like them because he viewed them as a threat. So it's still massive anti-Semite. Don't get me wrong. Okay. Um, the only thing that matters is a person's genetics and heredity. He openly stated, by the way, that education has no lasting effect on anyone. Education doesn't matter at all, because you're set in stone once you're born. So no matter how educated you become, your racial classification will absolutely limit your ability to achieve anything anyway. So it doesn't fucking matter what your education is. Um, okay. By the way, the language he actually used, I'm not using the language he used because it's gross, but just put it this way, I'm making him sound friendlier than he actually was. Let's put it that way. He went on to say that um, racial crossbreeding, so when you have people of different racial groups breed together, that will weaken the superior race. Okay. So let's say you have a white person and a brown person breed, that by definition weakens the white person. Okay. You got it. You got it. You got it. You see what I mean? All right. So he was saying, he basically said that was one of the biggest threats to European society was inbreeding with other races. He also believed that, and this is going to be important later for understanding how Hitler thought. He believed that we Europeans and humans in general, especially Europeans, had set up what he called social selection, which was these artificial systems that selected certain people as superior, which then ended up weakening superior races. What do I mean by that? So the political systems of Europe, the military systems, religious, moral, legal, and economic systems were set up to actually benefit the worst people in society, the ones who they were set up to benefit people who were the least qualified, the least strong, the most inferior. Okay, so it, and especially so these systems that Europe had set up weakened the Aryan race by limiting them and preventing them from doing their natural racial superiority stuff. So I told you at one point, guys, that Hitler believed in what he called the natural racial struggle. That if the state was gone, if religion was gone, that these races would struggle naturally with each other, and the Aryans would naturally win. So he kind of had that similar idea that like the legal systems, democracy, capitalism, Marxism, all these systems were sort of causing the worst people to be selected, and it's actually weakening the Aryan people. Okay, yeah, Matt Saigai. Okay, he just to show you guys, if you want to hear something kind of dark that's similar to modern day far right wingers like he was. Okay. So Lapouge actually willingly supported eugenics. He also supported eugenic abortion. So if you were pregnant with a minority's child, that the state should abort that baby automatically. Okay. He also believed in polygamy and incest. He thought that, yeah, I know, right? That in order to preserve the racial purity of the Aryans, if, the nobility and these Aryans had to breed with their family members, so be it. It's better than breeding. Yeah, it's better than breeding with a racial inferior. Um, you know what? I support that. I support that. Go ahead and do it. Let's see what happens to them after a couple generations. Okay. Well, yes, Dad.
I just wanted to say I just wanted to say, if you want to know the effects of that, look back when nobility married within their caste.
Mhm.
And over the centuries of nobility in Europe doing that, they were all interbred. And what did that do to superior race? But to weaken it, actually, and made some really unique
The
issues.
Habsburg
And
chin.
yeah, the Habsburg chins
Yeah.
or the of Russia,
The
blood.
Romanovs.
Yeah, the Romanovs,
Hemophilia.
yeah, hemophilia. There was one royal family that every once in a while would have a child that basically had no limbs.
Yeah.
So that's what it did. You can tell that is really superior.
Mhm.
Anyway, I throw that in.
Right, hilarious. That's why I'm like, "Hey, go ahead, let these monsters do incest. Let's see what happens to them." Okay, let's see. Okay. Yeah, exactly, bro moment. If you look at Charles the 4th, let me show you guys an image of Charles the 4th, the Habsburg. So the Habsburgs, which were an Austrian family, inbred over generations, to the point where they had, was it Charles the 4th? I don't know. I'll just look it up. Habsburg chin, where their chins were jutting out because of being so inbred. Habsburg um, chin. Oops, I spelled it. Here we go.
There
Look at
it
this.
is.
Here you go. Look at this. Look at this Habsburg chin. Oh, you guys can't even see it. I'll need to move this over, get rid of that, move this up here. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Look at that chin. What a lovely man. Look at that.
He looks superior to me.
So this is just a this is a Habsburg. You can see that their chins jutted out like crazy. That's actually not that bad of one.
Even the women
Yeah. Uh Habsburg chin. So pretty bad. So they had these horrible facial malformation. Or look at this one. Look at this one. This is a great one. Oh my goodness, look at that chin. Okay, so you get the idea. So anyway, he believes some crazy stuff. Not only are you saying people with deformities are inferior? No, Mayflower Kid, I am not. What do you mean? Okay. We're talking about incest, okay, about how he promoted incest, which can cause deformities. It can cause really big problems. It's not it's not the children's fault that they're born of incest, okay? Um, this is here we going on here. He all further went on because he was a monster. So not only did he promote incest, abortion, I mean eugenic abortion, polygamy, he also suggested that, the government should give free alcohol to the poor in the hopes that they would kill themselves off by excessive drinking. Um, he's like, "Hey, just give the poor as much alcohol as they want. Give it to them for free, and over time, the costs will be good because they'll all become drunks. Since they're racially inferior and they're all prone to alcoholism, we can give them alcohol until they drink themselves to death, and thus cleanse society of the working class." Okay. Lastly he concluded that the way to kind of enforce all this was through a was to have society ruled by a strict segregated elite racial caste. Okay, so you have the racial superiors ruling over everyone else. So these two guys, Gobenau, who was sort of the one who talked about Aryans. That's the word he used. Then you have Lapouge, who kind of added to that. And then we get to the real bad guy, the one that directly inspired Hitler, who was also massively influential. And this guy kind of borrowed from the other two. And this is a guy that please try to remember his name for any future Kahoo he may have, is Houston Stewart Chamberlain, who was British. These first two guys were French. This last guy was British. Okay. And he wrote a book called that I once again had read and was not happy with it. It's called The Foundations of the 19th Century, and he wrote it in 1899. And Chamberlain argued that he grouped all European peoples, um, not just Germans, but Celts, Slavs, Greeks, and Latins into the Aryan race. So he said all basically white people are Aryan, and that this race was derived from an ancient Proto-Indo-European culture. This is all myth and bullshit, guys. Okay. But he especially said that amongst these Aryans, Nordic peoples, this is called Nordicism, which are Germans and Scandinavians, are the best race amongst the Aryan peoples. So he put Germans like Nordic peoples, not a big fan of the Turks, Drusilla. Um, he put like Nordic peoples like Scandinavians and the Germans at the top of that hierarchy of the best races. But overall, he thought most white people were part of this Aryan race. He thought that the Aryans were the heirs of Greece and Rome. And he argued, weirdly enough, okay, that when the Germanic tribes destroyed the Roman Empire, okay, he said that Jews and other non-Europeans were dominating the Roman Empire when the Germans conquered it. That is just simply not true. It's complete bullshit. Thus, he said that the Germanic destruction of the Roman Empire actually saved European civilization from Semitic domination. So he's like, I'm glad that the Germanic tribes destroyed Rome because that prevented the complete destruction of European civilization, which makes zero sense because they also they destroyed Rome. Like the Germanic like so if that was the cradle of so-called European civilization, the Germanic tribes destroyed it. Anyway, regardless, really weird shit. Okay. But that also gave the idea that destruction can save European civilization, that you might have to do destruction to save everyone, in the minds of a lot of racists. Okay. Real life cat DJ, the Christianization of Rome, genuine question. Yeah. So real life cat DJ, viewed Christianity as Jewish. Okay. Don't ask why. By the way, he also though said, okay, guys, these people are completely irrational. He also said that Jesus was an Aryan and couldn't have possibly been Jewish, which, okay, whatever, but then went on to say that Christianity was hijacked by Jews. So, like, it doesn't really make sense, I gotta tell you. Regardless, he, by the way, what wasn't did not believe in evolution and thought that Darwin was a lunatic. So, to be clear, most of these guys are not real biologists or Darwinists. Yeah, guys, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. There's no real rationality here, okay? He also was massively anti feminist and he was always lamenting, and it was so guys, he's such a fucking snowflake. If you read his work, he's constantly complaining about women. Like he sounds like a what's the term? Incel. He sounds like from the manosphere. He said he would lament constantly, and he does randomly in his text, how modern women were not like the submissive women of ancient Rome. And he claimed that the submissive women of ancient Rome were the most happy because they obeyed the wills of their husbands. Uh, what? No, they weren't. First, yeah. And by the way, my dad is right. That is a complete misunderstanding of gender relations. Complete misunderstanding of gender relations in ancient Rome. Women were they were an oppressed group, but they had a degree of independence that was actually reduced later, okay? Anyway, so and plus, anyway, like the point is that complete nonsense, but he all like guys, if you ever don't read his stuff, it really is painful to read and really disturbing. But he's just like randomly will be like, "Oh, and women, they're also God, they just won't submit to their husbands anymore." And it's like, calm the fuck down. What the hell's wrong with you? Anyway, he also, Aryans, he thought that this is really gross. I hate like, okay. He said that Aryans and Aryans alone are the only people in the entire world capable of creating beautiful art and thinking great thoughts. Which makes me sad. I don't know how to frame that. The dehumanization you okay? Did you hit your head?
No,
Yeah.
I'm fine.
The dehumanization that implies is really gross, okay? Um, so he ended up equating, He ended up equating he said that the main struggle globally was that the Aryan virtues that are assigned to Aryans find their opposite in the Jews, okay? So Aryans have the best morality traits and things like that, but the Jews are the opposite and they're the worst race. And they're the weakest race. And so the only way that they can survive is by manipulating and undermining of the other the Aryans, okay? And he kind of called it this, he kind of related it like this. He said the world is Aryan versus Jew, morality versus chaos, idealism versus materialism, Thomas More versus Karl Marx. So interestingly, he thought that the epitome of Judaism was Marxism and materialism and being and caring about and worrying about the material reality of the world. And that the superior mindset is idealism, which is what we've talked about before, the idea that emotion and aesthetics and thoughts matter more than material reality. He thought that was superior, and that Marxism, materialism, things like that were degenerate and the opposite of the superior racial traits. Okay. Yeah, Le Quabois. So do we see how there's that idealist strand and romanticist strand there that we've talked about before? And once again, equating Marxism and the liberation of the working class with degeneracy. Hmm. Okay. By the way, on a side note here, so this is one of Hitler's favorite writers. He actually ended up joining the Nazi Party, moving to Germany and settling down there because he loved the Nazis so much. And Hitler, Goebbels, and Goering would visit him and talk with him and have tea with him and shit. And he went on to, when he first published this work, it was very popular in the UK in Britain. As a matter of fact, the 1911 translation received positive reviews from most of the British press. Why do you think that was at the time? Why do we think that was at the time? What might that have reinforced in the mind of Brits, of a lot of Brits, especially owning noble Brits and things like that, and the wealthy Brits and things like that? What was Britain doing globally at the time? Anyone know? Come on, you know it. I'll just tell you, the British Empire. It was the British Empire, okay? No one's responding. So,
Colonialism.
right. The British Empire. Okay? So it kind of reinforced it reinforced the this British Empire, the racial, it kind of said, well, look, hey, it's good. It is good that we are colonizing everywhere because we are the superior Aryan race, and clearly we're actually protecting European civilization. So a lot of times this was used to reinforce that, okay? It also, by the way, had quite the hearing in America too. Admittedly, this his ideology specifically wasn't as popular in America, uh, but there were other ones that were just like this that were popular in America, okay? That doesn't mean that America was better, it wasn't. They just had different racist theorists that they took more of an interest to, okay? All right. So, Sir Bart, you're gonna see something, Sir Bart, okay? Yeah, there was some influence on Zionism, okay? And I wanted to read to you this, a quote from, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, um, about this guy, okay? I mean, about what he said. This is what he said. Certain anthropologists would dare teach us that all races are equally gifted. We point to history and answer that is a lie. The races of mankind are markedly different in the nature and also the extent of their gifts. And the Germanic races belong to the most highly gifted group, the group usually termed Aryan. Physically and mentally, the Aryans are preeminent among all peoples. For that reason, they are by right the lords of the world. Do we not see the homos? Now, this this is gross. They often he actually created racial species names for other races. So, like, it wasn't just Homo sapien. He created a completely other species name for Middle Eastern people that he called Homo Syriacus. There was Homo Africanus. There was Homo um, I can't remember the one they used for Chinese people, but he literally said these were different species. Okay. So physically and mentally, the Aryans are preeminent among all peoples. For that reason, they are by right the lords of the world. Do we not see the Homo Syriacus develop just as well and as happily in the position of slave as in master? Do the Chinese not show us another example of the same nature? So he's literally saying, don't you see that Middle Eastern people love to be slaves? So do the Chinese. They love having authority above them. He also said the same thing about Africans. He said the same thing. He said that this is their natural position. They love this. They can't possibly be the masters. We must be the masters. All right. For anyone who knows about the history of British colonialism in India, these ideas were pretty common there. The idea that the British Empire were sort of destined to dominate the Indians, the people of India, and things like that, that they were naturally subservient and they needed help being lifted up. Okay. I will say these guys, though, were a bit more extreme than that. They said that there was no point in trying to lift anyone up, which was a bad idea anyway, by the way, because that's racist, because that they were naturally this way. Regardless, um, Gwen, no, different people, completely different person, Gwen. This is a different Chamberlain completely. All right. All right. So, bruh moment. So what about all of those white slaves taken by the Berbers? Were they in their rightful place then? Genuinely does not make any sense. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Weirdly enough, bruh moment, I can't believe I remember this, but George of Vacher de la Puge actually thought the Berbers were Aryans too, which was interesting. He was the only one amongst these guys. It's for some reason, because it's made up, folks, he thought that the Berbers were basically Aryans also. They were the only non-European peoples that he thought were Aryans. But anyway, so yeah, which was kind of a weird exception to this rule. Okay, so these guys and their ideas spread to Germany. No, J-Mac, I'm not gonna jog right now when I'm talking about this, but thank you, okay. So, these ideas spread to, Germany and kinda mixed with German notions of their own national myths and language and mythology, and kinda gave birth to this Völkisch nationalism, and Volk in German does not mean folk. It has a racial, cultural component to it that is not the same as the English word folk. It just does. Okay. There's no translation. There's no good translation into English there's no good English word that translates fully folk. So folkish nationalism was based off the idea that the German nation should be based on a certain race. Okay. The German race, culture, bloodline. And these guys, yeah, yes, a racial community, but even that doesn't capture sort of the cultural component and things like that. So, um, all these ideas mixed with that to create this pretty ultra nationalist, Aryan supremacist. Hello, Winterlinde, how are you doing? Ideology that took root in Germany, and it was still a minority opinion. It was still sort of on the fringes, the idea that the German nation is actually a race, and that the nation should be based around the Volk, okay? Uh, and searched it and said this guy and prime minister were first cousins. Yes, they were. Gwen was asking if that was Chamber, unless I misread it. I'm trying to present here, so I may have misread it. But that yes, they were related. The Chamberlain they were related, but this guy wasn't Chamberlain, the prime minister. Anyway, okay, so we get that. So does folk mean just like Germanic or Germanic s people? Yes, but it captures like the community, the culture, the language. It kind of has like an all-encompassing thing there, okay? All right. Um so that idea was seeping into Germany, and this was happening during German unification. So not only do we now have Bismarck, the country's being united, militarism is kind of being put on a pedestal because it was through militarism that the country united. So we have, and there by practically a single authoritarian leader, basically. You also have this mix of folkish nationalism with social Darwinism coming into Germany. Do we see how this is kind of a toxic brew, right? Okay. That brings us to this next part, and Dad, we're almost to your part, almost. We're almost there. We just got to quickly finish this last part. So now that I've told you about folkish nationalism, we're gonna go. I'm gonna tell you briefly about the German Empire. So we talked about how in 1871 Germany finally united together into a single empire. Okay, the German Empire, which was the First Reich. Okay, the First Empire. I'm sorry, the Second Empire. This is the Second Empire. Okay, all right. And that was partially because of Bismarck. And they formed what he formed. This is what it ended up looking like. Okay. Prussia dominated, absolutely dominated this new empire. It was the largest state, the most powerful state. And there were still a bunch of other states within the German Empire. You can see them here: Bavaria, Württemberg, Baden, Alsace and Lorraine, Saxony, all these little things. And they were kind of like separate states, but they were kind of like American states, kind of. Okay. They were still part of the German country, they were still part of Germany, but they were kind of a federation. So they had some independent rights, but Prussia dominated this new arrangement. Um, and Bismarck set it up in such a way so that Prussia would basically have nearly dictatorial control over all the German peoples. Okay. Um, at this point, no, bruh moment, it is not a confederacy. At this point, it is an empire that's more like a federation. Okay. Uh, so So he set it up where the German emperor, so the emperor over all these German states, would always be whoever the king of Prussia was. Now, this is how this government worked, okay? And this was sort of Bismarck's creation, okay? He the excuse me, the emperor in theory was supposed to be more of a figurehead, or like kind of acted like a figurehead, but had a lot more power than a figurehead. Okay. So the emperor would appoint the chancellor, who kind of was the one who had most of the power in almost every decision. So Bismarck was the chancellor for most of the early German Empire. And then beneath whenever the chancellor through the emperor would like propose legislation, they would send it down to this body called the Reichstag, which was and this was actually pretty progressive, even though it had very little power. The Reichstag was like Congress or Parliament, and the members of the Reichstag were voted in by universal manhood suffrage. Anyone 25 years old or older would vote, which was kind of unique for the time. And they would vote in representatives to the Reichstag as like a lower house. Okay, so that was like the lower house, and then the king, the emperor, and the chancellor would send legislation to this house, and then they could okay it or say no to it. But Bismarck wasn't stupid, and he made sure to set it up so that the Prussian representatives were always in the majority. So made it really hard. If Prussia wanted something, it basically was going to get it every single time. Furthermore, there was another upper house called the Bundesrat, which were basically kind of like the American Senate, where the different governments within Germany would send unelected people there to kind of to also okay things. So both of these houses would have to okay something for it to be passed. And the Bundesrat was also dominated by Prussia. In effect, this meant that Prussia, the king of Prussia, the emperor, and Bismarck had basically complete control over everything, but gave the illusion of being very democratic. because you could vote, but it didn't really matter in the end. Okay, to some extent, kind of gray, kind of. Um, and as a reminder, guys, Prussia was massively militaristic. So this culture of extreme militarism became a started to be enforced practically everywhere, top down from Bismarck and the king down on everyone. Okay, now, yes, Dad.
If I may, excuse me, if I may add in, um, give you an idea how this whole Prussian culture seeped into this, is that a part of the issue here were, I'm going to put it very simply, were uniforms.
Hmm.
To reflect what the military did uniform wise, different jobs in Germany
Yeah.
had different uniforms. So you could see, oh, that person's walking down the street to his job. I can tell by what he's wearing. He's a butcher. Um, and that type of stuff. So they were very much into that. They also were very much into parades, military parades, in which people marched in lockstep. I mean, that whole goose step that the Nazis did was nothing new. The Prussians did that also.
Hmm.
And so they had these parades that really hyped up. Now, I know other countries did too, but the Germans, just all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a band could come marching through with some military or some workers and be playing. And everybody would on the street would come around and cheer them as they went by. It was unique. Like I said, other countries had something similar, but it wasn't quite like Germany. It was everything seemed to focus on the whole military aspect.
Yes.
Now, Southern Germany wasn't
Yes, they resisted
as into
this.
it, but they did pick up some of it.
So I wanted to show you guys here uniforms, German Empire, occupations. I want to see if you can find because even civilians, folks, would dress in uniforms. So like if you were a I can't find any good pics here. Like literally, if you were a baker, you might have a certain uniform. Okay, I'm exaggerating. I'm trying to think of an exact example here, but different professions wore certain uniforms. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I can give you an example. And now this is very traditional even before this time, but this did become their uniform at this time. It were people that worked in the logging industry in southern Germany.
Hmm.
The whole Lederhosen thing. Um, they wore that because it was leather, working with saws and out there in the wilderness, cutting down trees or building things out of wood could create quite a bit of abrasions on you. So they would wear this, and it was their symbol of, if you walk down streak, the street, the Strasse, you would go, oh, there goes a lumberjack or whatever they called them back then.
Hmm.
And that's where part of that whole Lederhosen thing comes from. That's a part of that story.
Right. So, very militarized society, the illusion of democracy, but no democracy. And as we talked about before, guys, Bismarck crushed the socialists because socialism was super popular, but he crushed any official socialist party, and it didn't work too well because then they would just run independently. He also cracked down on Catholics, okay, and what he called the Kulturkampf, okay, so he started. All right, so yeah, weird amorphous blob. So that is the state of Germany right before World War One and during World War One, and then I'm going to explain what this ends up changing. But notice this is not really democratic, obviously. Okay, this is not a real democracy. This is sort of the illusion of democracy with an imperial. It's kind of like America. It's a different than America. It's a different structure, but it's not. America is more democratic than this, but it's still like not fully a democracy. You see what I mean? So, okay. And then if we go, so what ends up happening? Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry to do this to you. I do want to throw this in with Bismarck, the Bismarckian diplomacy and all that stuff. He said it was important to maintain power, but there are times you got to give the illusion of supporting the people to maintain that power. And yes, he hated socialism, but he's responsible.
I told him about
Oh,
that.
you told him
Yeah.
about that? Yeah, and even the United States
Healthcare.
based healthcare and Social Security
Yeah.
he created on Bismarck's model. He hated it, and
Well,
he's
we didn't base our healthcare off of it, but we based our social security off of it.
yeah,
Yeah.
he hated socialism. So if somebody today, he's called the father of social programs.
Mm.
That's one of the things he has because of that. And I always used to tell my kids, I says, "Can you imagine if Bismarck was around today?" And somebody would go, "Oh, you're the father of social
Yeah, it'd be
programs."
crazy.
He would probably shoot the person,
Yes, because he was a monster.
and it was just to maintain.
Yeah, the illusion.
Yeah.
Okay. So Bismarck, while he's in office, guys, the Kaiser he is serving is a guy named Wilhelm the First. Well, you might need I might want you to talk about this if you want. You can come back up if you want to. I believe it was what 1888. I think it was in 1888. Yeah, 1888. The Kaiser died, and the heir to the
Mr. Lieben. Ah.
God. Okay. In 1888, he died, and a new Kaiser came to office. All right, and that Kaiser was Wilhelm II. And if there, it is this guy was weird. Okay, was a weirdo and a lunatic, and very self-obsessed. Just to show you how arrogant he was. Okay, and I'm gonna I'll let my dad tell you more about him, but I wanted to show you two images of him that make me laugh. He was much different than Wilhelm I. Wilhelm I was more measured, less inclined to emotion, I get well, maybe not less inclined to emotion, but was, would just listen to Bismarck and kind of be the symbolic head he wanted him to be. This guy said, "No, I have the divine right to rule. I should be the one that makes the decisions," and he dismissed Bismarck, which was a stupid idea. And just to show you how arrogant he was, look at this fucking hat and shit he wore. This is the 20th century, or at least right before the 20th century. Okay. Look at this. What does this scream to you? It screamed like,
Bird brain.
yeah, look at that. Isn't that crazy and funny? Okay. And then look at this image of him. The painting. Oh, I'm so grand and amazing. He was very self obsessed. He also had a bit of an inferiority complex. And I'll let my dad explain why. Partially because of a physical disability he had. So go ahead, Dad. Explain Wilhelm II and his personality, etc.
Okay. And this is no fault of his own. I will say this,
Mhm.
but when he was born, it was a difficult birth for his mother. So much so they were afraid they were going to lose both the mother and the child. So the doctor took a pair of forceps,
Yes, sir, Bart.
went in and just basically grabbed the child to pull him out of the womb because if he didn't, they both could die because it seems like Prince Wilhelm, he would be at this time, just I don't know how to say this, just didn't want to come out. So he twisted and pulled, and he was as he was being born, they realized that the doctor had actually grabbed his left arm, I believe it is.
I can't remember which arm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think it's the left one because I'm looking here at this one picture of him standing there grandly, and that resulted in his left arm being useless. The muscle and the muscle attachments are all messed up, and he never got any use out of it. And that bothered him, which is understandable as he got older.
There were masculine, like the masculine norms at the time were pretty harsh, especially on a king. You're expected to be a warrior and like be proud and stuff. So this disability limited his ability to express his masculinity and like warriorship and things like that.
Right.
Okay.
And so going being on the road to being the next Kaiser of Germany, he had to go to schools where nobility and the highest of the high and authority always would go. And when he was there, he had to learn how to ride a horse, how to ride a horse into combat, which means holding a weapon like a sword, and the horse jumping over obstacles, and he's not holding on with his hands. He's just isn't, or at least with one hand. And but he couldn't do that stuff well because one arm was useless. And so when they would do this horse stuff, he and the other students, early on, he frequently fell off the horse as it jumped or he tried to do this. And the kids, it didn't matter that he was going to be the next Kaiser of Germany, laughed at him. They thought that was hilarious. And it bothered him a lot. We know this from some of his writings. He really hated it, which I'll be honest, you probably can understand that. And that limited his ability, and people viewed him as being weak as a result. This guy's weak. He's going to be the emperor of Germany eventually. And so what he did is that when he did become, especially when he became the new Kaiser, he made sure all of the pictures did not show his disability. And he would dress like you see in the picture here, both of those, so that he looked like there was no stopping him. He was the most powerful man on earth. And he would position that useless arm, let's say on the hilt of a sword, because he could just put it there and they would have little buttons to button it against him so it wouldn't do anything. Um, and so that's
Yeah.
what they showed him. And they
Yep.
really played it up to cover up that. And that was basically his choice as an adult. And it is said by experts and even some people back then that he projected that image and his feelings onto the kingdom of Germany, the empire of Germany. In other words, you better not make fun of me. And because I'm the Kaiser of Germany, you make fun of me, you're making fun of Germany, and nobody does that. So he had a chip on his shoulder too when it
Yes.
comes to the rest of the world. It's, in one hand, you feel sorry for the guy. On the other hand, it's
I
like,
don't.
come on,
Yeah.
Jesus, it wasn't your fault. And so a lot of people think that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
He's kind of like a Trumpian type figure, if anyone knows,
Yes.
like very boastful all the time, always doing this hyper masculine displays. He famously, when involved in something called the Boxer Rebellion in China, he famously called upon the German troops that were sent to help suppress the Boxer Rebellion. He said, you should be like the Huns and just kill and destroy everything," which is where the term calling Germans Huns comes from. He was very boastful and arrogant and German supremacist and easily offended. Okay. By the way, he was related to Queen Victoria of England, and Tsar Nicholas II.
Inbreeding.
Yeah, yeah. And they all knew each other. Okay. So, yeah. Uh, so anyway, so he comes to power and he immediately go ahead.
I'm sorry.
We have to, yeah.
Since Sam brought that up, yeah, his grandmother was the was Victoria,
Yeah.
and sometimes in the summer, his parents, uh, basically the first and his wife, would send him to England to be with grandma.
Mhm.
And she just doted over him, thought he was pretty cool, and one of the things to distract him while he was there, and she was very, I mean, she never mentioned the arm, but she was kind of compensating for it. They would take him down, she'd have some military men, some, naval officers take him down to, some nearby naval yard to watch Britain's, world-class, largest navy in the world type ships coming and going. Their whole empire is based on the power of that navy, and he loved every minute of it. And he loved the whole military stuff, and she would always go, "Yeah, go watch this, go watch that, military-wise." And so that also reinforced him. Britain is the number 1 power in the world by far. I want that.
Yeah. Okay. So he comes to power and he is not a fan of Otto von Bismarck. Otto von Bismarck is too measured. And Otto von Bismarck, as we talked about before, guys, had a worldview that was called real, kind of viewed as realpolitik. The idea that you should be realistic about how you act internationally. You should try to maintain stability. Don't like only try to focus on Germany locally. Otto von Bismarck was not that into colonization. He thought that it would be expensive and sort of a waste of time, and we don't want to cause conflict with others. You have to be realistic. You have to, as we saw before, guys, when we talked about Bismarck, you have to be calculated. You only act when it's just a perfect situation for you. Yes.
I was just going to say too, one of the reasons why Bismarck became that way was because he saw his work and what he did to unite all the German states. And, he was willing to go to war then to accomplish that goal.
Yeah.
Once that goal was accomplished, he actually backed off and says, now let's not endanger ourselves by trying to pick fights with other
Yes.
people.
Yes.
And colonies will do that.
Yes. So, uh, Wilhelm II comes to power, doesn't like Bismarck, doesn't like how Bismarck tells him what to do. Because, Wilhelm II is arrogant and thinks that he has the divine right to rule. So he doesn't like that. And he also uh, believed that Germany should flex its muscles and start to compete with other powers to become a global power. Yeah, and remember how I told you guys Bismarck would often threaten to resign and like start crying or threaten to jump out a window during a cabinet meeting in order to convince the Kaiser to do what he wanted. So at this point, Bismarck tried this again with Wilhelm II, and Wilhelm II said, "Okay, bye." So Bismarck said, "I'm going to resign unless you do what I say," and the Kaiser said, "Okay, I'll take your resignation in the morning." Bismarck was gone. And that is when Bismarck said, I can guarantee you we'll have a war in 20 years. And the focus of German policy changed to this growing a global empire. I want to show you part of the reason why he was thinking this way is if you look at this map, Germany had been rapidly industrializing. Okay. So if we look at from 1750 up until 1900, the United Kingdom was by far the most industrialized. And around 1900, Germany was catching up to the United Kingdom in terms of industrialization. Okay. So they were becoming a highly industrialized country more than most of their neighbors. Um, they were catching up to Britain in terms of manufacturing power. But they did not have the colonies Britain had, they did not have the navy Britain had, they did not have the trade relationships, and according to Wilhelm, he thought that they didn't have the respect that Germany deserved as this new industrial power. Um, so now we're gonna talk about how this is largely nonsense, but that was the perception, okay? Alright, that brings us to World War One. Okay. So I know I am doing a lot of like great man politics and like political history. I'm going to do other stuff that isn't that later, but I'm just giving you the general outlines of the politics at the time to make this make more sense. So that brings us to World War One, right? Because Wilhelm II was the head of Germany, was the king of Germany when in 1914. All right. So, Dad, would you like to present on why World War One happened? So I know a lot of you already know about why World War One happened, but just as a review, my dad's going to briefly kind of give you a general overview. World War One was one of the deadliest conflicts in human history. It's arguably one of the most important conflicts in human history. So he's going to generally tell you why this happened, and the four main reasons, and then the event that led up to it. Okay. So in 1914, World War One broke out, and Germany featured prominently in this. All right. Um, okay. So go ahead, Dad. You can talk about World War One. I'm gonna just let my dad
How it
go.
started, right?
Yes, how it started.
Hello, guys. I'll try to give you the shorter version, but one that'll contain the important points. And one of the things I want to point out is a lot of the stuff that
Just to
might.
show you, Dad, I have
Okay,
right here, I have the militarism, alliances, imperialism,
okay,
nationalism.
then I'll just
I
kind
have
of.
this stuff over here. And then I'm gonna back up just so you can see all of it so you know where to go.
Okay,
I also have this image if you want to use it to kind of show
okay,
the tensions and stuff.
right.
Okay, so go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, a lot of the stuff that my son was saying before helped feed into this. It's not a clear cut, this happened, thus the war. It was years of what was going on in Europe that was expanding and expanding. And I'm going to start with militarism. It was believed because now you're at the kind of that the pinnacle back then anyway of the industrial revolution. It is just mass producing things and advancing in technology, and it was being applied to the military. And it was believed that whoever has the biggest military and the most advanced military is the superior country. And at this point in history, it was the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom loved, or Great Britain loved to show that. Matter of fact, when you talk about the United States, they were starting to put a lot of money into building a strong navy during this time period. And so a lot of attention went into the Industrial Revolution to produce bigger, better weapons. Look at me, hurrah, type of a thing. And became one of those things, you mess with me, you'll regret it. And so that whole military attitude, military solves everything, is was very prevalent. As a matter of fact, there's a phrase that says might makes right. If you have the strongest military and you know how to use it and you go to war and you win, it was meant to be. Germany wanted to catch up with that. Germany sits in the middle of, you might say, Europe, Western and Eastern Europe. And Germany, before it was Germany, um, when it was Prussia and a bunch of other states, that became the uh, the place that empires to the east, and empires to the west would cross through northern Germany, Belgium, and northern Germany because it was kind of flat land. It's easier for your armies to march through to go from one side to the other. I mean, Napoleon went through northern Germany to try to get to Russia. Russia, a couple times, tried to take on Prussia and also eventually try to get land from Germany by attacking the northern part. And so it was stepped on a lot. And during the 30 Years' War,
Oh,
uh,
I already told them about Germany being constantly invaded at the end of
yes.
the war. Yeah.
And so there's this attitude of Germany is always being picked on. We're never going to let that happen again. You pick on us, we're going to destroy you. That became a prevailing attitude, which is one of the reasons why Bismarck, after he united them, says, let's not irritate anybody. Let's now live focusing on the German Empire. And Wilhelm II basically said, no, I want to be like everybody else. Uh, you know, throw my weight around. And so that was one of the issues. And not to mention, Prussia tended to be militaristic, and that kind of filtered out into this new Germany. Uh, the next item, and by the way, that includes. Um, I need help.
What do you need?
Go back to that other, where it gives everything.
Yep. What do you
Also,
need?
too, why don't you go that? Okay. Also, too, you got to understand also that
So you
when
mentioned
when
militarism.
Germany
Yeah.
was going to do that, was in the process of doing that, it made all the other countries worried, especially Britain,
Wait, when they were in the doing what?
building up their
Oh,
military,
okay, the
the
militarism.
German
Okay.
military.
Yeah.
It really bothered Britain because they saw it as a very direct challenge to their authority, and they thought they were superior. So they were a little antsy about that. France was antsy about it too, because during the Franco Prussian War, Prussia won big time and took Alsace and Lorraine from France. Now, that's a long story. I'm not going to get
I
into
already
that one
told them about it.
about going back and forth. Okay. Matter of fact, years ago when we went to France, uh, we drove through. Alsace and Lorraine, and it's funny, you go into there and it's French. You see the French flags flying, and yet the houses look like German half-timbered houses. Place that we stayed, the man who owned it was French, had a French flag flying from his inn, and his name was um, Schmidt. And the beverage there of choice was beer, not wine. So it's interesting. It has a it's a weird place. But anyway, they took it back, or they took it from France, and that created hostility with France. And Germany did not like France because of Napoleon. We all know that one. In the meantime, the Russians did not trust Germany. They were getting too powerful too quick, and Russia viewed themselves as the saviors of the Slavic people, which brings us to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Uh, Even though Germany, Prussia, and Austria went to war with each other over unification, Austria is now considered a crumbling empire. And so it looked to Germany for help. And in the meantime, Russia was going into the Eastern Europe, especially the Balkans area, and helping fuel revolutions down there that were against the Austro Hungarian rule. There's even a little country down there. It was called Serbia, very small. They hated the Austro Hungarian Empire because there's a part of Austria down in that area that is full of Serbs, more Serbs than there were Austrians or Hungarians. And Serbia wanted to liberate that and join it to them. And Russia backed Serbia. They saw themselves as the savior of the people. And they even let people know, you mess with Serbia and those other people down there, we'll come and protect them. And so that was on edge. It's a warning shot across the bow for Austro Hungarian Empire. Um, and so then I'm not even going to talk about Italy. They're kind of odd. Uh, they joined up on the German side, but then before before the war even got that hot, they suddenly jumped ship and went with the other side. But so what we have here, oh, the Ottoman Empire. They were called the old man of Europe.
Yeah, I wouldn't even don't even talk about the audience. It'll just confuse people.
Okay.
Yeah, really, don't worry.
Then no, don't forget. Then forget about this. The
Yeah.
point I'm making, militarism wise, is it's on edge. Everybody's got their own interests. France wanted Alsace and Lorraine back. Britain didn't trust this new Germany building up their industrial revolution and their militarism and their militaries. Russia wanted to crush anybody that got in the way uh, of the Slavs, which would be some of would be Serbians in this case, and a lot of that was aimed at Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and so you have that going on. So how do I go?
I got it. I got it.
Okay,
So you mean
go back to
okay, so we talked about so guys, as my dad was saying, all these countries were building up their militaries, and if your neighbor is building up their military, what are you going to do? You're going to build up your military, right? So it was this positive feedback cycle of like one nation building up their military, then the neighboring nations being like, they're a threat. We need to build up our military. And it was this horrible positive feedback cycle. Germany under Wilhelm started building up the German Navy to try and start challenging the English Navy, which made England really nervous. Then there was the issue with alliances and concern about a war breaking out. If you want to talk about this, Dad,
yeah.
all these countries started allying with each other, sometimes secretly.
And what came with the alliances was that everybody was suspicious of everybody, and it seemed like everybody was suspicious of Germany because they're the new kid on the block. And so they start making alliances as the militaries were built up. This distrust spread as each country is, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best type of a thing. And so as was said, so these alliances started being formed. And what it came down to was this. I'm not going to go through because they're what ended up being the final alliances uh, as the war broke out wasn't always those alliances as you got to it. Um, but what had happened is that it was decided that France, being really hated Germany, and they wanted Alsace and Lorraine back, and they wanted to uh, a teach Germany a lesson. Decided to try to get an alliance with Russia, because who's going to win a war fighting it on two fronts? And eventually, and it wasn't always this way, like I said, we're now up to the point towards just before the war broke out. Russia signs up an alliance with France. And then Germany gets into an alliance with the Austro-Hungarian Empire because the Kaiser said, "We'll protect you from Russia, who is threatening you, Austro-Hungarian Empire, by way of Serbia." Uh, and so what happened then? Italy also jumped in on the Austro-Hungarian and German side. The only thing I'm going to say about Italy is that they thought that that was the powerful side, and that's who they went with. But then you have the United Kingdom who steps in, and they decide, we're the guys that keep the balance of power in Europe. Any war that ever occurs in Europe eventually affects us on the islands, United Kingdom. So it looks like it's becoming heavy handed on the German side. We don't like them anyway. And so let's jump in and join France. And France was just hoping for this. So the United Kingdom signed uh, a, a treaty with France, a defensive treaty with France and Russia. And when I say defensive, basically, it meant that, hey, France, if you're attacked, we will come to your aid. Simple as that. If you're attacked, okay? And so the big powers are now aligned in a way that it's
Dangerous.
dangerous, very dangerous. You know, Austro-Hungarian Empire is losing some of its power. It has the largest army, standing army in Europe, but it's losing some of its punch, you might say. Russia, they can have the largest military in Europe, but they get all able-bodied men together, but their army was poorly equipped.
If you look at this map, guys, you can kind of see how this artist betrays all these tensions. So you have everyone's afraid of the steamroller of Russia. There is the Austro-Hungarians who are trying to hold on to Serbia down here and are kind of worried about there. There's the French who went back Alsace and Lorraine. All right. And then there's Britain who's trying to maintain control of the ocean. So all these little characters kind of show you what folks were thinking about at the time. Um,
Yeah, and if you look at it, look where Germany is. Everybody around them appears to be focused on Germany.
okay, so then we can go down to this imperialism and colonialism.
Yes. There was always a lot of tension amongst the colonial powers in Europe, and it I could we could go throughout the whole colonial period and talk about the different wars that happened, but we're not. So, but what had happened now with this industrialization and these new ships and all of that, you can really control a huge chunk of the world and get the resources that you wanted to take them there. I mean, to fuel your industrial revolution. I mean, Britain is a good example of that one. But that causes competition. And with Germany being the new kid on the block, there isn't much left out there to seize. And Germany does create some friction by showing we're willing to go out there and take some land ourselves. They took some land out in the Pacific. They took some land in Africa. And there were issues along that line. And once again, the powers, especially Britain, felt very nervous about that, felt very nervous about it, and didn't trust them. Russia was an imperialistic power. Just look at their empire. Okay. Ethnic Russians didn't live all over the place up there where you see it in black. But so they became very nervous of Russia, Germany's intentions on the world scene, which Germany wanted to be a player of.
You can see like there's so all this tension all over the planet in competition to just kill other people and take their land. So like all these Europeans are like, we want to kill more people and take more land. Wait, you're kill that that's we want to do that. Why are you killing those people? We want to kill those people. It was that sort of deal. Okay.
Right.
Uh, and so they were competing over territory. Lastly, here was nationalism.
Ah. Okay, nationalism. When you got a big military with all these modern weapons, it's like, look at that. I'm proud. Really proud to be a German. Really proud to be a Frenchman, an Englishman. Nobody can stop us. We are the greatest nation on the earth, and we will back it up with our military, which is also militarism. Um, and so this sense of pride was just totally off rails here. You even look at me strangely, I'll smack you so bad because you don't look at us that way. I mean, it really was that touchy. And so this whole idea of nationalism, don't treat me like you know, your fifth cousin 50 times removed. I am the patriarch of the nations in Europe. And it was ridiculous. And God was on our side,
On everyone's side.
everyone's side. As a matter of fact, when the Germans went into combat in World War One, on their belt buckles, they actually had on the belt buckle "Gott mit uns," which means God is with us. And of course, and to put this in perspective, as the French armies went marching off, the priests were out there blessing it with holy water and it says God's with you and everything else. But it's
So yeah, all these nations, guys, were hyper obsessed with themselves and thought they were superior, and a lot of them wanted to get other speakers of their nation's languages into their empires. Okay. So like there was also a lot of national pride and prior offense. And we talked in Germany, guys, about how there was extreme nationalism. Um, okay, so all four of these things. So I just want to summarize what my dad said very briefly. Everyone has guns pointed at each other, a lot of guns. They've formed these massive alliances where if any one country attacks another one, it's going to set off a domino effect. They're competing globally to conquer, kill, and enslave other people. And that often is causing tensions. And every country thinks they're the best and they think that they deserve to control everything. Okay. Not a great recipe. And that brings us to the spark that ends up igniting this. Okay. Go ahead, Dan.
now there are other things that came up off and on that created more and more tensions. Um, and without going into all those little things, but they seem like little things, which is probably why you don't learn them in school. But little things can add up. And finally, it grows so big, the tensions. What happens next is this: um, the emperor of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was none other than Archduke, or the I shouldn't say the emperor. He was named the next in line as the Archduke Francis Ferdinand, and then his wife Sophia. Everybody called her Sophie. Um, was his wife, and the actual emperor of the empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was oh shoot, Sam
Was it Joseph? I can't remember his name.
Franz Joseph,
Franz Joseph. Yeah.
Franz Joseph, and he was getting old. And he was wanting to step down. He had a retreat in the mountains. His little hunting lodge, they called it, was not little. It was like a palace. And he just wanted to sit there, hunt, sit in front of his fireplace, pet his dogs, and do that stuff. So he already kind of let some people knew that, you know, I'm stepping down, and this will be the person who will take over. Okay, Franz Ferdinand. Um, in the meantime, there is some friction between uh, Austria-Hungary and Serbia. As a matter of fact, Austria-Hungary took a chunk of land next to Serbia that Serbia won it. And Serbia wasn't allowed to have it because Austria-Hungary took it. So Serbia became, and they had a king called King Peter. They became really angry and kept looking to the Soviet Union. I'm sorry, Russia, not Soviet Union yet. And the czar there was going, yeah, well, we'll protect you. Don't worry, we'll protect you. And so it is, tensions grew even more. Well, Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie decide to take a trip in the empire, especially down in the southeastern part, southeastern part, where there were a heck of a lot of different nationalities down there, different cultures. It wasn't just Austrian and Hungarian; it was a lot of ones down there, and that's where a lot of the unrest was coming from. And they wanted to show the people down there that that when we become the rulers of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, we are going to be rulers for everyone. We will not necessarily, we won't treat you like you have been treated, Southern Austro-Hungarian Empire. Uh, we are going to be the friendly ones, so to speak. And they had gone a couple places already and done this. And they usually took an open car, which you'll see there in that picture, uh, and they would drive through the streets of the local capital, wave and say hi, and then talk to the local parliament. That was kind of like be a state government. And so it is on the date that was up here, Franz Ferdinand and Sophie decided that that's the date they were going to
Okay.
visit Sarajevo, which would be the capital of that region of Austria-Hungary, and talk to the local government there. And so it is, Sophie. I'm going to point out who's who. If you look in the very back of the car, the man sitting
Can you
close to
guys
us,
see my cursor? Can you see the arrow? So that's Sophie right there.
yeah,
And
and
then this is Franz Ferdinand.
Franz Ferdinand. And so they were going to do this thing, and there were other cars there that had security following them and stuff, and off they set. Um, and what happened is that um, they drove. You see the dark route here, the black, more solid black line. That's where they drove uh, to get to the town hall for the government, and crowds had turned out waving little Austro-Hungarian flag. Yay, yay! Anybody protesting, there were police all over the place. We're cracking down on that. But yay! Well, at one point, uh, they somebody in the crowd stepped out. I think that's where number 6 is. Stepped out and threw a bomb at their car. And he was a member of what's called the Black Hands, which was a Serbian revolutionary group trying to, free all the land that the Serbs lived in to be a part of Serbia. They missed their car and it went underneath the car behind them, which had security personnel. And boom! Well, their car took off faster and some of the security went with them. The other security cars, which weren't hit by the bomb, stopped and they saw this man run out of the crowd and down to the river chasing the man, and they caught him. His name is Princip, and he put
Wait,
him.
no, that wasn't the guy
Oh
that
no, no, no! I'm
yeah.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, but they caught him, and so they actually suggested that maybe the security is, they shouldn't be going to this town hall, but he wanted to go anyway. So, meaning Franz Ferdinand. So they went to the town hall, and if you look here, at the top, the key, it says route actually taken by Franz Ferdinand, um, and route planned before bomb attack, route planned after the bomb attack, okay? The point I'm making is there are some last minute changes, and some of that had to do with Franz Ferdinand suggesting it. So they get to the town hall, and there's actually film footage of he and his wife getting out and going in. And in the meantime, security is all over the place, getting ready to sweep the areas where, uh, you know, his planned route was to get out of there and all of that, and to make sure it was going to be safe. He gets finished giving his speech. They leave, get in the car. And as they leave to get into the car, what had happened was that the driver was called by the security and says, "This is the route you need to take. Don't take the one that you were taking. This one's going to be safer." So the driver, and I'm shortening this some. So the driver of the car said, "Okay."
Well, wasn't it Franz Ferdinand wanted to go visit the
Well,
injured
that's what I was
security
going to do.
guard?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so what had happened is that Franz Ferdinand, when he overheard this, said, "I want to go visit the security guards that were wounded and go back to the hospital." And so it is, off they went, and the driver was like, "I'm really not too sure where I'm going, but I'll try to get there." Well, he turned down a street that had a dead end, or it was kind of blocked, just turned on it. He realized, oopsie, this isn't the way I'm supposed to go. So he stopped the car, put it in reverse, and lo and behold, who is standing on the street corner but a man by the name of Princip, another Serbian member of the Black Hand. And he is like beside himself. I can't believe they have stopped. So he runs
In
up to
front
the
of him.
car.
Yeah.
He runs up to the car, pulls out a pistol, and pumps several shots into the back seat. According to the story, Sophie is the first one to drop. She falls on his lap, and then Franz Ferdinand is shot. And I want to say, well, I don't know if this is true or not. This is going to be one of those. Rumor has it that as Sophie is dead on Franz Ferdinand's lap, he looks at her and goes, "I love you, mine Sophie," and he dies.
You have to stay alive for the children, he
Yeah,
said.
you have to stay alive for the children. Whether he said that or
Yeah.
not, I don't know. I don't know what witnesses were there because they were both now dead. Well, they caught Princep on the street. There's actually a photograph of them, the police wrestling him to the ground. And what happens is this: Austro-Hungarian Empire sees a door open to them.
That's Princep. He was 17 years old.
Yep. Uh, like I said, Austro-Hungarian Empire saw a door open. Finally, we have a reason for going to war with Serbia and getting rid of them. They've been a thorn in our side. And so Franz Joseph, who is the actual emperor at the time, really takes back over in a way. And they basically give a list of demands to Serbia and says, unless you want to go to war and we will crush you, you got to give in to these demands. And Serbia actually agreed to all but one.
Yeah.
And I don't remember which one it was. It's
Yeah,
been so many years.
the Austro-Hungarians had put in a poison pill on purpose. One of the demands was that you have to open your borders to our federal police, as so that we can arrest whoever we want and try them in our courts, which is basically extending your empire over.
Yeah, and they said, we'll be the ones that'll investigate it on Serbian soil. Well, that would stack the deck. Serbia said, no way. You can assist us some, but you can't come onto our soil. And basically, Austria-Hungary said, okay, fine, war. Well, Serbia, yeah, kind of complains. Oh no, 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 no! You can't go to war with us. So they turn to Russia, Tsar Nicholas, and go help us. So Tsar Nicholas tells Wilhelm II back off, or tells the Austro-Hungarian Empire to back off. Wilhelm II says, who's on the Austro-Hungarian side, going, "Hey, Nicholas, you back off. Don't you even come close to hurting the Austro-Hungarian Empire." And so it is. that basically Nicholas goes drop dead and declares that they're going to help Serbia. Well, the Kaiser then says, okay, we're going to war with you, Russia, because we are a part of that treaty. France, who is watching all this, basically are excited. Oh boy, yeah, 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 yeah. Now we can go to war with Germany and get back Alsace Lorraine and treat Germany a lesson because Russia's on our side. And because they are in a treaty with us, we are going to declare war on Germany. Britain's looking at this going, what the hell? And France says, help us. And basically, the United Kingdom says, our treaty is a defensive one. If you are attacked in any way, we will come to your aid. And France says, but they're going to attack us. Yeah, but you're the ones who basically, are part of all of this that helped declare the war. And France was a little stressed about that. Well, in the meantime, there was a treaty, a secret treaty between Britain and Belgium. Belgium was neutral, and Britain saw themselves as the saviors of the neutral countries. Well, when it came time to invade countries, the Kaiser and his military said, we're going to be fighting a front on two wars, fighting a war on two fronts. And, and he said, so therefore, we got to rush quickly before either side gets truly ready. And so it is when it comes to Britain. This is what happens. Germany sends a part of their army to take on France because France had declared war on them. The quickest way through was going through Belgium. That land there was flatter or more gently rolling hills, and south of it, there the German-French border that was more mountainous. And Napoleon did the same thing in his day, and so he entered Belgium to get to France. He actually asked Belgium, the king of Belgium, and I don't remember his name, King. Anyway, uh, and the king, no, we're neutral. We let you through. That means we're on your side. No, so the Kaiser orders the troops in anyway. And that is what brought then Britain into the war. You can't invade a neutral country. We are sworn to protect neutral countries to try to keep the peace in Europe. So we are now declaring war on Germany, which now means they're also a part of France helping. The problem is Britain doesn't have many troops over in France, and France is trying to get their armies together, and so they're going, oh my God, and this could be a problem. And Germany has to get through Belgium in a certain number of days to make this work.
Yeah.
It's called the Schlieffen Plan.
Yeah. Which we'll talk about.
And Germany really didn't think Belgium could stop them. Well, Germany planned 3 days to get through.
Yes. Well, let's hold off.
Okay.
Yeah, just we'll get into that. I know it's okay.
But the point is, it gave enough time. What happened in Belgium gave
Yes.
the British and the French time to get ready,
Right.
although they weren't totally ready yet. And then in the meantime, Italy, who's supposed to be on Germany's side, looks at the whole situation and go, you know what? Britain is the world power. Our luck would be better on their side. So then they sign a secret treaty saying we will go to war with.
That was later. Yeah.
Yes, later. And in the meantime, the U.S. is looking over.
But we haven't gotten there yet. We'll just stick with that's how it broke out in Europe.
Yeah. I just want to say, when it broke out, the U.S. looked at it, the whole mess, and went, what in the hell are those Europeans doing again?
Yeah.
And that's basically what happens. Now, Princip was eventually put on trial, found guilty, but he was not executed. I don't think he was. Do you remember? I don't think he was.
I thought he was executed. I could be wrong.
Okay. Maybe somebody out there can Google it.
So, yeah.
But anyway, so this is how it all broke out, and you can see in what I just said, the little steps here. all of that other stuff, nationalism and militarism and all that stuff, you can see how it came together. Matter of fact, there was a politician back then that actually made a comment at the very beginning of this war, and I don't remember his name, but he says, "Is is the future of Europe and its destruction worth the life of a future king?" And he basically was saying, "For one man, we're gonna and a woman, we're gonna go have a war this huge with all these modern weapons." And they could see what was happening. Some could, but there are others that were so happy. I mean, there literally were celebrations, and everybody was saying, "God's on our side. Go, God's on our side. Oh, bless the troops from Germany, bless the troops in France," and
Mhm.
all that. It was bizarre. And I always like to tell people, if you really want to get an idea of all this entanglement of all these things just before the war, take a plate of spaghetti, drop it on the floor, and watch it, splat, and all the spaghetti's tangled up and stuff. And that's basically was Europe just before the war broke out. It's like who's with who and what the heck? I don't what? And but pride and a bunch of other stuff overrode sensibility.
Right.
And anyway, there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Hope you enjoyed that.
Thank you, Papa Revolt.
Yeah, I love that. Everyone thinks God is on their side.
Of course, as
Absolutely.
always. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dad. I think
God
did,
is
did
a
you guys learn? Did he teach you? Did you guys learn? Okay. Yes. Okay.
I'll
Thank
tell
you.
you, God's a two-timer.
Right.
He says he's gonna be on your side. Do you think God will be? No.
All right. Thank you, Dad.
Yes.
Really, I think they liked it a lot. Okay. Thank you, Dad. When are you going to the when are you leaving? I know you were going somewhere.
God doesn't exist.
And then thank
Well,
you.
I'm just talking about back then. And you put it this way, it's easier to blame God for your bad luck than to
Hmm.
look at yourself and go, "Boy, wasn't I an ass."
Absolutely, right? And then someone else said, "Preach it." And said, "That was fantastic. I love you, Papa. Thank you, thank you." Oh, by the way, Princep died in custody 4 years later. He died due to complications from disease and malnutrition.
Okay, thank you. I
Okay.
I I knew he wasn't executed, but
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Thank
Right.
you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Dad.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you enjoy that? I hope.
Yes.
Good.
I,
Uh huh.
I always get a thrill out of talking about death, destruction, and lies and evil.
Yes. All right. Okay. Bye bye, Dad. All right, folks. So that was a good general outline of sort of what how World War I started. I wanted to talk about a few things in regard to that. Um, so that was sort of the very generalized version of that, which is what I would have normally taught also in high school to people. I wanted to talk about a few points of this that are important, though. Okay. Um, so there were a few things here. First of all, when when Serbia, before Austria Hungary declared war on Serbia, they actually went to Germany and basically said, "So if we go to war with Serbia, will you support us? Will you support us?" They were kind of testing the water to see if Russia declared war on them, would Germany come to their aid? And Germany said, absolutely. And they basically, Wilhelm basically said, "We will give you whatever support you want if you go to war against Serbia." And that statement made the war so much larger, okay? Because suddenly, it may have ended up just being like a battle between Russia and Austria-Hungary and Serbia, but because Germany gave practically a blank check to Austria-Hungary, um, it really expanded the war. And that was Wilhelm II, who again was like a militarist and like kind of very much obsessed with that sort of thing. Good. Yeah, good. I hope that you get it done. Got it? Sorry, for some reason the TV in my room turned on. Okay. There's also Okay. There's also some other stuff as well. I wanted to point out that, let's put it this way. Okay. Let me write something down for all of you. Let me write something down for all of you. Okay. Let me write something down for all of you. Um, my my dad's presentation, one of the reasons I wanted him to present that to you guys is because there are generational differences depending on when you took history courses about how this war is perceived. My dad's perception of it is different than my perception of it. And that's not to say that one is wrong or one is right. It's that there have been generational changes amongst historians about the guilt assigned to the war and things like that. Did anyone notice how my dad framed it as Germany being threatened? Did anyone notice that? This is not a critique of my dad. This is a different perspective because we're not sure. This is still debated by historians. My dad would say that, like, yeah, he would kind of say like everyone was focused on Germany. Everyone, like in France, was aggressively wanting to go after Germany, and things like that, and stuff like that. Right? I don't know if you guys noticed that. Okay, and that is there are different perspectives on this. I Yeah, yeah. There are different so let me show you. I want to give you a kind of a graduate look at this. Okay. There are different historians who have approached World War One differently. And one of the historians that there are two historians in particular I wanted to point out to you. Okay. Yes, Lacroix, but my dad kind of frames it in a way that Germany was kind of people were targeting Germany, that Germany was a victim to some extent. Okay. And I guess there is some truth to that. But it's also more complicated. Let me explain. Okay. So there are two sort of historians, and I'm not going to tell you their names or anything, but I'm going to give you two theories um, that are kind of big in this way of thinking. Okay. And how to look at this. Okay. Um, Griff and der Weltmacht. Okay. Griff. So there is one history book by an author called Fritz Fischer, and this is very controversial. The name of the book is Griff an der Weltmacht, okay, which is a German phrase. It basically means like the grasp for world power or the grab at world power. It's called the Fischer thesis, okay? And this is one theory. The theory here, Griff an der Weltmacht, basically says that Germany did this. It was a continuation of Germany's desire to expand and become a power equal to other European powers, and to basically become the global dominant power. That this was sort of German aggression in an effort to build their own European empire, face down the English, and things like that. And it also blames other European powers for kind of doing the same thing, so that like all these powers competing for each other, and Germany wanted to kind of grab up that power. Okay. So there are things that support this idea, but not everything. Okay. So that's the Fisher, um, what is it? Fisher's hypothesis, I think it is. Okay. And these things are highly debated. And I can promise you, if you ever go to a history conference on World War One, people will be screaming each other about these. There's another hypothesis, and this is a left-wing hypothesis. And I think there's a combination of these things. It's called the social imperialism hypothesis. Um, okay. And the social imperialism hypothesis, which is by, let's see here, social. Hypoth. I should have written these down before. Okay, the social hypothesis is by Germany War. Wehler, okay, Hans Ulrich Wehler, who was another historian, he claims that that the social imperialism, that a lot of times in Germany and in other countries, okay, they would externalize internal class tensions by using um by doing an external conquest and and expansion. So, Germany and a lot of these other states were having big internal issues, especially Germany, because of industrialization, the growth of the working class, and class conflict. There was more, the bourgeois was having more trouble controlling the lower classes. And so colonialism, imperialism, and war became a way of externalizing those problems and distracting the populace. Now, there's some evidence for this, but I don't think it's any one of these theories. Um, I do not think it is fair to say it was only Germany's fault. I think Germany gets a lot of the blame for expanding the war, but I also think that, yeah, these were all a bunch of imperialist powers that were kind of fighting over shit. All right. And there was sort of, and you're going to see, guys, that this war ends up causing a revolution in Germany that we're going to end up talking about. Okay. Because this war was disastrous. Um, Okay, exactly, Darcidius, exactly. It would remove everyone else's agency, and to be clear, that's why I'm saying, like, it isn't just Germany. I do think Germany, Wilhelm II expanded the war, somewhat by doing a blank check. Um, but I also think that, like, other players have a like, you can't which link in the chain do we say is, like, where it should have stopped, right? Okay. So, this is, like, it isn't just Germany's fault. It isn't just Germany's fault. Let's put it that way. But Germany did have a big part of the blame. Um, and I think there's sort of a number of factors. One, Germany did want a place in the sun, and other powers wanted to maintain their control over the planet. So they were also competing with Germany, so they were also to blame. And then you also have the social imperialism thing where, yeah, for some upper class Germans, this was sort of a way, if you focus on nationalism and militarism, it will might convince a lot of your population to stop resisting, just to stop pushing for change. And it kind of did because a lot of the left in Germany ended up siding with the German government during the war, which is bizarre, but we'll talk about this, okay? La Croix Bois, I learned it was mostly Germany, but Europe was also a powder keg. Yeah, La Croix. So again, though, guys, historians debate this. There's not a set answer here. That's why it's like an endlessly debated war. What the causes of it were, who's really to blame. In the end, I think we can blame everyone. Everyone was somewhat to blame here. All these imperialist powers, all these, and also the war was very beneficial for capital because producing a lot of weapons makes you a lot of money. Okay. So to be clear, everyone had some level of blame in this. All right. There are some people, by the way, historians who blame Russia mainly and say this was mainly Russia that did this. Honestly, guys, if I had to choose one country to put most of the blame on, it would be Austria-Hungary. That would be my thing, right? That would be my deal. If I put most of the blame on one country, it'd be Austria-Hungary. But even then, it wasn't only Austria-Hungary, okay? Anyway. Okay. So that's it's a complicated thing. So that so now we have a situation, guys, where Germany is at war. This highly militarized society is at war. They are gonna have to fight on multiple fronts. And you're going to see that this war ends up being disastrous for Germany. All right. By the end of the war, Germans are going to be starving to death because Britain is going to blockade Germany and not allow any goods to come through. Remember what I said, Germany was unable to feed itself, it could not produce enough of its own food. So being blockaded really hurt Germany. So the Germans are going to be starving to death. There's going to be millions of Germans dying on the front, and this is going to end up sparking a revolution inside of Germany. And that is where we're going to, um, and so that is what we're going to talk about next time. Okay. How this system was not ended up resulting in this, okay? All right. And all of this, by the way, guys, is mixed together with this folkish nationalism. Okay. So just remember that the folkish nationalists are also involved in some of this shit. Okay. We got that. Any questions? Any questions? Yeah, Darcidius. So any questions on that? No, no, we good. We good. Ooh, all right. Unless you guys want me to keep going. Oh, I do want to say one last thing here. I do I do want to say one last thing here. Spirit of 1914. When the war did break out, there was massive elation amongst middle and upper classes all across Europe. So there was almost like people were celebrating in the streets, and I mean upper and middle classes, not lower classes, not working classes. There was like this spirit of excitement. Yeah, we get to go to war. And like that it's in Germany, there was a ton of excitement, in France, in the UK. Where did that come from? If we're talking about if we're gonna talk about Germany, based off the German history we've learned already, why might a lot of upper and middle class Germans have thought the idea of war to be a great and glorious thing? What about German history might have led them to think that? Or from their past, exactly, Jonas, past experiences with Bismarck. Remember, according to German, like what had just happened in recent German history, they had been in three major wars. There was three major wars. Each of them were the Prussia ended up victorious and resulted in like a powerful German state that was linked together through this sense of nationalism. So like war in a lot of Germans' minds was liberatory for Germany and good for Germany. So a lot of middle class and upper class people were very elated. Okay. And that's a really dark thing. And this was called the spirit of 1914. And a lot of Nazis ended up talking about this in their writings. They would say, we need to return to the spirit of 1914, this kind of sense of national unity, this like, hoorah, we're going to war kind of idea. Okay. Because at that united the nation, according to their perception, and it sort of repressed a lot of the tensions that were already happening in Germany between different classes and things like that in different states. All right. Do you remember how that was similar in Italy? Do you remember how in Italy there was sort of a similar thing that a lot of the fascists there liked the spirit of bringing people together that the war had? And they viewed the war as like a fundamentally good thing because it united the nation and it prevented class conflict. Do you see what I mean? So this is going to end up not going. People may have started off excited, but they were not going to end off excited, as you're going to see. All right. Okay. Um. All right. You guys want me to keep talk? I can keep going. I'm going to ask you all, because I know I've been talking at you for a while. Well, I'm not going to ask you all. Um. Fuck you. I'm not going to ask you. I don't need to ask you anything. Uh. So that is everyone following along? Anyone have any questions about any of the shit I just threw at you? Drusilla, don't you look at me that way. Okay. Hmm. No. No, 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 no. Okay. Okay. Yep. Uh, okay. We got it? Okay, okay, okay. Um, please share the font before you move on. Share the font. Um, what font? Very good. Thank you, thank you. Okay, okay, okay. So we'll stop there for now, guys. We've now gotten up to the start of World War One. Tomorrow we will talk about, or either tomorrow or Thursday. I might stream tomorrow, guys, just to go further in the presentation. We can talk about the German Revolution that breaks out at home in Germany, because guys, the war goes from 1914 to 1918. What year did the Nazis take over? What year did the Nazis officially take over the government? Do you guys know? There you go, Darcidius, 1933. So we're getting very close to the not to like we're about what? That's I can't do math in my head. Um so we're 18 years out. 1914 is what? 8 Why can't I do this math in my head? That would be 19 years out. So in 1914 we're 19 years out. Why does that not sound right? Am I going crazy? We're 19 years out from the Nazis at the start of this war. Okay, so we're not that far away from actually getting to the Nazis. So we're getting very close. All right. That's right. Okay. Wow. I don't know why that sounded weird in my head. 19 years out. Okay. So we're starting to see all these ideas come together. All right. Yeah. All right. And what's happening in Germany, etc. Okay. 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 So, so Jonas, how did France rebuild that fast after being obliterated? After being obliterated from World War One, because they definitely were very hurt after World War One. If you're talking about the Franco-Prussian War, they weren't completely obliterated um, in the Franco-Prussian War. They lost a lot of troops, but they weren't obliterated. In World War One, they basically were. They lost an entire generation of young men. Tomorrow, guys, I will talk about the casualties and the damage of World War One. It was massively traumatic. It was a horrific war. And after World War One, France, yeah, their industry collapsed. They lost an entire generation of young men. They didn't recover before World War Two, essentially. Um, but if that's what you're referring to, Jonas. So that is how that war broke out. All right. Okay, okay, okay. So we'll stop there for now, guys. Hope we all learned something. We hope you all learned something. I'm going to put my face up here for a second. Do, 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 do. Yes, Peck on bad, but literally though, Peck on bad, when you lose an entire generation of young men, it doesn't matter how much they pay you. It's not going to help much. Um, Oh, I thought Franco-Prussian War was more damaging. Oh, no, Jonas. I'm sorry. I probably didn't describe it very well. I will talk when we talk about World War One. You will see that it was a almost apocalyptic level event. It was absolutely horrific. Okay, absolutely horrific. Okay, Gwen, you say, "Oh, I can see why France allowed Germany in during World War Two." So I'm not sure. I'm guessing that you don't mean what that sounds like. Gwen, no, they tried to resist Germany. They fought hard, but they had not fully recovered from World War One, and there was also some incompetence in the military and the government that made it hard. It really was, Darcidius. You know this. I would also say, Darcidius, it was also pretty traumatic for Germany. You know this, I'm sure. But yeah, it was like a massive national trauma. World War One was for the French. Philly cheese. It's why that's what's happening in Gaza is so devastating. Yeah, yeah, a whole generation gone, 100%. Okay. Um, it did, Darcity is correct, and we'll explain why that is. It was Lacroix. The trench warfare just seemed like a meat grinder. It absolutely was. It absolutely was. Listen, do you guys want to talk about World War One now? It looks like people want to. We can. We can. I can tell you a little bit about World War One. You want to do that? Um, let's do that. Let's do that real fast. Let's just do a little more this stuff. So I'm gonna begin, guys, by obviously, I haven't prepared this far, but let me just I like how excited you guys are to learn more about it. Okay. Um, let's start by let me tell you about something called the Schlieffen Plan. This will start making it make more sense. Well, like what happens in the war. This is guys. By the way, this conversation is sort of separate from the fascism. Like you don't need to know this stuff to understand the fascism that comes later. But for the sake of just learning about it, and it might make the fascism make some more sense, I guess. So Germany had developed a plan. Okay, I'm going to show you this. Okay, so boop 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 boo. Here we go. Where's my face? All right. Okay. So Germany developed a plan, okay, and before World War One, in case war broke out, with France and Russia, a man by the name of Schlieffen developed a plan. Okay, it was called the Schlieffen Plan. I'm not going to go into too much details about it, but it was like this. So imagine you have Germany, and remember, Germany is surrounded basically. If you go to war against France and Russia, you're going to be have a two front war. The Schlieffen Plan originally, so in order to win this war, right? If you have to imagine Russia, Russia is a massive place. And once Russia goes to war, it'll take a long time for Russia to mobilize its military. Russia has a massive military, but it takes a long time to mobilize. So the German plan at the beginning of the war was that if we have to fight France and Russia, we should put most of our forces to go fight Russia. So this was the original plan. Most of our forces should go fight Russia, and then we will crush Russia before they mobilize, get them out of the war, and then we'll turn all of our attention against France. And in the meantime, we'll just hold off the French on the border. Okay. Later, this plan got altered and they switched it up. They ended up switching it to maybe we should take out France first and then turn against Russia. But yeah, Alfred von Schlieffen. So when the war started, they began enacting this plan. The Germans did. What they decided to do was that we're gonna march into France through Belgium. Okay. So you'll notice here, and they're gonna wrap the forces around and encircle Paris like this. But you'd have to go through a country that was neutral, and that was Belgium. And the Germans were very efficient in their planning. What do I mean by that? They planned everything down to the hour and the minute, literally. They had train schedules planned, like this unit has to be in this city by this time. Trains have to arrive in this city at this time. And that can cause problems because if your plans don't go the way you want them to, it'll mess up everything. And they didn't really have plans to replace those plans. Okay. So they thought they'd be able to easily steamroll Belgium, and easily quickly get into France before France could really react. That's not how it went. The Belgians, weirdly enough, put up massive resistance and massively slowed down German forces as they were heading into France, which gave France a lot more time to mobilize. Who would have thought the Belgians resisted their occupation and attack by the Germans? Um, and although they were eventually overwhelmed by the number of troops and artillery that the Germans had, it slowed down the Germans so much that by the time they got to France, the France was able to put up a good resistance. Early on in this war, okay, people were, yeah, literally, the Belgian king fought beside his soldiers in sort of a nationalist war of defense. Okay, the at the beginning of the war, the German troops were marching. Let me show you. Let me show you. This is going to be disturbing. Troops were still marching in formation into battle against machine guns and modern weapons and artillery. Massive casualties. We're talking thousands of troops a battle were dying because they were marching in formation into modern machine guns and into, let me show you a scene here. German troops march into machine guns. I'm going to see if I can find that scene. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find the scene here. What is that? What is that movie called? There's a TV show. German troops march into machine guns. World War One. Netflix. What is it called? What was it going to called? So I don't know if I can find this. So they would just literally march into machine guns. Okay. What is that? I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second here. I'll find it. I really want you to see this because it's very good. March into machine guns, World War II. Hmm. Well, maybe I can't find it. Well, I can give you an example here. I'll give you an example. So here, you guys have probably seen Warhorse, but there were also. So I'll show you this real fast. These guys are not on foot, but they would march on foot. So imagine, is that true, Richard? Okay, all quiet on the Western Front. Is that the one where you see them marching, like marching directly into machine gun fire? Uh, No, that's not the one. Okay, it doesn't matter. So I'll just show you guys what I mean here. So they would literally march in formation. Okay. So going back here, imagine that these were just troops marching like side by side. Okay. No, I'm talking about early in the war when they literally were marching in formation, not running into machine gun fire, marching into machine gun fire. Okay. All right. So this is a scene from Warhorse. Imagine that these guys are marching, not on horseback, but this did happen too, where they were still using cavalry.
Draw! Charge!
Good luck, my friends.
On to walk! Walk! March!
Yeah. So, by the way, normally this wouldn't work like that, but you're going to see that they end up getting just destroyed. With these machine guns, okay? Zero chance you're going to be able to, you know. By the way, this is not a good scene. They're not showing you what would actually happen, okay? You get the idea, though. This would not end well, okay? I can't find the original footage I went to, but they would literally march shoulder to shoulder into battle, okay? We'll see, Jonas. I know I'm annoyed because I really want to show you this. I don't think this is what I want. This actually might be what I want. We'll see if this is it. Are they literally going to march into the battle? Into the enemy lines? Forgive me. I really want to find the right scene. Okay, no. So forgive me, it doesn't matter. Regardless, they would literally march, okay? Regardless, it's fine. And let me show you something else, okay? Like at the very beginning of the battle, they would march. So let me show you really fast. They actually ended up developing machine gun tactics. So let me show you. Imagine you have like a line here. By the way, guys, there's a series on Netflix called The Great War, and there's a scene in it where you can see them marching into battle. Alas, I can't find that scene anywhere. So maybe sometime we can watch it on Discord or something. So if we make this bigger, blah 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 blah, weight, transparency. Oh no, I don't want to transparent. No transparency, big weight. Okay. Why can't we see? Oh, that's why. Okay. So imagine you have a line. Okay, a line. Why can't I see anything? I swear to God. Oh, that's because the weight's so down. Okay. You have like a machine gun line. What? I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. This won't work. There we go. Oh my God. Okay. There we go. So let's watch this, guys. Imagine you have a line. Okay, so that's like a defensive line. What they would typically do is you would set up little outcroppings like this. Okay, and all you really need is like 2 machine guns. So you have a machine gun here, and you have a machine gun here. And when you have like lines of men marching towards you, if you fire at them from the side like this, do you see how many you can like hit people right down the line? You can literally pierce multiple people with each bullet. Do you see what I mean? So like if you crossfire like this, you're going to slaughter multiple people with every one bullet that machine guns fires. So you would like slaughter okay, I'll check Jonas, but like I don't we'll see. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. So again, we're gonna. That's not what I mean. That's okay. So like absolute slaughtering people, and at the beginning of the war, they literally marched shoulder to shoulder, like they used to back in the olden days, like shoulder to shoulder, marching into battle like this. Okay, and they would just get slaughtered. And so the Germans had really, really bad, really horrific. Yeah, like this. Okay, so this is what it would generally look like. It'd be something like this. But no, it'd be machine guns. Okay, we're gonna stop looking for videos. Okay, so okay, and they'd be slaughtered. So because of all these modern weapons, and because they could no longer march into battle, they had to start digging into the ground, right? Because if you're out in the open, you're gonna be slaughtered. So the war ended up grinding into becoming trench warfare after thousands of Germans and French died fighting in open fields with machine guns. Okay, like imagine the Civil War being fought with machine guns and just like slaughtering everyone. Okay, so then it became trench warfare where they started literally digging into the ground to find safety. Um, and the Germans had tons of artillery, and so did the French. The Germans had more artillery. So you would basically just sit there and get bombarded all the time by artillery. And you'd better hope that that artillery doesn't land right on top of you. I've read a lot of accounts of the First World War. And this is on the Western Front, by the way, where like there was a German soldier and his friend was standing next to him. Suddenly there's an explosion and he looks and all that's left of his friend is a bloody puddle. If you go, yeah, it was extremely inaccurate, but they would literally, it wasn't that inaccurate, but it was very, they would literally coat the place with artillery, and it was pretty accurate artillery, but it's hard to fire into these trenches. Um, if you go to the Verdun battlefield today, the battlefield of Verdun, there are little pieces of bone. When it rains, I'm not sure if this still happens, but if you go to Verdun, which is one of the bloodiest battlefields of the war, little pieces of bone will come up through the soil if the soil gets too if the soil gets too wet, because people were literally vaporized by artillery, and so there's only little pieces left of them. It was an absolutely horrific war, fought on a massive mechanized scale. Um, so, in the death rate, let me show you the death rate for this war overall. And this is on the Western Front, by the way. Deaths, World War One by country. Let's think of the death rate here. So if we look, okay, almost Russia lost. These are military. These are military deaths. Russia lost about 1,700,000 people. France, 1,359,000. Germany, 1,600,000. Austria-Hungary, almost a million. Great Britain, almost 600,000. Italy, these are millions upon millions upon millions of dead. Just grinding it out over feet. Feet! There were days where, you have these two trenches, and one side might take the trenches on the other side, and then the Germans would counterattack and take the trenches back, and it would go back and forth, and you would have thousands of dead for no gain. Right? Like, absolutely horrific conditions. I cannot express how like it was just horrific, and it was a grinder. It was a meat grinder. Philly cheese. They also used chemical weapons. The Germans perfected this, by the way. I'll show you here chemical weapons. They used mustard gas, chlorine gas. What you would do is you would drop the gas on. Maybe I'll find a better presentation. Here's a famous image. Okay, you would measure this. You would see which way the wind was blowing, and then you'd fire gas shells, and the wind would then blow the gas, and the gas was made to sink into the ground, so it would sink into the trenches, and it would burn the eyes. It would burn all the mucous membranes in your mouth and body and your lungs. It would burn you. It would kill you. I'm warning, guys, warning. This is gross. If anyone's ever heard of trench foot, just to warn you, this is going to be a gross picture. I'm going to say it one more time. Content warning, because I want to be honest with you. Okay, trench foot. Trench foot is horrific. It is basically where your feet start rotting. It starts rotting. It becomes infected. The skin starts dying. Eventually, you lose your toes. You lose your, you start losing your feet. Okay, it becomes infected because days and days of sitting in wet trenches in the mud, often in urine, blood, and bodily fluids, you're going to get an infection on your feet. So men were getting trench foot and having to have their feet amputated, amongst other things. There's the trench foot. There's the constant bombardments by artillery. So like absolutely disastrous. Okay. Disfigurements, like so many disfigurements. So there would also be something that is pretty horrific. I can tell you about it. It's called night raids. Night raids, World War One. By the way, we're talking specifically, guys, about the Western Front. I want to be clear. So Germany's front with France is what we're talking about, which was the real big slog where the majority of people died. Okay. Night raids were awful. Okay. So you would basically at night, soldiers would sneak. There would be groups of soldiers who would sneak into enemy soldiers' trenches, and start silently slaughtering people with knives and blades. And then if they had to, they'd use pistols, but they would try their best to not use pistols. So imagine waking up to a sound and then having to tussle with someone who has a knife at your neck and having going around having to stab a bunch of people in bloody hand-to-hand combat at night. So, it was honestly, if like, yeah, not good. Very horrific, bloody war. Very traumatizing. France lost almost an entire generation of men, and for what? Remember, guys, remember what started this war. A lot of Europeans who fought and died didn't really understand why they were fighting and dying. It's kind of like, why are we doing this? Because some guy died? If even historians today, guys, still struggle to understand why the war started. Can you imagine how it must have felt at the time to be fighting and being like, why the fuck are we fighting this? Because we're allied with Serbia? What the fuck? You see, you see what I mean? So, by the way, in a straight, and this was one of the bloodiest wars in human history. World War II was bloodier, but this one was like the first big one like this. I want to point out too that there was, just to show you that a lot of times these soldiers who were fighting each other had more in common with each other on either side than they did with their own commanders. There were times on the Western Front during Christmas where, and there are monuments to this, where German and French and English troops would agree on their part of the front to stop fighting, and they would come out of their trenches, play football with each other, exchange chocolates and alcohol, and sit and smoke with each other. I'm not even joking. They would literally have these Christmas truces where they would come out of their trenches, both sides, and hang out with each other. And these started at one point during the war. This started. This got this became a problem for the higher ups because they could not convince their men to start shooting at the other side because they had become friends. So they like, and here's a famous image of this. This is a German soldier shaking the hand of, I think, a Scottish English soldier because they're playing football in the between the trenches during Christmas. The German army ended up sending a bunch of their forces to Russia and replacing them because they wouldn't want to fight with the French anymore. And yeah, LaCroix, stupid proletariat having solidarity. But it was a bloodbath and it was massively traumatizing. Yeah, Drazilla. Okay. It's the famous Christmas Day unofficial truce. Now, this is exaggerated. There's like this idea that it happened on a mass scale. It did happen a lot, but oftentimes the people would just go back to fighting the next day. There were times where that didn't happen, but okay, it was a big problem. Now, let me just show you real fast. Maps World War One. By the way, a lot of colonial troops fought here too. Let's see if I can find World War One day by day. World War One day by day. Map. So this is, I just like watching this thing. Just watch. I like, so you can see how it kind of played out day by day. You can just see how the borders changed and stuff. I want to mention two more things. There were some other inventions in this war that would later become very important in World War II. One were airplanes. So airplanes were used during this war, biplanes. This is actually a funny story. The airplanes were, you know what, before we watch this, I'll show you the airplanes. Flyboys. There's a good scene from Flyboys that show you what it was like to fight in these things. Flyboys, air battle. Okay, so here, just to show you, listen to this. So these planes were very rickety, and you couldn't really do that much with them. They weren't that effective as for bombing the ground. You could do a little bit of that. There were big bombers that they kind of used, but you couldn't drop many bombs on people because they couldn't carry them. But at the beginning of the war, these planes were used basically just for surveillance. You would fly the plane over the enemy line, see what their troops makeup were and stuff. And it was actually funny because at the very beginning of the war, these pilots weren't armed. So there were stories of like the pilots going by each other, like a German pilot and a French pilot going by each other and like waving to each other and getting to know each other and like being like, hey, as you're going to the enemy side to spy on them. Eventually, someone figured out that they should bring pistols with them. So at some point, these pilots would start shooting at each other with pistols as they went by each other. Okay, which is kind of dark and funny. And then later, they were able to arm the planes with machine guns. And they would start using these things to actually engage in dogfights and then strafe the ground and things like that. So let me show you one of these air battles. There'll be some soldiers who were really nervous, so they learned to sing hymns while they were fighting to make themselves feel better. And that was that guy was doing. Come on, Christian soldiers fighting. Um, and yeah, God's on my side. By the way, the Germans, the Americans, the English, everyone thought God was on their side. There were also tanks invented. Now, these were big things that were kind of dumb and like very slow moving. The English were the ones who first perfected the use of these tanks. That because when you're trying to attack enemy trenches, it's better to be like fortified and be in a machine. Let me show you what these things looked like. The German tanks were really silly looking and big and bulky. German tanks, World War One. Oops. And they'd be used with infantry. So like here is like an early German tank. They're kind of these big, bulky, silly looking things. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm showing you. I'll show you I'll show you this way, okay? There. They're big, kind of bulky things that look like this. And then they would like slowly move across the field of battle towards the other side. Okay. And then the Allies had their own version of this. Where did I put it? English tanks that were also slow moving. They looked like this. They're kind of silly looking. Okay, and they would very slowly move across the field of battle. Okay. So that is so tanks were used in this war. A lot of modern stuff was invented. Let me just show you real fast now that we were seeing this. Day by day, so you can just see how the war kind of played out. It started off with Austria-Hungary invading Serbia. They struggled because they sucked, all right? These other countries got involved. I don't know why the fuck they have this voiceover. You'll notice that the Germans, if you look over here in France, you see my cursor, they got pretty far into France, but they had lost so many troops. The French lines were about to buckle. The French had lost a lot of guys. The English weren't able to were also losing a lot of guys. The Germans were close to may have been able to break through, but the Americans suddenly arrived and kind of started filling the gaps in the lines. Now, it's debated. It could be that the French would have won anyway, but the Americans helped bolster the lines because the French were getting tired. So the Germans almost broke through and got Paris.
Der Welt den Frieden erhalten und in Frieden unsere kraftvolle Entwicklung fördern.
See, and then for the rest, this is still only 1914. The war goes for 4 more years. And look, they've barely, they got kind of far in, but then they're not that far. And then over here, you guys will see that Russia actually attacked Germany early on, and there was a battle called Tannenberg Forest where the Russian cavalry charged into German machine guns. Which was disastrous, and Russia really struggled in this war. As you can see here, Germany ends up defeating Russia much faster than they did France. And this was when the Russian Revolution happened. Remember, we talked about the Russian Revolution. The failure of the Russian regime to fight Germans really, and the starvation and death it was causing, pushed the Russian Revolution to begin. Yep, City is Hindenburg, okay? So you can see that, see how stagnant this is? The lines are barely moving, except for on the eastern front. And these are just the numbers of dead, or the numbers of troops on each line. Oh, sorry, is it loud, Sir Bart? There we go, okay. You can see here that the Russians, like, this is very slow. All right, very, very slow, just grinding wars of attrition. Lacroix, this is the thing. Germany, this is part of the issue, right? Germany had a sense of superiority. Wilhelm had a sense of superiority, especially after the wars that had united Germany. They had a big sense that their military was unbeatable. They thought God was on their side. And Wilhelm was kind of a fool. Bismarck, remember, never would have done this. Bismarck remember, he was like, no, 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 we shouldn't piss people off. Wilhelm kind of had this sense of German nationalism and superiority. Okay. Meanwhile, guys, I know the music is stupid. So all these people dying over very little land. I'm going to turn down the music even more. It's annoying to me. I want to go on here so you guys can see what ends up happening. Look, Germany now really going into Russia very, very deep. Okay, like not much is happening on the Western Front except for thousands of people dying, while Germany is pretty much crushing Russia. Okay, oh my God, look at that. So this is why Russia ultimately had to surrender. Yeah. Okay. So what ends up happening here, guys, so we don't have to watch this whole thing unless you guys want to. Okay. You'll see here that Russia ends up having to surrender. They end up surrendering and giving Germany a ton of territory, and you see the revolution kicks off. So Russia breaks into civil war, and the revolution takes off. Germany uses that as an excuse to take even more Russian land, partially because Trotsky kind of let them in a weird way. And Russia ends up getting kicked out of the war by Germany. They sign a peace treaty with Germany, and Germany gets a ton of land in Russia. And their plan is to settle it like a colony, which is dark. And you're going to see Hitler do something similar. Their plan was to basically take all this land from Russia and turn it into German colonial territory. So the Germans weren't innocent there, and then they take their forces and turn them against France, which was what their plan was. Anyway, and ultimately Germany was getting exhausted. Another thing here, guys, is that the British Navy, Germany had a modern Navy that they had built, but they tried to face the British Navy and failed. So the British Navy was blockading Germany this whole time. So despite all these military victories, the German people were beginning to get hungry and starve because all the food was being cut off. Yeah, Germany had the second largest navy on the planet. So back home in Germany, things weren't looking good. And the number of deaths, the German military could not maintain this war, okay? Fighting both sides at once while also not having food. And with all the new Americans arriving, that made it impossible for Germany to like sustain this war effort. Now, I'm going to point something out here. I can see some people leaving. I don't, if I'm boring folks, let me just say it this way, okay? Very little of this war was fought on German soil, except for in the beginning in Eastern Prussia when the Russians invaded Germany. Germany practically was untouched by the war in the homeland, okay? Throughout the entire war, the people of Germany and the German troops on the front were being told that Germany's winning the war. Germany's winning the war. Every defeat Germany suffered, they'd implied that these were just like These were just like strategic decisions. Like if they had to retreat, it'd be like this was a tactical maneuver. So throughout almost the whole war, a lot of Germans, most Germans believed that Germany was winning. And then suddenly one day, this is only a slight exaggeration, suddenly one day the news goes, "Oh, by the way, we lost." And by the way, a lot of Germans were already starving. Um And the military commanders, Germany lost militarily, absolutely. Yeah, Sir Bart. Germany lost militarily, but there became a myth that grew up in Germany that Germany didn't lose militarily. It lost on the home front because of something called the Dolchstoßlegende, which means the stab in the back myth. A bunch of these military commanders who have been in charge of the German military, in an effort to make it appear as though it wasn't their fault that Germany lost the war, said that Germany lost because the socialists and the Jews had stabbed the German military in the back and prevented it from winning. And that becomes a big problem. The Dolchstoßlegende becomes a big problem after World War One. Okay, and you're going to see why. It's a setup for Hitler. And Hitler had fought in World War One. Okay, yeah, Ludendorff. Fucking Ludendorff. I hate Ludendorff, Darth Sidious. What a monstrous man. Okay. So the stab in the back myth becomes a big problem. And okay. Meanwhile, we'll talk about this tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow. That's his name, yeah. We'll talk about the revolution that took place in Germany at the end of the war, which a lot of people don't know about. The communists and the socialists almost took over. And they ended up failing because, liberals ended up crushing them and using violence against them. But all of this will bring us to the Nazis, okay? So we'll stop there. I hope I should have prepared that better, but yeah, they did. The sailors started the revolution, correct. And then it kind of evolved into a whole national revolution thing. All right. We good to go with that? I'm going to put my face up. I think it's funny. I kind of rambled aimlessly about World War I. I wish I had a more prepared stream for that, but I hope you all learned something about that, okay? Also, guys, another issue that happened during World War I, and guys, I could literally do a whole themed 2 weeks on World War I. It is a massive topic. Okay? So I know I because we're talking about fascism, I'm only gonna talk about the things about World War I that relate to the rise of Nazism. Maybe sometime I will do a whole themed week on World War I because it deserves its own fucking shit. Okay? It deserves its whole week. Okay? Because there's so much to talk about. I'm not even covering what happened abroad. In Africa, there was colonial fighting. There was fighting in Africa. There was fighting in Asia. There was fighting everywhere. Okay. And then we can talk about how America got involved, etc. Okay. So that was that. We good with that? Excellent. Guys, I gotta pee. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real fast. By the way, let me do a little plug here. If you like the content, please donate to the stream. I would deeply appreciate it. Donate to the stream. You can use YouTube to send a message. What is it called? A super chat. You can use Twitch to send bits or attack me. That'd be nice. You can use other things. You know what? I will. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back, and then we'll finish that. Don't leave. We have more. We have more content for you. Doesn't that sound like a corporate thing? If I'm like, we got more for you, folks. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay.
I just can't erase my thoughts of you. I just can't erase. I just can't erase.
Okay, guys. Hello. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? All right. Okay, how's everyone doing? Right. All right. Thank you, Peck on Bad. You're an angel. You're a little angel. Just a little angel. Okay. Thank you, Peck on Bad. Please contribute, folks, if you would like to help me continue doing this. All right. Let's see what let's see what we got here, guys. Colorful does it right. Basically, every other. Let's see who we have. We'll do some boops. We'll do some boops. I'm calm, Darth Sidious. Thank you. Okay, we'll do some boops. Let's see who we got here first. Yes, you are Peck on Bad. You're the best ever. I don't know. I'm rambling aimlessly. Okay. Peck on Bad. His comment section is all like, so the audience got to wait till he comes back to watch the video. Another was like, he does it to retain audience. I say Hassan needs a catheter, if that's true. I know, right? Politics. All right. Half of the video can be done by the time he comes back from peeing, and then he claims he watched the whole video. Well, he probably had beforehand politics, to be honest with you. Thank you, Matt Sai Guy. How are you doing, Matt Sai Guy? Okay, so let's see here, guys. How's everyone doing? Let's hand out some boops. Okay, I will do I might by the way, normally I take off Wednesday. I might very well. I might stream tomorrow to give to talk about the German Revolution. So okay, so I might end up streaming tomorrow just to do more of this presentation. So be on the lookout for that. Even though I normally take Wednesdays off, I might end up streaming anyway. Okay. So, all right. Okay. What the hell? Why is there a Matt Sai Guy post at the top? Shout out. I got it. Okay. I was like, what the fuck was that? All right. So let's hand out some boops. Weird Amorphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Matt Sai Guy gets a boop. Boop. Peck on Bad gets a boop. Boop. Let's see here. Elevator Lady gets a boop. Boop. Politics gets a boop. Boop. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. Real Life Cat DJ gets a boop. Boop. Nice St. Louis. Jonas gets a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? Anyone else want a boop? Richard P gets a boop. Boop. Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. Peck on Bad gets a boop. Boop. LaQuabois gets a boop. Boop. Mellow Munchies gets a boop. Boop. Going crazy with the boops, folk. Okay, I think that's no one else is saying anything. Paleontology Dog, you get a boop. Darth Sidious, you disgust me. You disgust me. Stop eating the crayons. You get a bonk. Bonk. Shame on you, Darth Sidious. Shame on you. Okay, anyway. God, Darth Sidious. Disgusting. I'm just kidding. Okay, anyway. So guys, German scream. What is German screaming? Is it like Das okay, anyway. Real Life Cat DJ, okay. I'm watching Anniversary Stream back and I didn't realize how hot you actually are. Oh, thank you, Real Life Cat DJ. Oh, thank you. Oh, all right. Yeah, you can get a tiny bonk, Louise. Bonk. So let's see here, Louise. Louise says, I just saw you said something there, Louise, but I'm like, oh, it's Louise. I don't care. I'm just kidding. I saw you say something and then I got distracted. You said maybe I shouldn't stream on the weekends. The problem, Louise, is that there is on Saturdays are some of the best days to stream in terms of audience size. So I really ought to stream on Saturdays. Sundays are probably pretty good for audience size too. I don't know. If you think I know what I'm doing, you're crazy. I just kind of wing this shit, okay? Like, I don't fucking know when the good day to stream is. I don't know. How often do other fucking people stream? I mean, I know Hassan is, like, constantly streaming. He takes, like, no days off. Are there any other streamers that take days off? Why do I feel like I'm the only fucking streamer that takes days off? Am I that, like, I feel like I'm not lazy, and I feel like I work really hard. Well, maybe they don't make presentations. I don't fucking know. Who knows? Okay? Who the fuck knows what that's about? Okay, I don't know. But you're right, Louise. I have to think through this shit. I do. Okay, the ones I watch take days off. Do they? Okay, good, Elevator Lady. Oh, thank God. I'm like, Jesus, I must be doing something wrong. I don't understand. Okay, Hassan just jumps on and reacts. Okay, that's fair. I do presentations though. I try to do. Most of them take more days off than me. Oh, thank God, LaCroix. Okay, good. I'm not going crazy. Okay, and I don't want to burn out. Uh, so yeah, and I do presentations and shit too. Okay, Hassan is a leech. Jesus. Okay, I love Hassan. If any of his people are watching, I love Hassan. Okay, I love Hassan. I actually technically I leech off of Hassan because I use his name in the tags on my stream to trick his viewers to come into my stream because, capitalist competition and all that. I need to compete. So I try to lure them into my stream. Uh you need to recharge the sanity meter every once in a while. Thank you, James Norloff. James Norloff gets a boop. Boop. Okay. So anyway, all right. Oh God. Let's see what else. Let's see what we can do, guys. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what you can do. Unfortunately, your anti-Semitism drives them away. I hate you, Louise. I hate you so much. Okay. Do you think working harder now with prepping? Honestly, Drusilla, yes. Okay, let me explain this, Louise. So, Louise says, "Do you think you work harder now with prepping than when you taught in schools?" Yes, yeah. But the reason I say that is because I have fewer days off, okay? When I taught, I actually had days off. But here's the weird thing, Louise, I'm enjoying doing this, right? Like, I actually enjoy working so much, doing this kind of shit, so it doesn't feel bad to me. I actually enjoy it. Does that make sense? Um, but I feel like see what I mean? Did I say Drusilla? I don't know who said it. Louise, forgive me. I did prep lesson plans. But the thing is about when you prep lesson plans, you don't have to prep them a second time. Most of the time, you can just alter them. So, like the first few years I taught, I made all my lesson plans, and then I could just take them to other schools. But since I'm kind of redoing shit, I have to re-prep everything for an adult audience. So I don't know. Darth Sidious, you an actual school teacher? Yes, I'm a licensed teacher. I'm not teaching right now, but I lost my job because I said what Israel's doing is a genocide. Yeah, but I'm enjoying it. But I'm really enjoying it. I don't want you to think that means I'm like too. I don't want you all to think that I'm like overwhelmed. I'm not. I know, guys. I know I'm just yelling at all. I'm just talking at all of you right now. Real life cat DJ says, "Bro, started autism dumping for an hour about World War I unprepared. I think he loves this. I do, okay? And I can autism dump about so many things. If any, just give me a topic and I'll autism dump on it. Okay, anyway. So, okay, let's go on. Uh the saying that the truth being dangerous. I know that. Welcome to America, Drusilla. That's why that's why Drusilla wants to be an American. Drusilla loves America and wants to move here as soon as possible because she wants freedom. Anyway, I agree, Death died today. Okay. Yeah, Peck on bad because some history teachers are bad at teaching it. If I had taught you, you would have enjoyed it. I can promise you that. Okay, anyway, let's go on, guys. So let's see what we have to react to. Autism dump about power bottoms? No, Matt Saga. You have a Google search. Use it. All right. Jay Williams, I'm going to autism dump on you, mister. Go ahead, Jay Williams, okay? You've taken a dump on me before, so it's fine. Drusilla, I'm going to Texas. Yeehaw! Have a good time, Drusilla. That's okay, politics. Autism, real life cat DJ. Autism, dumping is my ideal first date. If you disagree, you're wrong. Oh, I agree. Okay, I'm just rambling. Let's watch something, okay? Let's find something to watch. Ooh, Blitzkrieg, that'd be kind of fun. But let's wait till we get to World War II for that. But then what is this? Okay. Speaking of teaching, let us watch this. This was sent to us by LaQual. LaQual, you've been sending some Boehner videos recently. You sent me some Boehner videos, okay? LaQuabois says, I always enjoyed history, but I'd always just go and study the stuff we were learning more. Good, and you should, LaQuois, because, guys, I've said this before, but there is such limited time to teach history in like secondary school that you get like the most superficial possible understanding of everything, and a lot of stuff is skipped. I'm sure you've seen this, LaQual. There's so much more to these historical events than you ever learn in high school. Okay, that really, and there's less agreement amongst historians on historical events than seems to be the case when you're in high school. Okay, all right. All right, so let's go on here. But do you guys enjoy? Do you find history interesting when I'm talking about it? I try to make it interesting. I try to talk about it in a way where it's relevant. Do you all? So do you like that? Okay, let's watch this. This was sent to us. Excellent, Peck. I'm bad. I'm glad. So this was sent to us by excellent, Jonas. We investigated the biggest government fraud in America, and you're paying for it. I don't not like it. I do not like it. I do not. That's so confusing. I'll just assume you hate it. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's watch. So this is sent to us by LaQual. We investigated the biggest government fraud in America, and you're paying for it. I'm excited to see it. Let's see what this is about. Okay. God bless this country. God bless it. All right.
For people repeat 3 words a lot over the past year.
When you look at some of the waste, fraud, and abuse.
Waste, fraud, and abuse.
Republicans have been working to root out waste, fraud, and abuse.
Waste, fraud, and abuse. Now let me add a few more words. Lego Tower, Yeti Cooler,
Gotcha,
Sony
right.
PlayStation 5, Diamond Ring, Baby Doll,
Of course,
One
Death Benedict.
Piece, and condoms.
A Ninja air fryer. SeaWorld, Disney World.
Taxpayer money bought all of this with funds meant for education.
If you're going to Disneyland and calling it social studies, I have a problem with that.
The problem
Oh my God. I think I get it. So this is about like school vouchers, and yeah, they're totally scams.
called school vouchers.
Yep.
They've created a whole new market for actual waste, fraud, and abuse.
It has ballooned into a $1 billion boondoggle that is rife with misspending and fraud.
Thousands of parents spent money on things the education department said were not allowed. And the price tag? Over $10 million.
Wow.
Lawmakers know what's going on, but they're often not doing anything to stop it. And it's throwing the future of education into disarray.
School vouchers have been an absolute calamity.
There's no
I've told you
accountability.
guys how school vouchers, like homeschooling in America is massively corrupt. It's used to abuse children. It's used to teach kids like religious nonsense. It's used to fraud the government. There's American school system is so fucked up. Okay.
No transparency. Look at the data. Look at the numbers.
We went to Arizona and discovered a radical experiment remaking public education. And it's just the tip of the iceberg.
They've been running a campaign for decades.
School choice. School choice.
Universal school choice.
Empowering parents to make the choice.
So Jonas asked, what are school vouchers? We just either go to free school meals or pay depending on income. So Jonas, in America, the right wing wants to privatize the school system. So they will give parents school vouchers where the government will essentially pay the cost to send those kids to private schools or charter schools or to private schools. Okay. So like, and so that parents can choose which school to send their kids to, which is really stupid. And really ought to be, everyone should be forced to go to public schools, in my opinion. I don't think there should even be private schools, in my opinion. Everyone should go to public school. So, but regardless, yeah, it's a way for their friends to get rich. How do they decide? Well, what the parents want. Okay, the parent can send their kids anywhere. By the way, in some states, the state will pay for you to go to a religious school because we don't have separation of church and state. So that doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay.
Choices for their kids.
And their opponent is public schools.
Yeah.
They'll tell you it's for the disadvantaged kid. It's for the special needs kid.
Yeah, and they claim that it help. Like, if you don't want your kid to go to the dangerous public school where there's black people, ooh, you can use a school voucher to go to the nice white school or the better school. Okay, it's also a way of depriving resources from majority minority school districts. Because if the white family who has a lot of money, uses a school voucher to send their kid not to that school, that money no longer goes to that school. It goes to whatever school the school voucher goes to. You see what I mean? So it's a fucking mess, okay?
But once the camel's nose is under the tent, it's over.
Yep.
Vouchers cannibalize dedicated money for public schools.
This is what they don't tell you about school vouchers. Tell me about this place and what it means to you.
This is my children's school, Kalina. They've been here since they were 5 years old, since they started kindergarten.
Crawl.
They're twins.
And then Crawl, if people need to be schooled at home, there will be public schools that actually send an at-home teacher to you. So even then, it should be government teachers that go to you or public school teachers that teach you at home.
Allie O'Rourke is a teacher and parent in Phoenix, Arizona. Last year, she was part of a committee forced to close several underfunded public schools.
I'm not blind.
Okay, Death Died Today. Weirdly enough, Death Died Today, this is where you actually came up with one example that I've heard of that I'm like, okay, I get it. Death Died Today said, I went to essentially what was an LGBT haven, early college, high school, but I don't think that type of thing should be taxpayer funded. Yeah, Death Died Today, what we need to do is like, I get, especially in today's environment, like sending an LGBTQ kid to a school where they're safe. Even if it's with the school voucher, we need to completely reform the public school system so it's not bad for LGBTQ folks, right? So like this is to an extent, I don't blame you for going to an LGBTQ school, but the voucher program is a big problem, of course.
To the cost of our decision, 2 of the campuses proposed are my
Exactly,
children's
Death
school
Died Today.
and where I work.
You're on YouTube, did you know that?
What did she say?
They're twins.
Allie O'Rourke is a teacher and parent in Phoenix, Arizona. Last year, she was part of a committee forced to close several underfunded public schools.
Jesus.
I'm not blind to the cost of our decision. 2 of the campuses proposed are my children's school and where I work.
You're on YouTube, did you know that?
Unfortunately, yes. I've gotten many people have sent me clips.
YouTube.
Yes.
I've seen you on YouTube.
Crying,
Yes,
nonetheless.
There's been several schools closed in Columbus city schools recently around me.
We're
Yes.
crying.
This is really overwhelming and sad. My girls will need to transfer schools multiple times in the next 2 years. And I will have to adapt to a new community, new admin, and new staff. You can see me leaving that meeting for a brief moment to collect myself because I was just so emotional. I was so sad about it. That's been our children's home. I was PTO president for a few years. We found our kids' best friends there. They've grown up there.
Being on the committee, trying to figure out how you guys are going to close these schools, what were the alternatives?
Sometimes we have someone dedicated to helping students learn to read because we are in a world where students are not able to read, and we're seeing that become harder and harder. And so that was one of the things they considered cutting.
Yeah, LaQuad, there's almost no regulations on homeschooling curriculum, so lots of kids are severely undereducated when homeschooling. If you have a government certified teacher come and homeschool, your child would be a way to I agree, LaQuad, and I think it should only be if there's a medical condition or some kind of medical or psychiatric necessity that requires that you be taught at school, because there's also, that you be taught at home by a government teacher, because there's also the social component of going to a building where there are other kids and you're a separate from your family. You have to start learning to be independent and taking some responsibility and interacting with people and things like that. So there's also a social learning component that is vital. So yeah, agreed.
The past 4 years, Arizona has been pulling money out of public schools and redirecting it to universal school vouchers.
Jesus, fucking Arizona.
Dozens of schools across the state have closed since vouchers were expanded. And Allie's district alone lost $12 million in a single year. How do you feel about school vouchers?
I think if they're used appropriately, I think they have good purposes. I know that there are students that...
By the way, in most states, schools that you would use vouchers at are not unionized. And the state has made it very hard to unionize them. So public schools typically have unionized teachers who can negotiate for their wages and stuff. But the schools that you use school vouchers for, which are typically private schools or sometimes charter schools, they often don't have teachers who are unionized, so they can pay their teachers less, and teachers are treated worse there. But anyway, so that's also another fun thing.
Need very specialized instruction. Being in special education, I see
Right.
those kids, but ultimately, I don't think they're being used for the intended purpose.
The vouchers are called Empowerment Scholarship Accounts, or ESAs. Any student, regardless of income, can receive up to $10,000 to use for private education,
Jesus,
including non-accredited schools, tutoring, and homeschooling. But the voucher money can also be
Mellow Munchies, and I'm okay with that. Like I said, if there's a psychiatric issue, then the state should offer an alternative, but it should not be private, right? Mellow Munchie says, I've heard of situations of kids who have severe social anxiety and or were bullied in public school being switched to an online school of some sort. Not sure if public/private, but I assume private. Yeah, and that's why, like, I'm okay with that. Like, if there's a psychiatric issue or like a medical issue, the state then should offer an alternative, right? But it should not be private. It should be run by the state. It should be run by the local community or whatever.
used for other educational expenses, which apparently includes things like Xboxes and Disney vacations.
To me, the most
What?
stunning thing about the program is not
That is insane, okay?
fraud, but rather like what's allowed. You can buy $30,000 of Legos across multiple years.
No, you're right, Crawl. I have psychiatric stuff, so I should say psychiatric is medical, right? But I'm sure you get, Crawl, why I say that, because the idea in America is that they're different, but they're not. Okay, but you're right. I should clarify. Any medical issue, whether psychiatric or otherwise, yeah.
You can buy a $4,000 harp, and that's an educational expense. Folks are using these funds all around the world to go to Windsor Castle, to go to various zoos in Australia.
And thousands went to a tutoring company that doesn't seem to
Yeah,
exist.
Crawl.
We only know about these expenditures because a local news outlet
Look, I used the propaganda. Whoopsie.
sued the state to find out.
Listen, Jonas, this is the point, Jonas, right? Jonas says audit this BS. That's the problem, is that our government has practically no oversight of this shit because the elites don't want oversight because they can go out the back door and make a ton of money off this shit. So we literally have a dysfunctional state where especially the Republicans have dismantled regulatory agencies. As a matter of fact, the Trump has completely gotten rid of the Federal Department of Education, at least almost entirely, if not entirely. So, like, to get rid of any oversight of any of this shit, because this is why I said how fascism often is, like the Nazis, for example, it's also dismantling the state, okay? So, like, they have dismantled the state in a lot of places so that the elites can do whatever they want, okay? Which is what this is.
12 News has fought for access to public records, and now we're the only media outlet in Arizona to have detailed receipts of what was purchased on your dime.
$1,500 gift cards, electric dirt bikes, custom tires, even sexually explicit items, including condoms and lubricants.
Arizona
No,
is
never
the
mind.
oldest of the universal voucher systems. It is the gold standard for what not to do and how to do what not to do.
I don't even know what to say about that. I was going to say, because honestly, I think condoms should be freely available in high schools. I know. I feel weird even talking about this because as a gay man, if I talk about anything like this, people are going to be like, you're a pedo or whatever. I know you guys won't. But I think every bathroom at a high school should have free condoms there, okay? Because I would much rather that be the case than high schoolers be going to do that shit without condoms. Or at the very least, they should be present in, like, counselor's office and things like that. So probably the state should allocate some money for providing shit like that to schools, right? But I know that in a homeschooling basis, it's kind of like, I hope you're using that for the kids, but not for, like, your own purposes. Right.
Tom Horn, the state superintendent running Arizona's ESA program, continues to defend it. even as spending has ballooned to over $1 billion in just 4 years. In fact, the state even auto-approves any expenditure under $2,000.
With this kind of quantity,
Exactly,
we
LaQuan.
can't audit everything.
Gwen, I love that, Gwen. Gwen says, but they have abstinence clubs, Sam. Right, Gwen. Right.
Before paying it, and if there's anything improper
That's
there, we'll
that's strange, Promethean Rebel. That's great. My school gave out condoms. I was surprised since they only did abstinence-based sex ed. That's really cool.
back.
You could buy your wife a diamond ring with the $2,000 because Tom Horn has set up a system that has 0 audits on the front end.
Isn't that crazy, guys? Right? And by the way, in America, because of the elites, we have a tradition of like assuming that government bad, wherever government is, government bad. And while I don't entirely agree because the state is bad, there's also a case to be made that it is important, though, to have the state in certain places, and it enables bad behavior for private individuals if you don't have the state involved in certain things. But the elites use this mindset of like, oh, the government is bad, especially if you go into right-wing spaces like Fox News. They're always talking about how government evil, government evil, government evil, government evil. And really, it's a way to dismantle the state so that the elites can do whatever they want, okay? So, yeah.
That's a recipe for disaster.
We've had a very vigorous program to prevent fraud.
No,
and
you
here
fucking
the Attorney
don't.
General pipes off with her imagined.
Oh God, look at this. What was that racial theorist we were talking about? What is it, Gobenu? Gobenu, who was like, oh, you can look at their skull shape. Maybe it's true in this guy's case. Okay, sorry, that was dark. Anyway,
Nation.
Ignore me.
Talking about alleged waste.
An Arizona state audit last month found $654 million in auto-approved expenses.
LaCroix, well, the state should be able to oversee an audit. Yeah, exactly, LaCroix, right? Like, it's dumb to not.
Even Amazon, when we tried to buy all of this stuff, flagged it as fraud.
Wow.
I have had to do criminal prosecutions of individuals who made up ghost children and fabricated birth certificates.
Ghost children.
Ghost children.
Boo. After Arizona expanded its voucher program in 2022, a wave of states followed suit, and many soon experienced similar.
No. Real life Cat DJ. I'm saying I don't agree with that. I do not think government bad, okay? I'm saying that, thank you, the Vax was evil. I'm kind of worried about your name, but thank you. I'm saying that, like, I understand the sentiment for some groups of people that, like, they don't trust the government. I'm just saying, but the state is important to have in a lot of things. You know what I mean? Okay, maybe I framed that badly.
Problems.
On any given day, the Florida Department of Education has trouble tracking $270 million in voucher funds.
An audit found that Florida had trouble tracking 30,000 students within the private voucher system.
It's surprising, given the language and the rhetoric around waste, fraud, and abuse, that is inconsistently applied to public agencies
Of course.
versus parents who are using
Of
public
course.
dollars.
When you want to make a purchase that you know will benefit your students, what is it that you have to go through in order to make that happen?
A lot of times I choose not to go through the school to make that happen. If I need supplies for my classroom, just pencils, papers, glue sticks, scissors, a lot of that is just donations from families.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. If has anyone here had a kid in school and the teacher puts out a supply list for the parents to get for them, I don't blame the teachers because you need that shit, because otherwise the teacher's going to have to pay for it themselves. Okay, like, because guys, I had to pay for most of my supplies that I used, and I was never reimbursed. As a matter of fact, the state of Ohio offers a tax break for teachers. So at the end of the year, you can write down the number of schools, like how much money you spent on school supplies, and they'll give you some of it back as a tax refund, but like it's not the amount you spent, which is funny because that shows that the state of Ohio knows teachers are doing this, but they're not going to fully pay for it. Yeah, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up that anyway. Yeah.
And while teachers and students rely on donated pencil and paper, private schools are cashing in.
They're just jacking up their tuition rates as the ESAs become available.
In Iowa, a lot of schools are saying you have to apply for the ESA as part of our application.
I don't think there's much evidence at all that this is really helping underserved communities.
Even some families who use the vouchers have complicated feelings about them.
So Zoe was in fantastic public school from kindergarten through 4th grade.
I had a teacher. She didn't understand my autistic trait, and she kept sending me to detention.
Oh my God.
No. So that's when we decided to.
That is bad. Okay. That is a big fucking, how the fuck did that happen? How was that teacher allowed to keep sending that child to detention? I'm curious. I would really like to hear the specifics of that situation because I know teachers who've done shit like that. Anyway.
To apply for the ESA and move to a private school. I think in our case, the ESA was the right way to go, and I'm grateful for it. I just wish that our public schools were in a better situation to meet the needs of all kids.
See, and that's the issue. For in that case, the kid probably should be going to a different school, but what should happen is that we need to fix the fucking public school so they have enough resources to help a kid with autism, to teach a kid with autism or teach someone who's on the spectrum.
And now that any student in Arizona can apply for a school voucher, educators say that resources for special education have become more scarce, while the percentage of special needs students has actually increased.
Yep.
Dr. Curtis Finch is a superintendent for the Deer Valley Unified School District in North Phoenix.
We are feeling tremendous pressure to service those kids with less dollars.
Yes.
Public schools are required.
Oh my God, guys. Oh, it is such a disaster. Oh, it's such a disaster trying to teach in a public school classroom. And you have, I don't like this phrase. There's a phrase, high needs students, high needs, that are require very specific education because they are on the spectrum, or they even things like have epilepsy or some other even just like medical conditions. But the schools have no money to deal with that. They don't have the money to supply someone to assist that student. So then the teacher has to deal with, and this sound like, I want you to be clear, guys. I have heard a lot of people get after teachers for this, but I'm trying to make the point here that we can't really blame teachers for this. It is really hard to deal with a class of 30 plus students, especially when 6 or 7 of them are on the spectrum and require a certain set of amount of attention or a certain amount of specialized education without assistance. It is crazy. And so that's why schools need more resources. Okay. It's not easy to do this. And a lot of people take the wrong lesson out of this, and they will start talking about how people with autism should be separated from a classroom, and that autism is a disease, and people with autism are violent and unsafe. No, it's that there's no resources in these schools to give these children the education they need. Okay, and it's so fucking hard to deal with. Not people with autism, but all those kids with all these different needs. Okay, when you're one person.
To accept special needs students. Private schools are not. So while special needs students have almost doubled in Deer Valley, the district lost $40 million to vouchers in 2024 alone. Over 80% went to students already enrolled in private school.
Yeah, Promethean Rebel. So Promethean Rebel says it seems classroom sizes keep going up. Yep. I think I could have benefited from a smaller classroom, and I'm sure I'm not alone. One of the main reasons I was teaching at that private school where I lost my job from is because even though it was a religious school and I am not religious, they had very small class sizes, which made it so much easier for me to teach. I think the most kids I had in a class was 18. which was great. Okay. It made it so much easier for me to teach, and it made me a better teacher because I could give specialized instruction to every student. Okay. But when I was at a public school, my smallest class size was 31. 31 with 6 classes a day. You do the math. That is 180 students, a little more than 180 students that you see a day that you have to grade things for and do things. Um, so, okay. Pretty bad.
About the voucher system.
Yeah, Mellow Munch, and seriously, Mellow Munchies, that is true. And this, again, people will be judgmental of teachers who say these things, but it's just a fact, and it's not the teacher's fault. Mellow Munchie says it's hard to assist kids with special needs and at the same time meet the needs of other kids. Yeah, I remember in middle school. Yep, home economy. I'd ask for help because there were kids with special needs that needed help too. They took priority, right? And like, there's only, a teacher only has so much energy or focus and ability to focus on anyone. And there are legal ramifications on teachers in schools who don't focus on the kids with special needs. So, like, there's too much put on teachers. Let's put it that way. All right.
That there has been an increase in special ed students in public schools after it was instituted.
You hear the argument, well, it's a choice environment. The problem is not the parents' choice.
So, Real Life Cat DJ, 5th through 12th grade is what I am licensed in. I can teach 5th through 12th grade.
It's the school's choice. If your student has academic troubles, has behavior troubles, has special needs, we're not going to service you. You need to go down to the local public school. That's one variable. The other variable is special needs students often come back to Deer Valley, and I think that's what's happening a lot. They come back to the public school because we're highly regulated. We have a small army to help these students.
Yeah, but Matt Saigai, and those, of course, in the university classes, there are TAs. There are, the professor doesn't have to give specialized attention to everyone. You see what I mean? It's much different in a university than in like one of these schools. Let's put it that way.
But
and there's also a level of expectation in a university that people will work independently that you don't have in a fucking, it's pretty bad.
The idea of schools open to every type of student is precisely what vouchers were originally intended to dismantle.
The modern school voucher push started with Milton Friedman, who's a conservative economist who wrote a pamphlet. If government was going to be involved at all.
Listen, guy, elevator lady, Mayflower kid, weird amorphous blob. This Milton Friedman is back. Yay, Milton Friedman is back. Okay, I agree, Matt Saigai. Look, isn't this great? Don't we love Milton Friedman? He's a curse on everyone everywhere. He was the one who advocated originally for dismantling. We need to read that, elevator lady. We should read in book club, Freedom and Capitalism. His book, what is it? Freedom and Capitalism. It's very short. We should read it sometime just to understand his way of thinking. He thought, the government should keep their hands off education and completely privatize it because that's how he thought about everything. He is like the devil, okay?
In funding education, it should be to give parents essentially coupons.
I would have a voucher system under which parents who chose not to
There he is. There's Milton Friedman, the devil incarnate.
send their child to a particular public school
for
would
me,
be
Rebel.
entitled to a payment, a voucher, which they could use at any school of their choice.
We're literally reading a book in book club about what Milton Friedman did globally, like what his ideas were used for globally and shit. He was a horrible, monstrous human being. Okay, his damage cannot be understated.
It was quickly seized upon by segregationists as a way to avert the Brown versus Board of Education decision and to use taxpayer dollars to go to what were called segregation academies.
After
Oh, gotcha, Matt. Sorry, Matt. I was generalizing. Interesting.
segregation academies were ruled unconstitutional in the 70s, vouchers were rebranded as a way to help students who'd been left behind by failing public schools. But there's
Let me tell you something. I'm not joking. You guys aren't going to believe me, so I'm going to look it up. It is not an exaggeration when I say this. Just to prove to you I'm not lying. And people don't, when I say this, they don't believe me, okay? um, let's see here. Let me see if I can find here. Okay, it's where we're now. So we are nearly back. We are almost back. We're either back to or almost back to the same level of school segregation that existed before integration. As I recall, I thought, okay, yeah. So we are either that we are literally back to the same level, either at the same level or just a little bit before the same level of school segregation that existed before the Brown v. Board of Education. I'm not joking. I learned that when I was getting my master's degree, and it's true. So, like, I do like the I like the idea that so we've literally almost gone all the way back, okay? We might not be 100% there yet, but the school voucher system has massively increased school segregation. Okay? And that was kind of the point partially. Segregationists love school vouchers.
Little evidence that the private schools taking public money are better than public schools.
When we started to see voucher programs become what we call at scale, what we saw at that time was kids who switched from public to private school using a voucher suffered some of the worst academic declines we've ever seen in sort of the history of education research, frankly. You're talking natural disaster bad.
Most private schools across the country still take public dollars and are not required to actually take tests to prove that they're putting out a good product. When you get to choose your students, then you would think they would score better.
Why is it that they're so dead set on this voucher system and the way that it is?
Always follow the money.
Yeah, it's because people profit.
So there
off
are
of
the
it.
billionaires.
Oh my God, I
and
hate all these people. Betsy DeVos is a horrible human being. Her whole career has been trying to privatize education for her family's personal profit. She was Donald Trump's education secretary during his first term. David Koch, same thing. I said Koch, oopsie, Koch. Okay, one of the most corrupt people. He was the founder. He really helps finance the American Heritage Foundation. You know what? We'll just see. They're probably going to tell you. They're going to tell you. Sorry. I'll go back. They're going to tell you.
Would think they would score better.
Why is it that they're so dead set on this voucher system and the way that it is?
Always follow the money.
So there are the billionaires, and then there are the think tanks and the advocacy groups that the billionaires fund.
These funders include Trump's former Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, Jeff Yazd, and conservative mega donor Charles Koch.
The Betsy DeVos billionaires, they will tell you flat out it is to remake schooling in the image of
God's
Christian
kingdom.
nationalism.
Yep, Christian nationalism.
There are not enough philanthropic dollars in America to fund what is currently the need in education. Our desire is to confront
Again,
the
guys,
culture.
just a reminder, we are living in a country that's run by a Christian right-wing death cult that is literally trying to teach all of our kids Christian nationalism, like white supremacist Christian nationalism, with the hope of sparking the fucking apocalypse so that everyone can die. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? Yes, it's as bad as it sounds, and no one gives a shit, or at least very few people care enough. Like, come on, we're like a fucking, literally American ISIL, okay? American Al-Qaeda, okay? American Taliban. If you want to use an example that most Americans would be upset about, right? Like, okay, can we just and it's normalized and fine. Drusilla, I'm sure they can find some old Nazi textbooks. Yeah. Okay. Guys, again, I'm going to be clear. I'm not exaggerating. But people, the media is not going to talk about that. They're not going to say, and by the way, we continue today in the nation run by Christian death cultists who think death is good and that the world ending is a positive for the second coming of Christ. Okay, isn't that fun?
In which we all live today in ways which will continue to help advance
Jonas.
God's kingdom.
Continue to advance God's kingdom. Okay. That's cute.
Voss has spent millions backing vouchers in Arizona specifically.
I'm a huge fan of what Arizona and Governor Ducey and the legislators there were able to achieve, and I do believe that it will open the door for many other universal programs.
What Trump 1 did, what the first Trump administration did, is it sort of changed the way we talk about education.
What a great looking class.
Good idea, Drusilla.
They just stopped telling the truth. And they said, well, you know, parents don't care about test scores. What they really care about is woke, or what they really care about are boys in girls' bathrooms and things
Remember Mussolini? He had all the teachers like do oaths, and it was more about teaching kids pride and to be Italian and teaching them about the superiority of Italy and shit like that. Like they didn't care as much about the math or the science. It was all about teaching loyalty to the regime and teaching nationalism.
Woke activism. More of our voters are extremely concerned about what's being taught in schools.
Turn on the news, cable news, any time of the day. If it's about education, it's that same thing. Public school is a child of the devil. They're indoctrinating your kids.
The left is too focused on culture issues.
Listen, no one banned the vax was evil, but the vax was evil says, to be fair, school used to be just math, English, science, and sports. No, it didn't. When? If you mean like way long ago, like in way long ago, maybe, but we're talking way long ago, right? Okay. So that is not true. It was not just math, English, science, and sports. Social studies has existed for ages. Ages! I don't know what the fuck you mean, okay? Anyway.
Instead of actually teaching students how to read and do math.
At the federal level, the One Big Beautiful Bill includes a dollar-for-dollar tax credit for donations to groups funding private school scholarships.
The federal scholarship tax credit was passed in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Public school students are eligible for scholarships under this federal law, but it does contain federal dollars to underwrite private school tuition as well. And that private school tuition piece would largely go to students who are already in private school to begin with, especially in states that don't have vouchers at all, like blue states and purple states.
Even though more than a dozen states now have some form of universal voucher program, voters consistently vote them down if given the chance.
They've never passed.
Yep.
Never. The same thing happened here in Arizona. The voters of Arizona voted against vouchers, but the Republican legislature got one extra vote and got it through in the middle of the night.
But voters are continuing to push back.
We have a voucher initiative that is gathering signatures today. And
yeah, of course, the Republicans don't care about the Democratic will, and it wasn't a democracy. It's not a democracy anyway, so I guess, hey, I mean, what do we expect to happen?
Doing is putting some parameters around it. For example, if you make this amount of money, you can't use it. Or if you can't buy this, or you can't buy that.
If the initiative gets on the ballot and then passes in November, it would be the biggest reform of a voucher program yet.
The abuse of taxpayer dollars has to stop.
Well, that's good, at least.
And we need accountability in this program.
Sir Bart, I know what you want to do, Sir Bart. Just hold off for a little bit.
In the last days of the legislature this year, Arizona Republicans put a constitutional amendment on the ballot that would effectively ban changes to the voucher program.
I smell fear in this bill. I sense politicians who know that the people of the state of Arizona are ready to take on the waste and the fraud and the abuse.
I've been telling the Republicans, if you guys want to save your skin, you need to put boundaries around this. Because if it shows some fiscal responsibility, some transparency, some accountability.
But the future is unclear for many public schools. Have you had to close any schools in your district?
It's not if, it's when and how many.
So bad.
If you were standing in front of Arizona.
Schools just want to have fun. Schools want to have funds. Schools want to have funds.
Legislators. What would you say?
We are losing educators, we are losing families. Public education is drowning, and ESA vouchers are not helping us. I worry about what my children's electives will be. What opportunities will they have? What educational resources will they have by the time they get to high school? This is the future. Kids are literally the future. And if we continue to take money from them at this age, what kind of better future are we providing for them?
Hey, folks. Thanks for.
Okay, that was interesting, LaCroix. So, of course, guys, Americans having a big issue with literacy. Americans have a very big problem with our school system. And trust me, there's a reason why there's so many Trumpists out there and so many people who completely lack critical thinking and so many people who literally can't read above a 6th grade level, or some people who are barely even literate. Okay? Like, yeah, peck on bad, right? So we it's a big problem here in America, and there's a reason why the elites, etc., don't really like fully educated people. There's that. There's a reason why they have been massively defunding the humanities, which is things like the social studies, history, civics, to focus only on things that are considered functional for corporations and the wealthy. So and also art, they've been defunding that because those are things that are functional in a workplace, but that don't really cause you to think so much about politics. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, it's a mess. It's a fucking mess. And then when they don't want people to learn reality anymore, which is why, don't teach about slavery. Don't teach about this. Don't teach about that. And if you do, you're woke or whatever. It's just fucking reality. Oh, thank you, Mithril. Mithril, hello. Mithril, the Shining. Mithril here. Can I suggest this video as a palate cleanser? Mithril, I can't believe you're over on Twitter. Okay, yeah, let's watch this as a palate cleanser. Hello, how are you doing, Mithril? Likely Banovator? Oh, you're not. Why does it say you're a Banovator? You're not a Banovator. That's weird. Hello, Mithril. All right. Why are you restricted? I don't know why it's saying stop restricting. Stop restricting. There we go. Mithril will no longer be restricted. Yeah, why are you restricted? That's weird. Okay. That was so weird, Mithril. It said that you're like a Banovator. You're not. I don't know what that was about. Okay. All right. Oh, so guys, listen, guys. This is great. This is why I love talking about education, because all the trolls come in here, because they're all a bunch of fucking snowflakes who literally panic about any sense of historical reality. So we have someone in here whose message I'm not going to release. It says we should teach about slavery. We should teach about slavery so we can have we have more racial hatred in 2026. You're a fucking idiot. I don't even know what to tell you. You're a fucking idiot. Right. Let's lie about reality. That's great. You think that's okay. Right. I don't know what the fuck. It's so dumb. Oh my God. Look at this, guys. Here's the homophobia. Is the gay dude talking about being a snowflake? That is funny. Ice Cum, since you're the one whose name is Ice Cum, which is very gay, by the way. Second of all, you're the one who's so fucking emotional and freaking out over nothing, okay? You're like, oh my God, we have to teach about slavery, a real thing that happened? Oh, hide it, put it under the bed, hide it, we can't see that, hide it, I can't handle it. So that's very funny to me, okay, that you're saying that, all right? Anyway, enjoy the void. Please enjoy the void, okay? Okay, bye-bye. All right. Anyway. Okay, anyway. Let's go on here, guys. So this was sent to us by Mithril. This is bison roam wild in Cumbria for the first time in 6,000 years. Let's have a little palate cleanser, shall we?
This is Cumbria, home of the Lake District, England's biggest national park. With its stunning countryside and pristine lakes.
Of course, LaCroix, of course.
It draws 20 million visitors a year.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That was kind of silly.
But I'm not here for the views. I'm here because somewhere on a farm up ahead, something that hasn't been seen here for 6,000 years is making a comeback.
Oh, this is cute. I love bison. They're cute. Bison are cute.
Bison. the largest land animal in Europe. They can reach 2 meters in height and weigh as much as a car.
Those are scary.
For thousands of years, these giants roamed from Scotland to Siberia. But by 1927, the species was hunted to extinction, and the European bison disappeared from the wild. In 2022, the Wildwood Trust, a small zoo in Kent, launched an ambitious project to bring wild bison back to Britain. And today, they're releasing them in a new location for the very first time. Here to oversee the release is Don.
Oh my God, this is fun. I'm gonna block this person too. All right, give me a second, folks. We're being attacked by homophobes all of a sudden. We're under homophobic siege. I need to figure out how do I how do I gonna do that? How do I? God damn it! It won't let me. There we go. We'll remove. There we go. Okay.
Right, one of the only 2 bison rangers in the country.
Ooh, there's bison. I want to be a bison ranger. Can you ride a bison? That'd be kind of fun. Sit on the backs of bison.
They are extraordinary. The herd was transported here 30 days ago and has been in quarantine ahead of its release. How almost mythical.
Yeah, politics.
Tell me, Doc, why are bison so special? You know, how close did we come to losing them?
They were officially extinct in the wild, that was it. But they found 54 animals that were kept in zoos and wildlife sanctuaries. And from those animals, 12 of them bred.
Of course you would say that, Sir Bart.
And all the European bison in the world today can be traced back to those 12 bison. It's history in the making.
The bison are being released onto 5,000 acres of farmland, where their presence will transform the ecosystem.
So this is bison debarking, and it's you can actually see the bite marks, the teeth marks, when you see a bison debarking a tree. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, this is so cool.
Their teeth are like chisels. You know, the superpower of European bison is their ability to create these microhabitats or homes for other species.
Yeah, did you guys see that video of that guy getting attacked by the bison?
You can imagine bats would be roosting in the cracks in the tree. Songbirds would make use of those hollows and nest inside.
They're kind of opening up the forest.
Yeah, this is great, Mithril. Thank you. We needed this. We needed this.
It's amazing.
With everything in place, 6,000 years of waiting is about to come to an end. I can't believe what we're about to do. It's surreal. We're making wild history right now.
I'm so excited. This is the moments that we live for. I mean, this is 3 years of
I love that,
hard work
Mithril.
to get to this point.
Don, I feel like we should do this together, really. Come on, let's do it.
Ready?
1, 2, 3.
Aww.
So
Look
excited.
how happy they are. Oh, I want one.
I think I know words.
There's no words.
Someone send me a bison.
Look at that. It's
If
just,
guys,
look, he's gonna have a
guys, someone send me a bison. I'll give you the P.O. box. Just send me a bison. Thank you.
Immediately.
I'll keep it out back.
just feels right. This is where they belong, out there in the wild.
Yeah.
Getting on with bison business is perfect. Working in conservation, I mean, you know, guys, there's so many battles that we lose, and this is one that.
Drusilla, I don't need your judgment. Drusilla says doesn't sound very safe. It's totally safe, Drusilla. I will keep it nice. I will keep it nice.
One.
Right, real life. I will keep it. I will do a good job keeping it. I'll take care of it. I promise.
The Travel Show.
Aww.
Your
Oh, thank you, Withrow. That was so cute. I love bison. They're so pretty. They're so pretty. Thank you, Mithril. All right. Let me find something here. Let's watch a Jay Williams thing real fast. The angry Hispanic Christian puppet? What? What? Okay, let's go on to Pet Gone Bad's favorite segment by virtue of Jay Williams. Let's see here. This is I know, Jonas, you're obsessed. Okay. is the near. Okay, thank Mithril. Look up the stories of the big gray man of Ben McDewey. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, Mithril. Okay, well, I'll look that up too, Mithril. Let's look that up before I forget. Really peck on bad. Oh, okay. The big gray man of Ben. Now, Mithril, you know I'm going to piss you off, though, with how I react to it, right? So please forgive me. But you brought it upon yourself. You told me about it. You know what's going to happen. Okay. Ooh, okay. We'll watch about him. Yeah, you know, Drusilla, maybe we will watch that, Drusilla. We'll look up the Mothman, too, okay? All right. But I do love you, Drusilla. I love you, Drusilla, but I also love you, Mithril, okay? All right, let's watch this. Temper Control, tacky Christian punk, show. Let's watch it.
I will not. You started it. Kids, what's going on? Hi, Peaches. Cody's upset that I said he can't hit a baseball even if it came up and hit him in the nose. But I only said it after he said I'm a...
Oh, thank you, Outer Signal, for gifting Mithril a gifted membership.
Brat. Well,
you no longer have to see ads, Mithril. You get every moment of me yelling at the audience.
She is a brat. You're calling me a brat? You are. You are a brat. Hitting you in the nose, it's gonna hurt. Brat? You wait till you see what I do. Hold it, kids. Hold it, kids. I want to tell you both a story about a little boy who learned an important lesson about anger and tempers.
That's really not the best time to do that story. I can tell you as a teacher, you can't just, if two kids are fighting, you can't just break into a story and expect they're going to focus on you, okay? You're going to need to do something more. It's not just like, stop! So I have a story, and the story is, you have to do some kind of transition there. That ain't going to work.
Once there was a little boy named Butch who would have temper tantrums all the time.
That was a weird transition. Okay, Le Croix Bois, maybe the priest that advocated for beating your kids with... Oh my God, Le Croix, I hate you so much. What the fuck?
Butch's father gave him a bag of nails and told him...
Son, every time you lose your temper, I want you to hammer one of these nails into this fence.
The first day, the boy had driven 37 nails into the fence.
Okay, this kid needs professional help.
Over the next few weeks, as he learned to control his anger, the number of nails hammered daily gradually dwindled down.
That is a lot of fucking nails. That's a waste of nails.
Discovered it was easier to hold his temper than to drive those nails into the fence.
Dad, I haven't lost my temper in a long time. Isn't that great? I should be rewarded for all my patience.
Yeah, it's like, at least get him to do something productive, Louise. Have him wash the fence, have him take out the like, I don't know. But even then, is he really losing his temper 30 plus times a day? Like, how do they define, what does that mean, losing your temper? I'm curious how the parents define losing your temper. LeBron James, maybe his dad is a professional. That's possible. I'm sorry, not LeBron James, forgive me. Jabron Lames, forgive me, okay?
You're right, Butch, and since you've learned to control your anger, I now want you to pull out one nail for every day you've been able to hold your temper.
Oh, me and my big mouth. I wonder if Mr. Brady would treat Greg like...
Wait, why pull out the nails after what?
Finally, the day...
No, Jonas, I don't give a fuck. Who the heck is LeBron James? I don't even know. I'm just kidding. I know who he is, but I don't care. Let's put it that way.
The boy didn't lose his temper at all. The days soon passed, and the young boy was finally able to tell his father...
That is true real-life Cat DJ. I just don't know, like, if he's doing it 30 times a day, what is he doing that they're viewing as anger, right?
That all the nails were gone. The father took his son by the hand and led him to the fence.
You've done well, my son, but look at all the holes in the fence. This fence will never be the same. And when you say things in anger, they leave a scar, just like this one. You could stick a knife in
Okay.
it and draw it out. It won't matter how many times you say, I'm sorry.
I do like the mountains in the
wound will
background,
still be there.
even though I don't know if it's even
And a
real. It's
verbal
not real.
wound is
It's
just
not
as
real.
bad
Of course
as
it's
a
not
physical
real.
one. Remember that, son.
I will, Dad. I promise. And I'm so sorry for all the times I've gotten angry and lost my temper. My dad is the best. He's even better than Mr. Brady.
Who's the mother? Who's the mother if a human man gave birth to a puppet? Is the mother a puppet? Well, let's hope she's a puppet. Otherwise, I don't think the mother is the mother. Let's put it that way. Okay. Anyway, just saying. His hair color. Okay, anyway, it's fine.
Did you like the story, kids?
We sure did. Thanks for taking the time and telling
The
us.
mother is the elephant? Well, that makes more sense to me. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Jonas. It was an immaculate conception.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, Cody, for saying all those nasty things.
Oh, that's okay. It was my fault too, Rudy.
I know.
Oh, it wasn't.
Now, that's
Ew.
more like it.
Okay, you're right. The mom is the fucking elephant, which is
I gotta be
really weird.
smooth.
I'm very confused about this relationship. I'm very confused about this relationship. We need to get these people on Jerry Springer or something. Okay, you know what? Let's watch another Jay Williams one first because I am, addicted. What is this? Ew, God, Jay Williams. No, Little Marcy. That looks terrifying. Okay, let's watch this. Jen, bad thoughts. Jen, bad. Oh no. Oh no. I'm already. Oh no. What is this? What the fuck is this? What is this? Oh my God. Thank you. I love gay men 69 for the 100 to hydrate. Yes, I love gay men 69. I will take a drink. What the fuck? Okay. Jonas, don't you laugh. All right. Well, we'll see about this. You know what? I love gay men. I know we know. We'll wait to see. We'll wait to see what I love gay men 69 has to say. But okay. Drizella, I would rather you watch one of my Discord videos about Mothman CR. I would not, Drizella. I would rather watch this, but then we'll go to your videos, okay? So we're going to watch one of Jay Williams' videos. We're going to watch another one of Jay Williams' videos because they're very short. So we're going to watch one of these.
I got all this stuff packed. Another chapter in my life is closed. Another chapter is done with.
You're right.
This feels racially charged.
Reading a book?
No, I'm not writing a book, but another chapter in my life is closed.
Oh, you're through being one of the Three Stooges.
I am not one of the Three Stooges, Jeannie.
Yeah, elevator lady, I love gay men more 420, right? Exactly.
I am no longer going to be a Christian.
What did you say?
I said I was no longer going to be a Christian, and for that reason, I just packed all of my Sunday clothes.
I don't know, Jonas. I don't know. They might be like those people from West Virginia who are blue, literally. I don't know. But this guy, there just seems to be a racial component. I could be wrong.
Your Bible!
You got it, sis. I am through.
Why are you not going to be a Christian?
Because I don't want to be a phony.
Well, who says you have to be a phony?
Well, Jeannie.
Yeah, LaCroix, I'm not actually joking. Let me show you guys. Oh, my God. I can't believe. I know I get off track. What are they called? Blue people, West Virginia. So, I to be clear, guys, I'm not trying to demonize these people. They are, they did not choose this, okay? But there are people in West Virginia. Well, wait a minute. Well, this is a different guy. That's a guy who took supplements. Where are they here? Oh, I'm sorry. Not West Virginia, Kentucky. My mistake. It's Kentucky, not West Virginia. Okay. They were inbred. After generations of inbreeding, these folks developed blue skin. Now, the first person we saw had consumed colloidal silver. So that's different, but there were people that, because of inbreeding, ended up developing blue skin. Okay, yeah, yeah, okay. Da, 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 do, do, do. Yeah, to do spectator animations to marry. When a family lives in isolation, it doesn't. Yeah, so they literally kept breeding with amongst each other and spreading it and like okay. Um, so it's yeah. So anyway, that's what that is. They're called the fruit fugals or something like that. All right, let's go on here.
I can't help it. I mean, I think
They do
bad
not,
thoughts
Darcity. It's
every
not
day,
in
and I
this
don't want to
case.
be a phony Christian.
Just because you think a bad thought doesn't mean you're a phony Christian.
Jeannie, sometimes...
Well, I don't know. I disagree. According to the Bible, you're not even allowed to have bad thoughts, right? You're not allowed to be jealous. That's bad. According to, Christianity. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Fuck it. All right. Wait a minute. I'm trying to make sure that I can see what people are saying on. I feel like YouTube is not being sent over. Is that true? Politics. All right. Yeah, it looks like YouTube isn't actually being sent over. Oh, wait, is it? I don't know. Okay, we'll continue.
Some really bad thoughts come into my mind.
Someone send a message in YouTube.
I thought about beating up Tony last week. Oh, the other day I even thought about cheating on a test at school.
That doesn't mean that you're a phony, Eugene. Just because you have a bad thought doesn't mean you wanted to think that. Do you know who put that thought in your mind?
I got no idea.
The devil. The Bible says that the devil is the tempter.
Oh, okay, it works.
People?
Sure he does.
Thank you,
And
Promethean.
the way that he tempts you is by putting thoughts into your mind.
Yeah, of course it's the devil.
Just because you thought a bad thought doesn't mean that you're not a Christian. Eugene.
Right. I wonder what his bad thought. You suck it, Mayflower Kid. Okay. I do wonder what the bad thoughts were that the devil was putting in his brain.
You can't help it. Bad thoughts just come into your mind.
You mean even good Christians have bad thoughts?
Sure they do.
And it's not a sin?
No, it's not a sin. It becomes a sin if you keep thinking about it, and if you like what
Oh, so if you keep thinking about it, it becomes a sin. Okay, so if you can't, okay.
you're thinking about.
That's called a thought crime, people.
Boy, am I ever glad to hear you say that, because I don't like to think those bad thoughts. How do I get rid of them?
You get rid of them by speaking God's word. You begin to say scriptures every time a bad thought comes around, and I promise you that bad thought will begin to leave.
Laquaba, I hate you. Laquaba says the devil is telling me that I love gay men 69.
Jeannie, thank you very much. I just reopened a chapter in my life. Boy, you make me feel a lot better. I thought I was going to be a wacko there for a while.
Okay, well, that was weird. All right, Jay Williams, you goddamn lunatic. Let's watch Druzilla's Mothman thing, and then we'll maybe do Mythrills. I am curious about where'd you send it, Druzilla? You want me to, did you send a Mothman shit? Did you send a Mothman shit thing? By the way, I have to pee. Give me 1 second. Oh my God, give me 1 second. Oh my God, my ass hurts. Oh, Jesus. Don't take that the wrong way, folks. Don't take that the wrong way. Jesus Christ. Okay. Where did you send me some shit, Druzilla, or something? Let me pee really fast. Give me a second. I'm gonna only step away. I'll be right back, okay? There we go. I'm better. I'm better. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Let me see here. Let's find something about Mothman. No, Darth Sidious. We don't want to hear about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. Okay, you're funny. All right, let's see here. Let's look up Mothman because, guys, I'm from Ohio, and there's a lot of Mothman shit in Ohio. Okay, Mothman legends. And God, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay. The legend of fucking Moth. I swear to God. Okay, I'm already going to lose my fucking mind. Such a fucking waste of time. Okay, you know what? Is that a 6-minute one? I want to see a good one. The Mothman Museum. Let's see. Which one should we watch? Well, isn't anyone cleaning up Mothman shit? I mean, probably not. Oh my God, there's so many videos about this thing. There's so many videos about it. Jesus Christ, people will believe anything. Okay, anyways, I don't mean to be mean. Sorry if anyone believes that. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to be rude. Okay. Let's just find here. Mothman, America's notorious monster.
Even a
Let's watch it. Oh
Mothman
my God, I
statue?
forgot there's a statue to Mothman. Christ. Let's watch this. I think it'll be fun. I need a break from like the serious shit, guys. You know. I did disable the jogging and dancing memes because we were talking about a serious topic, and I could not be dancing and jogging while talking about scientific racists or World War I, for example. All right. So let's watch the Mothman bit. This will be fun. This will be fun. Okay. Just for fun, guys, why not? Right? We need a little bit of a break after all the death
in the
and
middle
destruction.
of downtown. Hi.
So I literally
It did have the biggest red eyes.
There's a 6-foot bird and massive wings. And I asked her how
Real life DJ, I hate you. I did not say
big the wingspan was. She said about 10 to 12 feet.
Oh, Christ.
Is Point Pleasant haunted?
Yes.
Yeah, Point Pleasant. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm from Ohio.
Very much.
I'm here in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the little Appalachian town with a big monster.
No, Philly Cheese. I haven't fucking seen Mothman. What a fucking stupid question, Philly Cheese. Jesus Christ. You fucking stupid question. Anyway.
History. It's home to one of America's most notorious.
Listen, guys, let me show you where it is that we're talking about here. Okay. That's right, Philly Cheese. Cry. Okay. Let's see here. Ohio. So I'm in Ohio. Fucking Ohio. Okay. I'm in Ohio. This is Ohio. It's a state. If anyone knows about it, no one cares. Okay. I live in this area of Ohio, which is right in the dead fucking center. Right in the dead fucking center. You know what? I need to find a better image here. So here's Ohio. Okay. You see Ohio? What the fuck? 1 second. 1 second. God damn it. Okay. Let's look at it. I'll just do a different picture of Ohio. Here we go. So we're living, we are in Ohio here. Yeah, we're in Ohio. We're in, you know what? We'll go back to what we just saw there. Okay. So Ohio, right? We'll go back to Ohio. So again, this is Ohio right here in the center. Okay. I live right here in the center. Okay. And I won't tell you exactly where, but I'm right here in the center. But then if you go down south of me, there's a big old river, right? A very big river. Very important river, and it is called the Ohio River, and it's a very big river, and it empties into the Mississippi. And right along here, I'm not quite sure where. There it is, Point Pleasant. You see, this is Point Pleasant. This is where there are a lot of Mothman sightings, and where there's a fucking statue to goddamn Mothman. Okay, so that is why I do know quite a bit about Mothman, because I do not live that far from that. There's a lot of stuff in Ohio about Mothman. Okay. All right. Let's go on.
Legends, Mothman.
I hate you all. I hate you all so much. Mothman metamorphosis, please, but be glorious to watch.
Described as a humanoid creature with massive wings and glowing red eyes, this man with wings was first spotted in this area in the 1960s and has been a fixture of life in Point Pleasant ever since.
Christ.
The monster is a perfect example of iconic modern American folklore. There's even a Mothman statue in the middle of downtown. Hi.
Ooh.
It speaks to the idea that this really...
By the way, this is an Ohio secret. This is an Ohio secret. This town makes a lot of money off Mothman. Okay? A lot of Ohioans make a lot of money off the Mothman legend. People come from all around the country to go visit Point Pleasant to find Mothman. Okay, so there might be an economic motivation to all of this. But I didn't tell you that. It's a secret.
Is modern folklore. It came from this town. Like, we're staking this spot in this part of the world as Mothman. So they're really uniting Mothman and Point Pleasant and West Virginia. On December 15th, 1967, this paranormal activity culminated in a very real tragedy.
Yeah, this is
the
true.
The collapse of Silver Bridge. Some claimed Mothman was the cause of the accident. Others say he was actually meant to forewarn the town of the catastrophe.
Yeah, so the theory here, guys, is that so I know this legend way too well, okay? I would tell this to this would be a fun story to tell your kids just to like scare them or whatever, or like to give them an ooh, kind of like Santa Claus. But like a lot of Ohioans tell their kids the story how like in Point Pleasant, people around town started seeing an image of a winged creature with red eyes, and they were named Mothman. And this was in the weeks leading up to this bridge collapse. And a lot of the people that this being appeared to ended up being involved in the collapse of this bridge, almost like he was trying to warn them. All right. So that's what is said. Okay.
But how do you explain the Mothman phenomenon? Was it an elaborate hoax, or did people simply mistake something real for an imaginary creature? Or maybe it was something truly so bizarre that it just can't be easily explained. I'm Dr. Emily Zarka, and this is Monstrum.
Gotcha, Mentor. I'll take a look at it.
On November 12, 1966, in Clendenin, West Virginia, 5 gravediggers claimed to have seen what they describe as a man with wings gliding over their heads. Eyewitness Kenneth Duncan later said the being was gliding through the trees and was in sight for about a minute. But it was here where Mothman became a legend. I'm at the spot of what is
gliding through the tree. Forgive me. Listen. First of all, we don't even know if they're telling the truth. There's no evidence based off what they said. It's just 2 guys in a cemetery at night with something with wings flying through the trees, which means it wasn't fully in their line of sight, even if it was real. So to be very clear here, not evidence.
Widely believed to be the earliest officially reported Mothman sighting, what used to be the West Virginia Ordnance Works munitions plant, better known as the TNT area. On November 15th, 1966, 2 young married couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry and Steve and Mary Millette, were driving around the TNT area
I remember this shit.
when they reportedly spotted what looked like a man with large wings.
Philly Cheese, Philly Cheese, you like poking the bear, don't you? You like poking the bear. Philly Cheese says, I'm pretty sure they would know if it wasn't Mothman. Philly Cheese, I swear to God.
Standing in the middle of the road. Steve described the creature as being 6 or 7 feet tall, with a 10-foot wingspan and red eyes, about 2 inches in diameter and 6 inches apart. Linda claimed she couldn't see a head or arms, but also saw glowing red eyes when the car headlights hit the figure.
Yeah, honestly, guys, there are a lot of a lot of animals that if you shine lights in their eyes, they look like red eyes.
Seemed to shy away from the light.
Oh, of course it did. Of course it did.
They quickly sped away from...
This thing tends to shy away from cameras and video too, doesn't it? I'm sure it always seems to know when there's camera and videos around. We only have oral histories of the fucking thing.
The figure.
And then anyway.
Shortly after, while traveling along Route 62, they spotted it again. This time, it followed them.
Yeah, you're right, Philly.
They claimed they couldn't shake the creature, even when the car
wow.
reached speeds as fast as 100 miles an hour.
I agree, politics. Moths are cute.
This is Denny Bellamy, the Mason County Visitors Bureau Executive Director. Denny has lived in the Point Pleasant, Mason County.
Now, guys, listen, but I do like watching this stuff partially as source analysis. The guy they're interviewing is in charge of promoting tourism for Point Pleasant. He is literally a PR guy who is in charge of promoting tourism to Point Pleasant. So, do you see where I'm going with this? Let's see what he says.
Area for over 60 years.
I was in the 3rd grade. My neighbors saw it, said there's a 6-foot bird with big red eyes and massive wings.
Jonas, oh my God, Jonas, you're not Ron. Jonas says, give him a break. That's a tough job in Ohio. Okay, fuck you, Jonas. Second of all, you're not Ron. Okay, that you gotta have a Mothman at least to get people to go there. Okay, anyway. All right.
Things. Chasing cars in the TNT, and in fact, it kept up with Roger Scarberry's 57 Chevy.
Do you see how, like, oh, he actually, okay.
It's right on this road. This road, as you can see, is like a drag strip, and that's what Roger Scarberry was doing out here, was drag racing. There were scratch marks on the ceiling of his car, and he was upset, and he was scared.
Shaken by the experience, the group drove straight to the sheriff's office to file a report around 2 a.m. that morning. Officers immediately set out to investigate. By the time they arrived at the TNT site, no evidence of the creature could be found. I'm here at the Point Pleasant Public Library doing some research, looking through their archive. There's a lot of stuff here.
I actually would love to do that. Guys, literally, guys, one of these days, if I get big enough, I should get the equipment to go. I could literally go into an archive and we could look through documents together. I'm not even joking. I've done it before. I've done it with students. I've taken students into archives, historic archives, and we could literally sit there with the camera on and I could look through these documents about the Mothman and see if we can find any evidence of them being true. That'd be kind of fun, wouldn't it? Me taking you guys into an archive. Most of these things are public. Places are public. And as long as I am not disturbing anyone, we could do it. I'm seeing how long I can cope with CR sneering for. Now, Mithril, this is not my fault, okay? Well, actually, this is my fault because you sent me a different video. Still, it's okay, Mithril. You can, believe me, believe in Mothman. Am I 100% certain that there's no Mothman? No. I can't disprove Mothman, but I just think it's very unlikely, okay?
But I'm super excited to explore. This is a copy of the original Point Pleasant Register of the first Mothman sighting.
Okay, couples see man-sized bird, creature, something. Okay.
Wednesday, November 16th, so that would have been the morning after. Couple sees man-sized bird, creature, something.
See, I want to see that story. Listen, if we're going to do this, let's take it seriously, okay? And for Mithril's sake, I'm not going to be mean. I am just going to look it up. Let's see if we can actually find no pet gone bad. Let's see if we can actually find that story. Okay. TNT area, the site of a World War II munitions plant. No pet gone bad. I hate you so much, pet gone bad. Hate you so much. Okay. No, I hate all of you so much. I swear to God. Can we find like a news article? Mothman and other close encounters. Okay. Ooh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Point Pleasant Register. Let's take a look. Here, oh God, this is the actual article. This is the actual article. 1966. It was a bird or something. It definitely wasn't a flying saucer. Two Point Pleasant couples said today they encountered a man-sized bird-like creature in the TNT area about midnight last night. Sheriff's deputies and city police went to the scene around 2 o'clock this morning, but were unable to spot anything. But the two young men telling their story this morning were dead serious and asserted they hadn't been drinking. Steve Mallet of 33, described the thing as being 6 or 7 feet tall, having a wingspan of 10 feet and red eyes about 2 inches in diameter and 6 inches apart. It was like a man with wings, Mallet said. It wasn't like anything you'd see on TV or in a monster movie. The men and their wives were in Scarberry's car between 11:30 p.m. and midnight when they spotted the creature near the old power plant adjacent to the old National Guard Armory buildings. The creature was seen standing on 3 occasions and was described as being extremely fast. It flew about 100 miles an hour in flight, but was a clumsy runner. Deputy Millard Halstead said he had seen dust in the vicinity of the coal field, but it could have been caused by the bird. He said. I'm a hard guy to scare, Scarberry said, but last night I was for getting out of there. They did just that, but the thing followed them. They said it was hovering the car, apparently gliding until they reached the National Guard Armory. On Route 62, we went downtown, turned around, and went back, and there it was again, Mallet said. It seemed to be waiting on us. He said the light gray light creature then scurried through a field. It also had flown across the top of the car. It apparently is afraid of light, Mallet responded, and maybe it thought it was scaring us off. The young men said they saw the creature's eyes, which glowed red, only when their light shined on it, and it seemed to want to get away from lights. They said it looked like a man with wings, but that the head was not an outstanding characteristic. Both were slightly pale and tired from lack of sleep during the night following their harrowing experience. They speculated that the thing was living at the power plant. There were 4 of us who saw it. Maybe what you would visualize as an angel, they said. The last time they saw it was at the gate of C.C. Lewis on Route 62. They heard a sound like wings flapping and said the bird rose straight up like a helicopter. This doesn't have an explanation to it. It was an animal, but nothing like I've seen before. Are they going back to look for the creature? Yes, Mallet, this afternoon and again tonight. Today, Scarberry, but tonight, I don't know. Okay. All right. December. Okay, so that was November 16th, 1966. All right. Let's keep watching. Okay. Moths don't glide, they flap, right? So you could call it a moth. I swear to God, Philly cheese. Okay, I swear to God, all of you. You peck on bad and Philly cheese. I hate this. Never mind. I hate this, what is it? This synthesis you two have, this kind of, all right.
Well, there's drawings. Scarsbury eyewitness sketch of Mothman, verified by others. One of the original eyewitnesses.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
Both were slightly.
Isn't that kind of cute? Did you see that? It's kind of cute looking. So this is the first drawing
eyewitness
they had.
Sketch of Mothman, verified by others.
Look at that. It's kind of cute.
One of the original eyewitnesses. Both were slightly pale and
I
tired
want one.
from lack of
Someone send me a Mothman.
sleep during the night following their harrowing experience. If I
Right?
hadn't
I want to
seen
pet it too,
while by
Promethean Rebel.
myself, I wouldn't have said anything. But there were
It does
4
look
of
like a Pokemon. It kind of looks like Hitmon. Was it Hitmonlee? It looks like Hitmonlee. It looks like Hitmonlee with wings.
us who saw it. They speculated
Mothman Bear Pig?
that the thing was living in the vacant power plant, possibly in one of the huge boilers. There are pigeons in all the other buildings, but not in that one. This is new info. I love finding new info. I really do.
This was a top secret government
Drusilla, I
facility.
hate you.
They made all the explosives for the atomic bomb. It employed all the people from the town. You would
Okay.
come to work here onto a bus that all the windows were blacked out of, so you couldn't see anything of the facility. And they drove
So guys,
you
let me
right
do
to
a
where
little
you would work.
history
You
thing
did
here. Let me do a little history thing. Forgive me. Okay. Movies that came out in 1966. The reason I'm doing this is because sometimes it's not an exaggeration. This is going to be embarrassing for the Americans out there. This is going to be embarrassing for the Americans. But oftentimes, if there's a movie that's come out that has something that people like, you will sometimes see Americans claiming to see that thing. There's kind of a trend here, or like Americans might start copying what they saw in a movie. So I'm just seeing this is just something that some historians will do when it comes to cryptids. I don't know what any of these are. A monstrous lobster, okay. Cannibalistic humanoids, kill, baby, kill. Manos, the hands of devil-worshipping cult. Yeah, well, I don't know what else may have been around during this time, but I don't see anything of Batman, the movie. That's not really interesting. Okay, so that doesn't really tell me much. Yeah, I don't know what most of these things are. This doesn't really tell me much, unfortunately. The reptile. So this, I mean, it might not be anything, but it's just something I wanted to check. The Trouble with Angels. What's that? Nah, that's nothing. Okay. All right. So that, I mean, as far as I know, I can't really, there might be other movies and stuff out there, but all right. So that, for now, that theory's shot down. Let's watch.
You got back on the bus and they never saw anything. And
yeah, exactly, Mithril. So Mithril, you know that sometimes happens, and this doesn't happen all the time. It's just a theory that people can kind of think about.
Hey, we dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. They closed the facility. That was it. They were done. We're going to go look at the bunkers that give the TNT area its name. It's where they stored the explosives, the TNT, and the nitroglycerin.
Ooh, it's creepy.
This is where they stored explosives, and when we first started bringing people out here, there were still rusted cans of gunpowder.
So here's definitely some Mothman graffiti. I mean, we have the humanoid structure, we have the wings, the big, you can see two large eyes. Yes, Mothman.
Mothman. We found him, guys. We found Mothman.
I grew up in forests, but there's something about the abandoned building and the legends and the real history that there's a spooky vibe. I mean, it's honestly really, really creepy.
I swear to God.
We're walking into one of the buildings that used to be part of the TNT site. So we're gonna go
Mothman is a
in.
tagger? I guess so, Crawl.
Inside.
They really
It's
ought to
pitch
arrest
black.
Mothman. He's vandalizing public property, okay? I don't like this hooligan
Let's see what
behavior.
Okay, I don't know how far back it goes.
Actually, I think Mothman is just Drusilla wearing a wingsuit.
Look at these cool lights. It's small, it's really dark, and I don't know what it was used for, and there's stuff everywhere. Definitely looks like it'd be
Mithril, I do not think you're an idiot, or do I think you're gullible. I know I'm an asshole about these things, but I've never thought you're an idiot or gullible, okay? To be clear.
be haunted, especially by the workers who used to be here. You never know. Ooh, and I just kicked something. Okay. Now I'm more creeped out now that I've been in that building.
I haven't lost a film crew yet, but you never know out here.
Over the following 3 days after the November 15th sighting, at least 8 more
Yes, LaCroix, I do think you're an idiot, LaCroix, but that's for unrelated reasons.
people reported similar creatures.
My brother said, well, don't look, but there's something there beside the car.
There you go,
If I'd
LaCroix.
rolled my window down, I just could have touched it. And then it jumped on the hood.
Wow.
And just sat there and just squatted kind of and looked at us.
Was it taking a shit? I'm sorry. Let's go back. I missed what she said. So this is someone else she interviewed?
Over the following 3 days after the November 15th sighting, at least 8 more people reported similar creatures.
My brother said, well, don't look, but there's something there beside the car. If I'd rolled my window down, I just could have touched it. And then it jumped on the hood and just sat there and just squatted kind of and looked at us. But it did have the biggest red eyes, and it run right past the car, and it jumped up in the air and just opened up the biggest pretty set of bird wings, because you could see the feathers in it and everything. Just opened them up and just went off in the night like that.
For 1 year, starting in November 19...
Well, then this is an inaccurate statue then, because this clearly is moth wings, not bird wings. So clearly it's not a mothman, it's a birdman. And they really ought to change. This is an inaccurate statue, and I don't respect it.
1966, over...
Of Jonas, of course, eyewitness testimonies are ironclad and never inaccurate.
100 eyewitnesses reported accounts of the Mothman in this area. Almost all agreed on the same points. The monster was as large, or is larger than a big man. It had wings but no feathers, and took off into the air straight like a helicopter, gliding through the sky. Its face was indistinguishable besides 2 large, glowing red eyes. The town's population was so intrigued by the creature that hundreds of local residents, some armed, went hunting for the winged figure.
There was a police officer directing traffic. There was
I bet they thought it was a black person. That's why they went hunting for it.
so much traffic out here. One of the sheriff's deputies had to come
Anyway.
out.
Newspapers
It's
are
Ohio,
often the
after
first
all.
indicators of an emerging legend. They help rumors become lore as more variations are published and told to the public. Mothman was no exception. He even received his famous title.
Now, to be
from an
clear,
anonymous...
guys, I'm just talking about evidence and things like that. That next encounter came after the publishing of the article where those initial people reported what they saw and what it looked like. Okay? So, and that was the Maine town newspaper. So her account is far less trustworthy than the first account. If you trust the first account, I don't, but let's put it this way. If you do, you shouldn't necessarily, it's less trust you should have for the second account, because they could have easily just repeated what was said in the newspaper, right? Yes, Mithril. So the standard of evidence that historians use would be that you have eyewitness accounts that are separate and independent, and like separate from each other and not influenced by each other. Okay. Okay. Does that make sense? So does that mean she didn't see that? No, but it also means that we need more than just her statement apart from theirs.
Ohio newspaper copy editor, who likely gave the mysterious bird the name Mothman after the famous comic book character Batman.
Now listen. Remember, that was the year that Batman came out. Which we just saw coincidentally. That's interesting.
Was the subject of a popular TV show at the time. Later that month, the Beckley Herald Dispatch renamed the Mothman as the Mason Bird Monster, but that didn't quite stick. Were the Mothman eyewitnesses in the 1960s really seeing a monster? Some people certainly saw something in the night sky. The sheer number of sightings might be an example of the psychological and social phenomenon.
Yeah, what is it called? Not group psychosis. That's not the word for it. I forget what it's called. You guys have know this psychogenic illness or psychogenic occurrences, where a bunch,
known as mass hysteria.
Mass hysteria.
The textbook definition of mass hysteria says it is a form of mass contagion in which an irrational belief or behavior grips a group or community. The size of a small town like Point Pleasant offered a unique social environment.
Listen, though, I will say that is kind of a, I think it is not, I don't know if mass, what's the term? Hysteria can be applied to a story people tell. It might be. I'm not an expert on it. I've always thought mass hysteria was a behavior, not necessarily like everyone reporting seeing the same thing. It could be that is the case. It is, possible that people were just it's likely they're just copying that first story and putting additions to it and stuff. But regardless, okay.
Residents either
could be wrong. I'm not quite sure the definition. It's called psychogenic illness. Let's look it up now. I can give you another example of this. Mass psychogenic illness. Well, maybe that's different than mass hysteria. Yeah, so I think that is different. Mass hysteria. Yeah, mass psychogenic illness. Okay, I was right. Yeah. Yeah, see, none of this looks to me like, because most of these involve irregular motor functions. Um, Interesting. I would have to, yeah, it could be mass hallucinations, I guess, but I don't know about that. I don't feel like I don't believe in Mothman, guys, but I don't know if mass psychogenic illness is the reason for that. That sounds unlikely. I think it's just that people started having fun with it, to be honest. But again,
Mothman story themselves.
I know I'm taking this seriously, but forgive me. I hope you're all learning something. How's everyone doing? Are we good out there? It is 4:41. I hope everyone's okay. We're losing viewers. That's okay. Are we having fun watching this? Is this
allowed
good?
the story to circulate in
Anyone
a relatively
too upset
close
about it?
inner network that could bolster the belief in the creature.
Good.
What is
elevator lady, good.
undoubtedly very real is the event that stopped the Mothman sightings of the 1960s. On December 15th, 1967, exactly 13 months after the first reported sighting of
no, pet on
Mothman,
bed.
an estimated 31 cars and trucks plunged into the Ohio River
now,
after the bridge
that did happen.
community. The size of a small town like Point Pleasant offered a unique social environment. Residents either had a Mothman story themselves or knew someone who did, which allowed the story to circulate in a relatively closed inner network that could bolster the belief in the creature. What is undoubtedly very real is the event that stopped the Mothman sightings of the 1960s. On December 15th, 1967, exactly 13 months after the first reported sighting of Mothman, an estimated 31 cars and trucks plunged into the Ohio River after the bridge connecting Ohio and West Virginia collapsed.
That sounds like a classic Ohio issue, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound like a classic Ohio issue? By the way, this is the same river that, well, this isn't this, whatever, it's okay, never mind.
64 people went into the water.
Wait, guys, Twitch crashed for you? That's weird. Yeah, Mithril, have you heard of crisis apparitions? I have
46
not,
of them
Mithril.
died.
Let me look it up. We're learning today, so let's learn. Let's learn. Crisis apparitions. All right. Unexplained phenomena where a living person unexpectedly sees, hears, or senses a distant loved one exactly at the moment that person is dying or facing a severe trauma. Yeah, I don't believe that, Mithril. So to be honest, there. Listen, I know I've heard of these before. I'm trying to figure out how to explain my point of view on this. Crisis apparitions are where, after the fact that someone has died, you look back and you get the impression that you sensed it beforehand. At the time that it happened, you don't say anything. Okay, you don't say anything, but after the fact, you say it because the trauma of that person's death makes you feel guilty, and you start thinking like, oh, I should have known. I did feel that one way that one time. I must have known that it was happening. So psychologists have actually looked into this somewhat, and yeah. But regardless, so that's not good evidence. Let's put it that way. And I know we don't, it's not necessarily about evidence or whatever, but okay. Yeah.
It officially ended the Mothman. That's what ended the story.
Yep.
That was it. When the bridge fell, no one wanted to hear about the Mothman anymore.
It was ultimately discovered that a single eye bar, 55 feet long, fractured, causing the pin holding it in place to become loose and the tragic chain of events to follow. Survivors and witnesses.
By the way, there's actually a really good movie called The Mothman Prophecies. That's a really good movie. It's kind of about Mothman.
Recall that the bridge shook violently before it collapsed. Some even say they saw Mothman on the bridge days before. This is really where the myth of the Mothman as a harbinger of death started. Was he a warning to the townspeople? or a cursed being bringing destruction with him. Some people speculated that Mothman and the bridge collapse had something to do with a rumored legend known as the Curse of Cornstalk.
What?
A Shawnee leader of the Allied Indigenous people, Chief Cornstalk and his men fought in the Battle of Point Pleasant against colonial troops in 1774. Local legend in Point Pleasant said that with his dying breath, Cornstalk cursed the town for 200 years. Some people even speculate
That was reported after the fact, right, Mithril? After the other ship was known to have gone down, they reported having seen it while it was happening.
that the Mothman was sent by Cornstalk himself from beyond the grave. But in 2006, it was revealed that the rumored Curse of Cornstalk was nothing more than a myth. A rediscovered historical pageant play was found in an old grade school in Point Pleasant that includes Cornstalk's curse. Most likely, the playwright added it in to give the performance a little more drama.
Listen, Mithril, to be clear, also, if people had seen let's say they did see it, and they reported seeing it without anyone knowing that the other ship had gone down, that still doesn't mean that they were seeing the ship that was going down. Does that make sense? Right? Yeah, fair, Mithril, but again, that doesn't mean that they... Okay. But, well, regardless, we'll keep watching this. I don't know that story, Mithril, so I'd have to look into it.
People paralyzed by the stain of our blood. So saying he fell dead by the side of his son. There's the curse. Maybe the Mothman sightings can be explained by something from the natural world. It was proposed early on that the Mothman was actually a sandhill crane, when a West Virginia University professor told the press in an article published December 1st, 1966, quote, "I definitely believe that's what these people are seeing." This is the sandhill crane. Dr. Robert Smith of the West Virginia University Biology Department said the description fits that of a sandhill crane.
A sandhill crane?
Cranes have an average wingspan of around 6.5 feet
Yeah.
and are about 3 to 4 feet tall. They also happen to have red patches around their eyes.
Yeah, but at night, that really wouldn't...
But Dr.
you know.
Z, you may be wondering, do sandhill cranes ever make it to West Virginia? The answer is yes. Because I am a crazy bird person and this Mothman thing was driving me insane, I contacted the Cornell Lab of Ornithology for sandhill crane data from the 1960s.
Yeah, I kind of like we are assuming that there was something seen to begin with. There are lots of issues with all of this, right? But anyway.
While they couldn't give me anything from that time period, I did find that sightings of sandhill cranes happen today. At least 28 of them have been spotted in West Virginia between January 2017 and August 2019, sometimes in large groups. Brenda Knight, the sister-in-law of one of the November 15 witnesses, said, quote, "We all thought it was a mutant sandhill crane because of the toxins in the swamp." Maybe Brenda was onto something. She wasn't the only one to think that illegally dumped chemicals had caused animal mutations. The munitions plant that gave the TNT area its name was built during World War II to produce and store explosives from 1942 to 1945. After the war, much of the land was given to the Department of Natural Resources. It became a wildlife reserve in 1966 and is now called the McClintock Wildlife Management Area.
Okay.
The mutation theory might have a little more validity to it
come on. The mutation theory.
than some of the other explanations. In 1981, a redwater seep was discovered.
See, this is where, guys, listen. The simplest explanation is almost always the best explanation. Okay, what do I mean by that? So, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So, if you think that you're seeing a 6 foot tall creature with wings that looks humanoid and that can like predict death and things like that, okay, then you better have pretty good fucking evidence because that would go against anything else that we've ever thought possible, okay? So that is why there's a high standard of evidence when making a claim like that. Exactly, Matt Saigai. Yes, LaCroix, but even that is like a weird explanation without evidence. So what is the more reasonable explanation? That there was a 6 foot tall creature with wings that no one has ever caught before, seen before, got on camera that can predict the death of people, or that someone someone made up the story or had a misapprehension, okay, or that there's a mutated crane. To me, the easiest explanation and the one the easiest explanation is that the story is a misapprehension or a lie. The second easiest one, even though there's no evidence of it, is that it was a mutant crane, and then the most distant one is that they saw this winged creature that can predict people's death. And in lieu of with no evidence except for eyewitness testimony of of people at night that later were put in a public newspaper where other people could read it and copy exactly what they said, it's not exactly good evidence at all for the evidence needed for something this crazy, all right?
In the area, which led to the realization that contamination had occurred. The red water is a result of a cold water and cellite mixture used to rinse the TNT. According to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the red water was discharged directly to the Ohio River through a pipe located about 1 foot offshore. After becoming part of the national priority list in 1983, cleanup became the focus and groundwater extraction was completed in 1997. So how could
So
you
Mithril, I
explain
disagree.
Mothman's infamous
Listen,
glowing red?
Mithril, you can believe what you want, right? But I disagree. You say, gods, the world you live in is so boring. It's not boring at all. I think the world is fascinating. I think things like this are fascinating. I think humans are fascinating, okay? I think it's super fascinating. Humans have amazing creativity. I love trying to figure out things like this, figure out what actually happened. That's why I love history. It's like you have to decode knowing the fallibility of humans, knowing that humans can be dishonest, knowing that human beings have sometimes dark motivations, sometimes good motivations. You have to decode all this stuff. And that is not boring to me at all. Okay. Um, so like I think this stuff is super interesting. Uh and yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff out there. We talked about some of it today. It's weird to me that the whole world decided to go to war and slaughter each other in millions of numbers in 1914 with like no real good reason. You know what I mean? Um you see what I mean? So just it's not true that just because I don't believe in supernatural stuff that the world is boring to me. It's not at all. Okay, I think the world is amazing and super interesting. I love it. Okay, I'm so glad to be on this planet. I really am. I know a lot of things are really rough out there, folks, but like it's really interesting. That's kind of what keeps me going. That sounds dark, but it's one of those things that I find a lot of joy in.
Red eyes. Another type of bird was quickly thrown out as a possible explanation to the humanoid flying creature, one known for its silent nocturnal flights. Owls. It's always owls. Birds'
Owls?
eyes appear red when a bright light
Yep.
is shined at them
Yep.
because of the vascular
Right,
membrane
Jonas.
that shows through the pigment layer of the retina, an effect referred to as eye shine. One owl is known for its very dramatic eye shine.
Yeah.
The barred owl is a large species.
We
with
have
a
owls here in Ohio, and this actually makes more sense to me because when owls are around, other birds will stay away from them or try to. So it's possible there was a big barn owl inside of that factory, which is why there were no doves in there. And they have big red eyes. As a matter of fact, we have barn owls in our backyard sometimes. Sometimes if anyone ever comes to visit me, you'll be able to hear an owl hooting in the backyard. You'll be able to hear an owl hooting in the backyard, which is lovely to me. So yeah, and they have big red eyes. If you ever see one, they can be kind of scary because they have these big fucking red eyes. Now, I will say they're not that big. It'd be hard to mistake it for like a 6-foot creature, but they do have pretty big wings. Okay. Yeah, LaCroix. Yeah. All right. They don't, but that might be a little bit of stuff added to what these people experience. It could very well be. See, I'm glad they're bringing this up because this is what I've always thought. These two guys saw an owl. They got freaked out. And so they come running out and their girlfriends are there. So they had to kind of play it up for their girlfriends and be like, it was a big 6-foot thing because they got a little freaked out by an owl that scared them. Because when owls are riled up, they will flap their wings and it can be kind of shocking. That would be my theory. I have no evidence of that, but like there are other things that are more okay. Um, I appreciate you, CR, but your materialistic reductionism is a very bleak worldview. That is fair, Mithril. To me, it is not. I find great joy in it. I find a lot of fascinating stuff in it. Um, and I still find joy in like the transcendent. Okay. I still find things that are transcendent. I just don't believe in supernatural stuff, but I understand that, Mithril. It's okay. Like you find joy in whatever you can. All right.
Rounded head, common throughout the southeast, that prefers to roost in old trees and open forests. Extra blood vessels around their eyes make them glow more red than other species. Officials at the McClintock Wildlife
Who here has ever had a memory of something that happened and it gets bigger and worse the older you get? Or like when you were a kid and then you massively blew it up in your minds as you like when you tell the story later, you might exaggerate a bit so that people react more to the story you're telling? Come on, guys. Come on. Who hasn't done that? Right? Who here hasn't told a story to people where they slightly exaggerate some of the features of the story because it gets a better reaction from the audience and it helps the audience you're telling it to kind of have a better sense of what you're saying. Am I the only one? Okay. Right? Never Mayflower Kid? Right. Okay. Well, maybe not you, Mayflower Kid. Yeah, there you go, LaCroix. You've never exaggerated, right? You've never lied or anything and told a story that you might add some things to it to make it more interesting, okay? Uh imagine two guys, and listen, I'm just saying, imagine two guys with their girlfriends getting scared by something, and then their girlfriends ask them for an explanation. They might end up telling them something that's a bit exaggerated so that they don't look bad. I'm just saying we don't know if that's what happened because of, but still. All right.
Management area told the Audubon Society, who also looked at owls as an explanation for Mothman, that the area has a healthy population of this species. Some people in Point Pleasant argue that Mothman was really just a lost weather balloon or even an elaborate hoax. A local rumor exists alongside Mothman himself.
Yeah, Louise.
One about a local teenage prankster who found it fun to jump out at cars driving at night in the TNT area while wearing a Halloween costume. Hoaxes like these could have happened on more than one occasion, but that—
Right, Jonas. Jonas says, what do you mean? I did drink an ocean because Loki tricked me, right?
doesn't really explain the Mothman phenomenon. You're probably wondering how we've gotten this far without mentioning the Mothman prophecies.
Yes, which, guys, everyone should watch it. It's a good movie. It's entertaining.
And its 2002 film adaptation are the most important texts for how the legend took root outside of Point Pleasant. Keel was a journalist and paranormal investigator who went to Point Pleasant in December 1966 to explore the Mothman and other supernatural sightings in the area. He interviewed a lot of the original witnesses and even claimed to have experience with what he calls ultra-terrestrials. I read the whole thing and it's a doozy. Honestly, the book seems more concerned about you.
Ultra-terrestrials. I don't know what that is. Terrestrials. Unconventional entities from Earth or different dimensions rather than other planets. What? Is this the guy you were mentioning, Mithril? Is this John Keel? Is that who you were mentioning, Mithril? Ultra-terrestrials hypothesis or crypto-terrestrials shifts the focus from deep space to our own backyard. Proponents argue that anomalous phenomena like UAPs are native to Earth. No, LaCroix, I'm afraid I haven't. Advanced terrestrial species, remnants of a lost civilization like Atlantis or independent hominid species, have a live side. Yeah, he definitely seems very odd. Okay. 1 second. What's this? Oh my goodness. Jesus Christ. Case for scientific openness for interdimensional explanation for unidentified anomalous phenomena. That's interesting. Okay. I actually can't believe that there's actually a research article on this. Okay, but it's not okay. The NFL flyers interdimensional portals. Okay, advanced by UFOologists. That's a thing. There's such a thing. Such as Mead Lane, John Keel, Alan Hynek, Jacques Vallée. Okay. Proponents of the interdimensional UFOs are a modern manifestation of a phenomenon that has occurred throughout history. Keel argued that a non-human or spiritual intelligence source has staged whole events over a long period of time in order to propagate and reinforce certain erroneous belief systems. Monsters, ghosts, and demons, the fairy faith in Middle Europe, vampire legends, mystery airships, mystery helicopters. He conjectured that ultimately all these anomalies are a cover for a real phenomenon. Okay, let's go on.
UFOs and Men in Black than Mothman. Regardless of how factual the Mothman prophecies is, or not, the 1975 book and the movie did have one indisputable result. They made Mothman globally recognized and turned the town of Point Pleasant into a tourist destination.
Quite frankly, I mean,
Look, you can see where I live on the
there's
map.
only one Mothman and there's only one Point Pleasant. People were really interested in that, although I wasn't. And actually the town wasn't. The town didn't believe it, although there kept on being sightings. The newspaper kept writing about it, but it was mostly tongue-in-cheek. It was all that. Quite frankly, still is today for most. One time someone said, we'd like
That's interesting. Most of the town still doesn't believe it. That's pretty funny.
to talk to some people that don't believe in the Mothman. I said, pick anyone on Main Street.
1 year after the movie came out, they erected a statue of him on Main Street in 2003.
Oh, I know, so far.
We're
That's my
dedicating the statue, and we're all kind of, the mayor and everyone's kind of like, oh.
That's amazing,
geez,
real life
you know?
Gaddy J.
The mayor has to speak at the dedication. I go over to see what's going on. I have to come back. I said, you probably ought to put a suit and tie on. He said, what's going on? I said, CBS is here. CBS Sunday morning. Bill Geist is out there. That's Willie Geist's father, and that's how it started. When Bill Geist showed up, I became a Mothman believer that day, and I haven't slowed down since.
In 2005, a whole Mothman museum opened up. Created by Jeff Walmsley, Point Pleasant.
Mothman Museum. Oh, lots of things to buy there. Lots of things to buy there. Jonas, maybe we'll watch something on the whole witches, okay?
Resident and
That'd
local
be actually
Mothman
interesting. I'd be interested to
expert.
learn more too.
It sees thousands of visitors a year.
A lot of the movie
So now there's an economic motive behind
props
it.
that we have here in the museum were donated, and that was kind of like the catalyst to get the museum going. The Mothman Festival was started back in 2002. It's a big boom
Right,
to
Philly
the
cheese.
tourism here. I mean, with the festival and the museum, people have embraced it. You know, you still have skeptics, which is fine. I mean, you know, I'm not out to convince anybody of anything. I mean, everything in the museum is for people to decide for themselves.
They weren't sure that they really wanted the Mothman in our town, and but the Mothman Festival grew every year. We had to. They were all coming. We had no choice. Tourism has grown and grown, and our entire state has embraced it now. That is in 1 week of the year, the entire town will tell you anything you want to know about the Mothman. And we just enjoy looking at everybody. And it's
What the fuck?
entertaining for us.
How much money is made, on average, now at least, for Mothman?
Probably 2 million flows down on Main Street on that weekend, which is
Yeah, they make a lot of money off that too in Roswell, don't they, Mithril?
probably more than the rest of the year.
You know, we attract 10 to 12,000 people. So the
10 to
town's
12,000?
population doubles. You know, the local people, they're used to it. I mean,
That's a lot of money coming
they're
in.
used to the attention and everything. And don't get me wrong, Point Pleasant has a lot to offer rather than just Mothman, you know. Native American history, riverboat history, farm museum, river museum, all that kind of stuff. To me, I think, you know, the Mothman story is just a nice way to get people
attention. They come here and they're like, oh, you know, we got the flood wall murals, you know, we got the river museum. I don't see anything negative about it, you know.
With the help of the internet,
Both, LaQual. I can do both, and I do. I know when I'm watching this shit, guys, I'm a mean little bastard, okay? And I'm always, like, talking about how it's not real and stuff. But I'm trained in anthropology, which means I can do etic and emic. So when I go to places like this, I will embrace it while also being critical of it. I will enjoy it and immerse myself in it, but also acknowledge it's not real, okay? Like, so I still have fun. Doing this stuff. Like I've done stuff like this before. I went to the Creation Museum, for example, okay? And it was actually not that bad of a museum, but anyway, and it was kind of fun. I didn't have to pay anything because I told them I was a student so that I wouldn't have to pay them anything. But like I've been to Point Pleasant. I've actually seen that statue. Yeah, it's fun. It's cool. It's kind of a cool little thing. I've been to there's Lake Champlain, which is in New York. They have a there's a cryptid that they claim lives there, that lives in the lake, which is called Champ. And I went on like the Champ tour, and it was fun. It was fun. You got to see a lot of the lake, and it was cute to hear the stories. It's fun. Okay. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with like doing this
man
stuff.
has become a global phenomenon. Online rumors circulate frequently.
Yeah, me too, LaQual, literally.
Some claiming
And I
that he was
know
spotted
people don't
before
believe
the
that, but okay.
Chernobyl disaster, and even in the smoke of the towers at 9/11.
What bothers me, guys, and the reason I'm so critical of this shit when I'm like on camera, is because a lot of the ways people frame this stuff is as if it is real. And then people will make purchases and stuff on the assumption it's real, or will anyway. I'm just okay. Mithril. So you think professional cryptozoologists are just being conned? Being conned. See, no, Mithril, I don't think they're being conned in so much as they are under a misapprehension. It's not, and some of them, I mean, some of them, there are people who are doing cons out there. The vast majority of evidence for Bigfoot is known to be a con, literally. Like a lot of the feet casts that we have, we know are fake. A lot of the videos we have, we know are fake. Okay, I'm not saying cryptozoologists are all being conned, but that they might, some of their evidence might be stuff that is fake. So yeah, but okay. But regardless, but that doesn't mean I don't know what all of them use as evidence, etc. I'd have to go person by person.
Most recently, the largest number of Mothman sightings in one area occurred in Chicago in 2007.
It is, yeah. No, there's no such thing as a cryptozoologist. I mean, cryptozoologists aren't real scientists. Okay. No, but that's not like a real, but Mithril, there's no such thing, like cryptozoology isn't like a real thing. Just like parapsychology isn't like a real thing. All right. Like, okay, let's take a look here. All right. By the way, if you want me to mention this, Mithril, some of the greatest scientists have been idiots about certain things. And that's not to say that cryptozoologists are idiots. I'm saying that, like, there's a chemistry professor who has a PhD and claims the Holocaust never happened. Okay. Like I could give examples. So let's look this up. Cryptozoology. It literally, okay. Mithril, listen. It literally says on the Wikipedia page that cryptology is a pseudoscience. It is not a real science. And subculture, okay, it's not real. It's a pseudoscience. It is not considered legitimate by mainstream scientists. Let's see here. Here is the Oxford Wayback Machine. Let's see here. Go back here. Da, da, da. I know that's a really bad evidence. So let's take a look here. All right. I just said, Mithra, I'm looking for other evidence because I did just say that it's not like, obviously, that's not good evidence. Indiana University. That doesn't help me much. Where is this shit? I'm having trouble finding much of anything about it. Canadian Encyclopedia. Cryptozoology is the scientific study of unknown animals about which only circumstantial or at best insufficient material evidence is available. Yeah, I can't even find much about this shit. Anyway. I'm going to go back to the video. Let's finish the video. All right?
17.
Okay.
There were more than...
Okay, let's look them up. No, dragons are not real. Dragons are not real. Let me look it up here. Dr. Carl Schucker. Let's take a look here, Mithril. Dr. Carl Schucker. All right. Goddamn. All right, let's take a look at this. I know this. I'm just looking at here. You know what's funny? So, now listen. This is the Wikipedia, but it even says here that he actually is a real scientist, but he concluded after studying this stuff that these things aren't real. So that's kind of weird. He literally says, so this is what it says here. I'll go to the actual, so this is the original article tracking this is the original thing tracking the chupacabra. And apparently in this, he says the following. Having investigated the mystery of the chupacabra, Schucker noted in an interview with Benjamin Radford that the inconsistencies surrounding descriptions and accounts of the creature made it difficult to separate actual reports from folklore. Based on his interpretation of available accounts and evidence of the creature, Schucker hypothesized that the chupacabra itself might just be a non-existent composite, resulting from accounts of different entities all being lumped together. So, okay. Anyway, so he's actually studying. He does study cryptozoology. From what I'm reading on the Wikipedia, he talks about how they're misconceptions and they're not real. There's not like actually a dragon or something. He literally says that they are that's what it says. But I could be wrong, but that's what it says here. All right. Anyway. All right, guys. So let's finish this.
20 reports of a winged humanoid in Chicago from April to July of that year. Whether you believe in him or not, Mothman has become a cultural touchstone, a monster myth that inspires both fear and fascination. Legends only truly take root when they become a subject of conflicting opinions. They are born in stories told and retold with countless contradictions, additions, and disputes.
Mayflower, you said, so you believe in God and not Bigfoot? No, I don't believe in God or Bigfoot. What do you mean, Mayflower Kid?
Mothman is no different.
What? What are you talking about, Mayflower Kid?
He's been demonized and deified in almost equal measure. Mothman shows us how a local phenomenon can become a global sensation. People identify with Mothman. He's a rumor and an outcast, a monster who was ultimately embraced by the small town that once feared him.
I think I'm God. No, I said I don't believe in God. What do you mean?
People of Point Pleasant, like it or not, Mothman is now part of their town's identity. It can even be argued that the people of Point Pleasant embraced the creature because it made their little part of the world visible to a lot more people. Like other small towns, a portion of the town's economic survival depends on its ability to attract outsiders.
Yes.
It does feel like a ruin, and I always think that ruins carry some kind of energy.
But everyone
that
should visit Ohio. Go see Mothman.
Like this. I'm not surprised being here now that there were so many Mothman sightings. I'm actually not. I don't know. I think it's probably a bird, some kind of giant bird, maybe mutated, maybe just abnormally large and freakish, but there's something. And the way this forest is so creepy, there's definitely a way that imagination could have run wild. 100%.
Yep.
Personal opinion. I have also been in a lot of creepy forests, and this one tastes the cake. I don't know. If I was a monster, this is where I'd hang out. A legend survives when it is able to adapt to the current cultural moment.
Yes.
The Mothman has done this astonishingly well. He's gone from mysterious humanoid to prophetic demon, guardian angel to ultra-terrestrial, scary monster to cute cryptid, and everything in between.
Aww.
Interestingly,
It's kind of cute though. I want a Mothman
ever
plushie.
reported this creature harmed a human. Maybe he really is just your friendly neighborhood Mothman.
Yeah.
Mothman's about number 5 on the list of things I don't want to run into.
Seriously though, Jonas, there are a lot of
In Japan,
we do have a lot of indigenous sites here. Okay, so that's good for that. Okay, that was fun. That was fun. All right, guys, let me see what we have going on here. I'm gonna sit down. I'm kind of standing now. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? Everyone doing well? We all good? We all good? All right. First challenge facing. Okay. All right. So, what was I gonna say? Mithril, it's okay. CR only wants to see what he wants to see in these cases. Mithril, you're just being rude now. You're just being rude now, so I'm not going to address with you anymore, okay? I never said that my anthropology degree gives me more insight into this. I'm not an expert on animals. I said that having a degree in anthropology, I can both look at something from the culture, from the view of the people who believe it, and from the view of people who don't believe it. My anthropology degree gives me no. Okay. Anyway, so all right. And I will say, Mithril, listen, you're saying to me that only see what I want to see in these cases. I don't want to say what I'm going to say. Never mind. Okay. I wish you wouldn't be, you wouldn't go to the ad hominems. Okay. All right. So, okay. Let's go on here, guys. You're scared of Mothman now, Mayflower Kid? That's pretty funny. All right. I think Mothman is cute. Mothman is very cute. All right. Let's go on here. So let's go on. Okay. Right. All right. So let's go on. Let me see what else we have to react to here, guys. Boop. Reactions. So this was sent to us by Alyssa. Let's watch this.
We have cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or.
What is this?
We have cameras.
Are you here, Alyssa?
So there
We have cameras everywhere.
So we'll watch. This isn't just by Alyssa. It's on TikTok. I guess we'll find out what it is. This happened in Colorado. Sir Bart, we did not talk about Marco Rubio and the ICC. Listen, I'm not sure. Let me see here. I'm not sure what the Okay, let me look it up. People keep talking about Marco Rubio and the ICC. I'm trying to figure out what is this about. ICC. So what's happening with the ICC? Yeah, listen. This is Rubio vows to dismantle the International Criminal Court. Yeah, of course. Honestly, I know, listen, I love the International Criminal Court. Of course, we never signed on to it. A lot of people never signed on to it. It has been unable to ever go after Western leaders or Israelis or anyone like that. This is not surprising at all to me. We haven't ever listened to them anyway. I like it's honestly, I don't mean to say it's not that big of a deal because it is a big deal, but it's also not, it honestly doesn't seem like that much different than normal. It hasn't had that much power to begin with. So it needs to be much stronger than it is. I don't know how to frame this. I know that sounds like I don't care. I do care. But like, this is not surprising to me. Let's put it that way. Mithril, sorry, I'm so sick of the atheist left telling me nothing I've experienced you're real. I have never said, yeah, that's one point. Like, it's, yeah, no, of course, they were never, that is true, Jonas, but that's my point, Jonas, is that it wasn't really functioning to begin with, though. I don't want it to be dismantled. To be clear, I don't want it to be dismantled. Okay, I'm just saying that, like, it wasn't really that functional anyway. It was kind of just like, because no one was listening to it. People should be listening to it. It's just, it's frustrating, obviously. It's very upsetting that they don't care. All right. Sorry, Mithril, you said, sorry, I'm so sick of the atheist list telling me nothing I experienced is real. I've never said that nothing you've experienced isn't real, Mithril, at all. I'm sure your experiences are real. I think your conclusions are wrong. But that doesn't mean your experiences aren't real. Anyway, so you see what I mean? Anyway, I know it sounds like I don't care. I do care. It just, I don't know. It doesn't seem like that much different than normal. I don't know how to frame this. Okay, let me read this. U.S. Secretary of State, we already knew that America were full of a bunch of imperialist genocidal monsters who enjoy attacking other countries and violating international law. Okay, it's like, all right. This isn't space for the conversation. Sam has never, let's go on here. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Monday vowed to dismantle the International Criminal Court and urged other countries to join the effort as the Trump administration significantly escalates its campaign against the global institution. Okay. Rubio accused the ICC of waging war against our country, not with bullets or missiles, but with the force of so-called international law. The administration's ire against ICC goes back to President Donald Trump's first term when it targeted the ICC for seeking to invade. Yeah. Of course they did, because we violated international law all the time. The second Trump administration has imposed a slew of sanctions against the ICC officials for their attempts to investigate the USA and Israel. Of course. Okay. However, the State Department led a whole of government campaign to dismantle the ICC as a significant escalation, particularly as it seeks to pressure countries around the world to join and threatens potential cuts to U.S. assistance for those who don't. Yep. This is America being evil, as always. Nations that refuse to reject ICC's false authority. Yep. Pretty awful. I mean, we're living in a monstrous criminal regime. Okay, we live in a monstrous criminal regime. We do. Okay, we do. I don't know what else to tell you. No, Mayflower Kid, that is true. Listen, guys, I've said this before. Okay, I know I seem like I don't care. Honestly, it's just exhaustion. It's exhaustion with this regime. The ICC is good. There are problems with the ICC. I think people should be charged, found guilty, and punished for breaking international law and doing war crimes and things like that. Right now, the ICC has practically no power, and it typically only ever ends up prosecuting black and brown people because those countries in Africa and in the global south do not have the power to resist the authority of the ICC because it's backed up by the West. But of course, if you're a powerful country like America or Israel or someone else, the ICC won't really be able to get to you. So there are already problems with the ICC that needed to be addressed. We need actually a stronger ICC. ICC. It is bad that this is. It is bad that this is like happening. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound. I don't mean to sound like dismissive. It's just that like it's. Of course we're doing this. America's an evil empire. Okay. But I will say, like, the people that the ICC has charged deserve it, and the people that they've gotten into prison deserve it. I wish it was fairer, but that's something that can be worked on, but it's ridiculous that we're dismantling it. All right? It's insane. Okay. All right. Okay. Have they even charged Trump? No, they haven't. Of course not, Jonas. That's my point, Jonas, is like they haven't charged Trump. And this is the thing, guys. It's like one of all the reasons I'm not getting that worked up about it. Obviously, I care. But like America is doing war crimes all the time. And like nothing ever happens. We're probably one of the biggest we're one of the biggest groups that do war crimes, and the ICC has never gone after us. Except for Afghanistan, right? I guess in this case, Afghanistan, right? I guess they're going after Afghanistan. I should add that. I forgot about that. And this is in regards to the investigations into Afghanistan anyway. Yeah. So like, okay. I'm just saying, I don't know. It doesn't, maybe I'm numb now to how horrific this regime is. We need to end the American empire. We need to end the American empire. Okay. We get that. All right. I don't want to sound like I don't care. Okay. I do care. All right. Let's go on here. We will watch with interest which nations join ranks with us against this threat to Americans who are willing to risk their lives to protect others. So stupid. You do know, guys, that there is, for example, they said that, but the ICC said they specifically won't look into human rights violations committed by Americans. Yeah, see, but that's the thing. It's all about image, right? It's all about image, and yeah, okay. Anyway, let's go on here. Okay, so let's watch this. Alyssa sent this to us. I'm not sure what it is. We'll find out together. Everyone ready? Let's watch.
In that town, you can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing.
Chrisana Elzer learned the power of flock firsthand.
You were in.
They don't, Jonas. They don't. They have to rely on the member states to carry out their will. So yeah, that's the issue. No, they couldn't, Jonas. They have no authority inside of Israel. It would have to be states that are signed up to it that are required to arrest someone that has a arrest warrant on them. Yeah, and see, that's the thing, though, is, and listen, I like the idea of the ICC. It doesn't really have much enforcement power, but because of the global American empower alignments, it really only works as a tool for global imperialist interests. That's not to say it is that, but because it only ever works when the people that it wants to arrest can't protect themselves from like more powerful nations. It means it like excuses the war crimes or can't really punish the war crimes of people who are powerful. Anyway, it's like there's issues with it. I like it. It's just,
Town from 1152 until 1209.
Okay, what is this about?
Exactly. Everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing. We have cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing.
Krisanna Elzer learned the power of flock firsthand.
Yeah, Jonas. Sir Bart, in theory, if you showed up to a country, correct. In theory, Sir Bart, right? But they can't force the country to do that. Jonas, so Rubio has the audacity to complain about their actions, knowing full well his country are inhibiting their ability to act. 100%, Jonas. And this is why it's like, yeah. By the way, we were already sanctioning the ICC before this because of their looking into Netanyahu. Okay.
In town from 1152 until 1209. Exactly. Like I said, nothing gets in or out of the town without us knowing.
When a Colorado police officer showed up at her door holding flock snapshots of her truck.
And here's when you left at 1209. That's when you left town.
To get?
No, to stop at Ridge Trail.
Wait a minute.
And take a package. Well, there's no shushing. I don't need to be.
I need to know where this is.
The first thing he pulled out on the body cam is that flock picture, the clear photograph of your car.
But here's your vehicle in the neighborhood many, many times, apparently casing houses, because you just can't drive through for work or visit other businesses. You can only be casing houses.
It is
Oh,
her.
God,
It
these
is
flock
100%.
cameras.
It is locked in. There is zero doubt. I wouldn't have come here unless I was 100% sure. 100%. It is certain. It is on video. You're obviously welcome to go to court.
Krisanna was charged with stealing a package.
Oh my goodness. Hello. Why? Listen, the chatter we just got over on Twitch. Hello. Why is your name Imperio Austro-Hungaru? Are you like, I've never met someone who's pro Austro-Hungarian Empire. Why is your name? I'm just curious. What?
But it wasn't her. The porch pirate was somebody else.
Multiple times you tried to show him your video evidence. He didn't want to see it.
So explain to me. No, listen, I have to hear this. You have to, I know. You have to explain this to me, Imperio Austro-Hungaru. Why? Oh, got you. Your family came from there after its collapse. Okay, I've never heard someone name themselves after the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Okay, Jesus. All right.
He said that's
welcome,
not my
by
job.
the way.
You looked at the time of a crime. You saw my vehicle entering in the flock.
No, what I did was I did an investigation.
You called my wife a liar. You saying this is fact.
I have video evidence. I don't know what you want me to say.
The charges were dropped
Jesus.
after Krisanna spent weeks trying to get the police chief to look at her evidence. Time-stamped video from her truck and a neighbor's doorbell camera showing she wasn't at the scene of the crime.
Yeah,
what does it
outer
say
signal.
about where
And
we are that you feel you...
To be clear, you're right, outer signal. Since World War II, the U.S. has always placed itself above international law. As a superpower in the past, they would play along occasionally, but the U.S. always threatened the ICC when its interests are at stake. Yeah, and they've only ever cared. They've only ever let it act when it didn't hurt American interests or it benefited American interests, right?
You have to have more cameras than the police have in order to make sure you can prove yourself innocent.
It sounds like
Because, guys, America's a criminal state. We know this, right? We all know that America's a criminal state that has, does the most war crimes and does the worst war crimes and is horrific in almost every imaginable way all across the globe. It means, Jonas, that they don't allow they don't allow the judges to enter America. They cut off any of their finances in America, etc. They sanction the judges.
the script to you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent.
Without a flock camera, that detective would not have been at her door, by his own admission.
That's okay, Imperio. Glad you're here.
Pulled out the flock picture of her car. Do you want to apologize to Krisanna Elzer for what happened to her?
For the police misusing the tools? I don't think that I have to apologize.
It's insane, Jonas. It's absolute bullshit. Okay.
He wasn't, other than being reprimanded for his attitude.
Sure. No, but I would tell you that, should I apologize for somebody misusing a tool? I don't think so.
We investigate a searchable network.
Oh, that's ridiculous. So they're using flock cameras to kind of hunt people down, etc., and like charge them with nonsense. That's great. Jesus. Yeah, Mithril, right? Like there's a difference, as you know, Mithril, like using CCTV, I guess. Like, I mean, I'm not a fan of any of it, but yeah, okay. But the flock camera is just watching everyone all the time, etc. Okay. All right, you guys. So I'm gonna put my face up. I'm not gonna go quite yet. I'm not gonna go quite yet. Where's my face? Where's my face? All right, how's everyone doing out there? I know, right? Sundry Clown Car, right? How's everyone doing out there? Got a great flock follow-up. Go ahead, Outer Signal, please. If you do, send it. If you don't mind, can you put it in there? We can watch it. How's everyone doing? Panopticon. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. The Panopticon, right? Very much a, what's his name? Why am I having a mind blank? Foucault. I'm good. Finally got back from Sinaloa to my house in Mexico City. That's really cool. Imperio Austro-Hungary guy, okay? All right. Let's watch this. So this is sent to us by Outer Signal. Let's watch it.
Leave flock cameras alone. There's no need to label all the flock cameras in your area. And don't put plastic bags over them either, because all that does is cost the company time and money. Grow up. I know that you can use a $50 high-powered blue or green laser like this one to permanently blind flock cameras, but come on, guys. Why? Definitely do not use the camera map on deflock.org to find cameras, approach them from behind on foot with a spray paint extender, and spray them. And if you do that, at least make sure that you have your phone in your pocket so we can identify you using the Bluetooth and 5G. There is no
Rebbenberry, you're right.
reason to spend $20 on a hard hat and high visibility vest and then buy a $30 Sawzall with diamond tip blades to cut down the entire pole. That's because the cameras and solar panels are clamped with a simple 8mm socket, so you're just doing too much. The cameras have about 12 hours of backup battery, so they will be transmitting Bluetooth and 5G that we can use to track you. So under no circumstances should you put the camera inside of a Faraday bag while the battery runs itself out and then break them down for parts, because that would prevent us from finding you, and nobody wants that. If you do any of these things, it's important that you do not buy a pair of Vader facial recognition blocking glasses, because then it would be impossible for us to identify you and charge you with a class 4 misdemeanor, which is typically just community service or a small fine. And for the love of God, do not attend your city council meetings and demand that they cancel your city's flock contract. We need these cameras. Peter Thiel is a benevolent overlord, and we should all be grateful that he loves us enough to keep us safe. Grow up.
That is brilliant. Love that. Resistance is fun. Don't do anything he said, folks. That would be bad. I don't support nonviolent resistance. Okay, that's bad, right? Okay, no good. No good. Don't like any of that. All right, you guys. You know what? Let me see what else we have to react to real fast. I was just gonna chat with all of you for a bit, but we might have something else to watch. You know what? Oh my God. You know what? Let's watch one more. I kind of want to watch one more Jay Williams thing. Let's watch one more Jay Williams thing. Why not? Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Might as well. God. Okay. Yeah, it's just another step in the bureaucratic dictatorship. Let's just watch one more Jay Williams thing, because why not torture ourselves? Why not torture ourselves?
Hi, my name's Manny. Actually, it's Emmanuel, but everyone calls me Manny. Know what my
It's really hard to hear. Is it just me?
name means? Yep, it means God with us. And do you know what? He really is with me. God, the Holy Spirit, is with me wherever I go. In whatever
Was there like Mexican music playing in the background? Okay.
I do. Like the other day, my sister Grace started following me around.
I know, Philly cheese.
I hate
That
it
was
when
kind of
she
weird.
does that. she was cramping my style. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. Stop it! Stop following me! I yelled at the top of my lungs. But she wouldn't quit. Deep inside me,
I'm disturbed.
I felt the urge to turn around and
Sir
smack her, push her, slap her, anything that would make
Whoa. Okay. Calm down, buddy.
her stop. It was exactly then that my invisible helper, the Holy Spirit, spoke up. He said, Manny,
Right, Felici, so I killed her.
maybe Grace is lonely today. Maybe she needs someone to pay attention to her. Maybe she just needs a little love. Love? Yuck! She wasn't going to get any kisses from me, but maybe I could play something with her, like catch or checkers or something.
This felt child needs more Jesus.
Promise not to tell her.
Yeah, I
enjoy
think so,
playing
LaQual.
with
This
her.
is a little bit racist, okay?
Holy
Just a bit.
Spirit must have known she wasn't the only one who would have felt better if I showed love. You know, I felt better too.
Ew, okay, that was not... Okay, let's not... Thank you, Jay Williams. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's not... Okay, that was not... You know what? I don't have anything to add to that. We'll watch what Louise sent. Louise Sugar Rice Crinkles commercial. You know what? We might watch that first. We'll watch what Louise sent first, and then we'll watch another Jay Williams. This was sent to us by Louise. Association football. Was it Pet Combat? I didn't know what was going on.
Tell me, Grayson, do you think association football will improve with the introduction of the new professional player?
No, Mr. Chumley-Warner. Today's amateurs will never be bettered. You can't expect a professional paid to do nothing but play football all day to achieve the same level of physical fitness as a man who works in a chip shop all week and only plays football on Saturdays.
I must say, with all due deference, Grayson, I disagree with you.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chumley-Warner, you're quite wrong.
Well, let's see it. A short film can settle the matter.
Old videos of sports, it looks so weird. They act in such weird ways. I know this is obviously not an old one, but they're making fun. Thank you, Louise. It is weird to watch like old sports. It looks so fucking weird, and they wear such like proper looking clothing, and it's really fucking bizarre. All right, that was pretty funny. Thank you, Louise. All right. Let's I did see one other one here I wanted to watch. Sent to us by another one by Jay Williams. This is called the Sugar Rice Crinkles commercial. I just had to see it because there's a clown in it, and I'm not a fan of clowns. To be clear, clowns are evil. Clowns are not the same as jesters. Jesters are much better than clowns.
Breakfast!
Oh, God, no.
I'm hungry! Take it from Carinkles. That's me.
Would someone kill it, please?
The best breakfast under the big top is post-sugar rice Carinkles. So crinkly, so delicious, so different.
I'm waiting for its mouth to unhinge and it to try and bite the cameraman. Like it's going to unhinge like a snake, and that thing is going to swallow the cameraman whole, or it's going to like unhinge its mouth and just dump the whole box of cereal in its mouth.
Rice and sugar rice Carinkles is carinkled with honey and sugar. It's so good, I crinkle every time I eat it. Yet, no matter what other rice...
Maybe, Louise, maybe, very possibly. Bye-bye, Louise.
Cereal you've ever tried.
I know, sorry,
you love
sorry,
post-sugar rice
See you,
Carinkles
Louise. See you
best of all.
See you,
honey and sugar.
Early start this week. Catch you all later. Bye-bye, Louise.
Sugar, make it different and wonderful. A circus of fun to eat. So you crinkle on down to the store for post...
Welcome back, Cast the Dreamer. I don't fucking know. People are fucking lunatics. Thank you. I don't like clowns. They don't scare me, but they're just not... They are not the same as
the greatest
jesters.
cereal treat on earth.
Okay. Thank you, Jay Williams, I guess. Thank you, I guess, if I fucking had to give you thanks for that bullshit. You know, what's this?
Hi, kids.
Oh, my God. God damn it, Jay Williams. There's another one. Oh, my my fucking God. All right, we'll watch it. Why not? I'm addicted. It's near the end of the stream. It's near the end of the stream. Don't you fucking laugh, elevator lady. We'll just do it. Let's pull off the bandage. Let's just pull off the fucking bandage. Okay. Yeah, and there's a lot of people who have clown phobias. They're kind of scary looking creatures. I know, right? Kill it. Burn it with fire, okay? Purify it with fire, something.
You remember me? I'm Marcy, and here with me are Sarah, Ashley, and...
Horrific camera work, by the way. What are we trying to focus on here? Because she's too short for the... Okay.
Steven! We're glad you could come...
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Join us, because we're really going to...
They're multiplying. We have to kill them very quickly.
Have a good time. That's right, Stephen. I've thought of something special for us to do. I think you'll really like it. Oh, tell us what it is.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes, tell us, Marcy.
Yeah, put them on the grill.
Come on, Marcy. What'd you dream up for us today?
Yeah, You're right. Get a flamethrower. That is true, Chairman Bart.
I'll tell you about it in a minute.
Yeah, cleanse it with
first,
fire. There you
let's
go,
sing
Philly.
a song.
I think I stole that from
Remember, we decided to talk about learning to do God's work.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Please don't.
Well, here's a song I want to teach you about that. And kids, once you've learned it, you'll want to sing along with me. I don't have to wait until I'm grown up to be loving.
I don't know, Philly Cheese. Philly Cheese is right, though. Why is she the only one with a detailed face? Apparently, the other ones aren't human enough to deserve a detailed face. But her face is, weirdly enough, the creepiest one because it looks... I don't know. It looks monstrous.
And true, there are many little deeds of kindness that each day I can do.
She lays the others like eggs. Oh, my God, Sir Bart, why would you say that? Oh, my God.
I can read my Bible and pray.
In chest cavity. It's very loud, though.
I don't have to wait until I'm grown up to be what...
Cass, what is wrong with you? No, Cass, none of them are cute, okay? No, shame on you. Everyone shame Cass the Dreamer. You deserve to be shamed for that.
Jesus wants me to be...
I knew. Okay. Thank you, Pecco Bag. Jesus doesn't what? What does Jesus want? Jay Williams, you're deeply, deeply fucking disturbed. You know that?
Every day my body is made stronger as I eat, play, and sleep. And I'll daily grow more like the Savior if His word I
Okay.
will keep.
I believe it real.
I can read my Bible and pray.
Yeah, apparently, Jonas. Apparently they were. I don't know.
I don't have to wait until I'm grown up.
This is what we get, Jonas. You know, we get to watch these kind of cute things on TV. At the same time, we're violating international law. It's a very cute country we live in. Adorable. At least we have the puppets while we're blowing up children abroad.
Wants me to be. If I'm old enough to love my parents
And don't have health care.
I can know Jesus' love. I can learn to
How long
trust
does this
him
go
and
on for?
obey him, for he watches
I'm gonna go jump off a building. Can we? I'm sorry, I can't say that on stream. All right, Jesus.
I can read my Bible and pray. Be a loving helper always. I don't have to wait until I'm grown up to be what Jesus wants me to be. To be what Jesus
What does Jesus
wants
want
me
you to be? Okay. What? By the way, does that mean that people that grow up to be sex workers, that's what Jesus wants? Jesus wants you to grow up to be a sex worker? All the I'm by the way, I'm pro sex work. I'm just saying in theory, if you grow up to be what Jesus wants you to be, that means some people grow up to be sex workers, right? So Christians should be much more open to sex workers because that's what Jesus wants from them. Some people grow up to be serial killers. Anyway,
You know?
By the way, there's nothing morally wrong with being a sex worker. I shouldn't mention serial killers after that. I'm making a point about Christians.
Yes, that's true. We don't have to wait until we're grown up to be what Jesus wants us to be.
We can be a serial killer now. We can start by torturing small animals.
That's right, Marcy.
That's what Jeffrey Dahmer did.
There are so many things we can do for Jesus. We can smile and that makes someone happy. Sure, and just
God.
being kind to someone makes God pleased with us.
Ew.
That really doesn't matter how...
Jonas, exactly. Jonas, I appreciate your optimism. Jonas says, I thought she was going to be an ally when she walked out in the rainbow jumper. Oh, dear, sweet Jonas. Dear, sweet Jonas. No, definitely not. Definitely not, all right?
Little we are. All right, now for my idea. Since we get together often to sing...
What the fuck does that mean, LaQual? What's a swerf arc? What is swerf? What does that mean? What is a swerf?
Learn about God. What do you think about starting a club?
A club? Wow!
That's a great idea!
That sounds good to me, too. Say, maybe we could even build a clubhouse.
Stephen,
Ew.
I
Okay.
was saving that for a surprise. Well,
I would love to start a club cast. I mean, we already have one. A cult. I basically already have one. What the fuck is a swerf? What is a sex worker exclusionary radical feminist? Oh, No, I love sex workers. Sex workers are the best. I'm just saying that Christians don't like sex workers, so they should assume then that sex workers are okay since Jesus let them grow up to be sex workers.
follow me over
So
to the
screw all
big
of you.
tree.
I grew up to be a raging homosexual. I guess that means Jesus was okay with it, right?
See those pieces of wood?
Hate
My
you, Philly
dad
cheese.
said we could have those to make our clubhouse. If you'll all help, I think we can do it ourselves.
Sure will help. Let's get busy. Well,
Phrasing.
we'll have this finished before you know it.
Come on,
I love child labor. This is fun.
Ashley. We have lots of work to
Yeah,
do.
they look like they're old enough to be able to build a clubhouse.
While we do the work,
I
let's
hate you,
sing.
Mayflower. CR hates religious freedom. Maybe.
Work and watch and
I'm just kidding. I don't.
pray. I'm gonna serve him every day. I'm gonna see his face in glory by and by. I'm gonna listen to his voice. I'm gonna make his will my choice. I'm gonna rise to meet him in the morning. I'm gonna work and watch and pray.
Raging. I mean, Cass, when I say raging homosexual, I mean a homosexual that is raging like the ocean during a hurricane. I'm a raging homosexual, like I'm a strong force. That sounds bad. Okay, fine. Maybe not raging. I'm very homosexual. Okay, I'm just very, very gay. Let's put it that way. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, free will is an illusion. Very true. Okay.
I'm gonna serve him.
Wait, did she just disprove free will? Listen, it simply is bullshit to say that Jesus gives you a choice when he's threatening to send you in hell to all eternity, or to heaven if you're good, right? It's kind of like if someone's holding a gun to your head and says, you have the free will. If you move, I'll shoot you. If you don't, I won't. You have a free choice here. Well, kind of limits the choice there, right? CR's homo tyranny is putting us down. There you go. Plus, free will doesn't exist. I know, we can debate this. I know, there's no such thing. But regardless, that's okay. Listen, we can still act like it exists, you know? We still have to put... I know, I get it, trust me, I get it, Jonas. You say, I still want an afterlife, though. Wishful thinking, I know. Listen, I know, that's the hardest thing to give up on, I want to say. I'm not saying... We'll talk about it some point, okay?
Every day,
all right.
I'm gonna see his face in glory by and by. I'm gonna listen to his voice. I'm gonna make his will my choice. I'm gonna rise to meet him in the morning.
And Jesus could have made them sing better.
I feel sort of proud of
Jay Williams, again, you're just like Jonas. Oh, sweet, sweet, dear Jay Williams. I don't think we should be expecting to see a black puppet here, okay? Given probably who runs this shit.
This clubhouse, I guess that's because we built it ourselves. I think it looks good, too.
This is going to turn into a local newspaper article about 3 dead children because it's going to collapse later. They don't exactly think they have the ability to be carpenters at this age.
Box will make a good table. Kids, welcome to our clubhouse. Let's pretend you are right here with us. We're going to be learning how to do God's work. That's right, kids. And you know, one of the ways we work for the Lord is to tell our friends about Jesus.
Philly cheese, that's your sleep paralysis demon? Hilarious. I don't know, Jay Williams, but why are we watching? Why'd you send this? It's literally 8 minutes long. You know what? We're done. We're done with it. I almost said 8 hours. It feels like 8 hours. Christ. It's never ending. It's like fucking this. Literally, I've changed my mind, guys. I'm now a God-fearing Christian because I just experienced hell. Okay, you know what? Christ on earth. All right. We've lost so many viewers. They're all fucking gone, aren't they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I don't get it. Like the viewers are we have like 20 viewers, but it only says 14 on my end. What the fuck is that about? I don't know, but there's a lot more people in here than it says, which is weird to me. I feel like there's something wrong with Twitch today because you guys keeps getting cutting out. We have 20 plus people, but it only says like 14 on my end. Right? Like, unless this hasn't updated, I'm very confused. All right, whatever. It's fine. Active chat. Active chat shit. Active chat. What do you mean? Only 15 on Twitch. But see, no, we don't. There's not 15 on Twitch. Couch Potatoes here. Hello. Ernan Ertugo. Hello. Fetty. Gwen. Hiyori. Ignatius. Cody. Jay Williams. Cass. Mithril. Outer Signal. Paleontology Dog. Peck on Bad. Philly Cheese. Real Life Cat DJ. Redmond Berry. Refocus. And Jonas are all here. 5, 1, 2, 3, 8. I don't know. It's weird. Oh, thank you, Peck on Bad. I'm sorry. I'm just curious, guys, why it's being weird. Oh, thank you, Peck on Bad. You're the best. Why do I hate Couch? I didn't. What do you mean? I didn't time out Couch Potato. What do you mean? Did I time out Couch Potato? I literally didn't do anything. I didn't touch Couch Potato. Couch Potato, did I time you out? I didn't mean to if I did. I didn't even click on you. How? I didn't even touch anything. I didn't even touch anything. What is going on with Twitch today? Couch Potato, I love you. I didn't mean to. I didn't click anything. I was literally just looking at the list and reading it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I hate you, Refocus. What is happening? What is happening? I don't know what's happening. There's something wrong with Twitch. I don't get it. I'm very upset. Couch Potato. Now it says 24. What the fuck is happening with Twitch? God damn it. Are you back, Couch Potato? Did I abuse you or something? I don't know. Did I mistreat you? Whatever. It's fine. Who knows what's happening? Okay, I hate all of you. You're all a bunch of monsters. You disgust me. I'm going to put my face up. All right. What is happening? Guys, literally, I'm not even in there anymore. Who is timing people out? Who is timing people out? Who is timing people out? I'm not touching anything. Literally, I'm not even in the list. I'm not even in the list. Where's my face? I'm not touching anything. Someone is doing it. It is not me. It is literally someone else in here. Okay, I'll refocus. I swear to God. Who keeps timing people out? I fucking hate you. Someone is doing it. I'm not, guys, I'm literally not even touching the list. I have my regular screen up and I'm just sitting here. I don't know what's happening. Unless, like, it's weird. Give me a second here. What, you lost mod access? I am literally not doing anything. Did someone get into the account? Change your passwords? Okay, that's possible. Let's see if I can figure that out. Are we certain about this? Like, I don't. This is very strange. No, it says you're still a mod on my end. No, it doesn't. You were removed as a mod. This is very weird. I'm literally very confused. There's no one else in here that could possibly be doing this. This is an interesting thing, guys. Give me a second. Let's see if we can investigate. I'm going to change my password really fast. I actually have an idea. I have an idea about what it might be. I literally do. Give me a second. Give me a second, guys. This is interesting because if, in fact, Now, folks, if you suddenly get, like, cut out or whatever, stay around because I will quickly undo it. All right. Now wait for it because I think the only undo today's show. CR says you did it. You must have done it accidentally. Well, but see, that doesn't, but again, that doesn't make sense. I literally, you can't just undo someone like that. You can't just undo someone's modship just by like clicking on someone. Okay. You know what? All right, guys. Anyway, so what's interesting is that there is one person that could do that. There is one person that could do that. And I just removed their ability to access that feature. So it could be possible that they were doing it. I don't think they would have been, but let me go back, guys, and reassign everyone's mod ships, etc. I'll give you back the mod powers. So where we go here, we have Matt Saigai, you get a mod power. Let's see here. Assign mod. So Matt Saigai, I reassigned you to a mod ship. Yeah, no, so he had more than mod status. He had, but like literally, I couldn't have done it. I wasn't even clicking on anyone's names. I was literally just watching the stream and looking at the names of people. I didn't click anything. How could I have? Okay, so I'm gonna. I just gave you a mod ship. Who else needs it? LaQuabois needs it back. Where's LaQuabois? Where's LaQuabois? There's LaQuabois. Like, I don't know how I could have accidentally done it unless I did something very strange. Mod LaQuabois. There we go. Yeah, Outer Signal was a mod too, so I shall also add Outer Signal back. That's so strange. Outer Signal. There we go. You're all back. Okay, okay. It looks like it's been... Is everyone modded who wants to be a mod? Everyone modded who wants to be a mod? Okay, I think that's... issue solved. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was so fucking weird. Okay, guys, I'm going to go back to my face. God, ridiculous. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was about. I don't know what happened, and everyone's saying it was me, but I'm literally I couldn't have done it. I don't know how that could have happened by me just looking at a list. I wasn't. So Matt Guy, London did have editor powers, which meant that he could change things like that. I went over and checked in his account, and he isn't online, and it said it was me. I mean, it said apparently you guys said it was me, so I don't know how that could have happened. I might need to change my just in case. I might need to change my password, but okay. All right. So guys, it is 6:09 p.m. I am going to go now. I'm going to change passwords regardless. That was very strange. 6:09 I was snoozing a bit weird. Okay. Philly Cheese has ordered you back to YouTube. What do you mean, Outer Signal? Why? Why did Philly Cheese order you back to YouTube? What did that person say? Rest in peace, France. Okay, that's strange. Vargentina, what the fuck? Why are we had so many weirdos today? Yeah, I guess Twitch has been weird today anyways, right? From what people were saying. He was being oh, great fun. Okay, that's fun. We've had a lot of weird people today. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Okay, what a fucking weird day. I blame Jay Williams. Like, it was like an occult ritual to watch that shit. Okay. By the way, did someone do the thing where they poked my nose on the screen? I know, Matt's that guy. I know. I'm removing the mods, and then also. Okay. I don't know what that was. All right. Who knows? Real life cat. Did you do that, real life cat DJ? Who did that prior? Was that you, real life cat DJ? I'm sorry, guys. I'm investigating. Hello, Luke. How are you doing, Luke? So glad you're here. Yep, it was you. Okay, it was you. All right. Okay. All right. So, folks, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go and eat and shit. Oh my god, my ass. Oh my god, my ass. Oh, I need a new chair because, guys, my other chair broke. I've been using this stool, which is very painful and not very good. Okay. I should get a cushion. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, it's very painful. So whatever the case may be, I'm going to go, guys. Now, remember, on Wednesdays, I typically I've been streaming for over 6 hours. It broke, Matt Guy. It literally collapsed while I was sitting into it, and it can't be fixed. So I need to get a new computer chair, but that's expensive shit, and ain't no way I'm paying for that right now. Okay, so, because, there are expenses out there for my teeth. When you get timed out, it also removes mod status. Interesting. All right. Define expensive, like, I don't know, like almost $100, I think. I think for like a nice one like that, or one that you can sit in that is good for long hours, it's like $100. Maybe might be a little less than that. But I have to cut expenses wherever I can. So if anything, I can just use the couch. All right, guys. So I might actually end up streaming tomorrow. Because tomorrow is, even though it's normally my day off, I kind of want to continue the educational presentation. And, so I might actually stream tomorrow. I might even, this is less likely. I might stream later tonight. So keep an eye out. Join Discord. Make sure you get stream notifications if I do go live, so that if I do come back on tonight, you'll be able to see it. I expect I won't, but I might. And I might stream tomorrow. Okay. More likely I'll stream tomorrow. Sure, Matt Saiga, I'll do that. Any last comments, words, suggestions, anything like that you want to share, folks? Anything like that you want to share? All right. How are you doing, by the way, Luke? Okay. So first of all, let's talk this way, right? Let's talk this way. Road to Empress. Oh, we should do that, Jonas. Maybe we'll play Road to Empress tomorrow or this evening, okay? All right. We've already started Road to Empress, though, real life cat DJ, okay? All right. So first of all, what am I about to say, folks? What am I about to say? First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Sudan, free the Congo, free Ukraine, free Cuba, free Iran, free Lebanon, free everywhere all at once. Please. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Free the ICC, right? The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. And that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. You too, Promethean rebel. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions and because they're suffering economically. We need revolutionary change in this country. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. You cannot do it. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them. Do not let the fascists walk all over you. And always, so fight back, okay? On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed down in my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? To remind all of you that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, and some of the freedoms. You cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Right, Real Life Cat, DJ? Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. Please. And always, always, always fight for a better future. I love you all very much. Do not forget the shared humanity of all people, okay? I'll likely do more of the educational stream tomorrow. You all have a good rest of your day. Come over to the Discord if you want to chat. I'll almost certainly be on there harassing everyone, okay? So I'll see you all later. Love you all very much. Let me actually send the Twitchers somewhere. Let's send the Twitchers somewhere. I actually just typed in Twitchers. Let's find someone to send you guys to. Any suggestions? Any suggestions? Maybe I'll send you to Sherman. I don't know. What's Mercado Media? Who's that? Who's Mercado Media? Protests in Maine after ICE killing. I'll send you there. I'll send you there. Very nice. Okay, I'll send you to Mercado Media because there are protests going on. And that'll give you someone to, if you want to watch the protest, raid Mercado Media. If they let me raid them, they might not. All right, the raid is beginning, folks. I'll see you all later. You have a good rest of your day. Okay? Have fun. Have a good time. Love you all very much. Everyone ready? Let's go. Bye-bye, folks. Bye. You all get a boop. Boop. Bye. All right, everyone else out there, I say bye-bye to you too. Bye-bye to you too. Have a great day.